Good morning. Welcome to day 4 of the Public Order Emergency Commission. Got Daisy here, Patriot Smoothie, getting organized. We have Mayor Jim Watson, I believe, on the witness list today. Jonathan is just getting.
He's going right now.
Yeah, he's already speaking. So we're getting the stream up now. We will be live with the stream in just a second. Please bear with us.
Let's see if
has ever been seen, quite frankly, in any city that I'm aware of in Canada in the last 25 years.
So is it fair to say by Monday the 31st, after that first weekend, when the majority of the trucks were still there, that's when you determined that they were not going to leave anytime soon?
Thereabouts, either whether it was the Monday or the Tuesday, and then certainly that was solidified in my mind that they weren't going to leave on the weekends, when the weekends started to create this very tense situation where people were coming in from all over the region, and in fact, different parts of the country to come and support the protesters, and that's where the havoc and the chaos was created in our communities.
And was there ever a discussion that you had with either Chief Slowly or the deputy chiefs about blocking access to the additional convoys that were coming that second weekend to join the original protest?
I don't recall being in any meeting when that was discussed.
Did you raise the issue?
My bigger concern at that time, from recollection, was what can we do to ensure that the trucks don't go into the residential areas? Because we knew that the impact that would have, because we'd seen in the first couple of days the constant horn honking, and they had some train whistles on some of the trucks, and there was just unruly behavior on the part of these people who'd come and basically occupied our downtown.
So it wasn't a concern that there were additional convoys that were coming to join to kind of expand the footprint of the original convoy?
Well, I think there was concern, absolutely, because when you saw hundreds and then it turned out to thousands of people arriving with different pickups and 18-wheelers and so on, that this was going to be bigger than any of us had imagined.
Okay, but there wasn't a discussion to try and prevent that from happening?
Not in my presence, to the best of my recollection.
Right. Now, I want to take you to a document, which is a readout of a call that you had with the Prime Minister on January 31st, and it's ssm.can.nsc.402812. And so you had a call with the Prime Minister on the 31st, is that right?
That's correct.
And how did this call come about? Did he reach out to you or did you reach out to him?
To be honest, I don't recall whether it was me to him or him to me.
Okay,
not sure.
If we can just make that bigger so we can see. Okay, so you say hi. And as we know, these are summaries of the call. It's not a transcript, but it gives you a sense for what's being said. If we go to, right, so JW is when you're speaking, PM is when the Prime Minister is speaking. And so the second thing, second section there before the redacted portion, the second sentence, third sentence, you said,
so
these people have their
redactions.
time and need to move on. We have been trying to get this across to the Chief of Police. Do you see that?
Yes,
And when you say these people, are you speaking about the protesters?
that's correct.
And you say, we have been trying to get this across to Chief of Police. So this is now Monday, the 31st, so right after the first weekend. And so what discussions did you have with the Chief of Police about this issue, about letting them or asking them to move on?
Well, I was interested in what the plan of action from the police was going to be in order to clear out the downtown core, because my sense was that this was not shrinking in size as people started to go back home. It was growing in size, so everyone could see that. And I stressed to the police, as you know, we can't direct the police on what to do, but certainly in conversations I had with Chief Slowly, he understood very well the importance of getting this situation resolved sooner than later, because it would grow into a bigger issue.
So you had discussions with Chief Slowly over that weekend or on the Monday?
Sometime in that period. I don't know if it was a Sunday or a Monday, but I was in contact almost on a regular basis with someone from the police service, whether it was the chief or the deputy, Bell.
And so at some point you told him it's time to move on, we need to get these people out of here. Is that right?
No, I can't, as I said, I can't direct the police, but certainly I asked the questions, what is the game plan to move forward? And the chief said that they're working on one, and I relayed that to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister wanted to get a sense of what was going on the ground and how this was affecting our city, in particular our residential community and the small business community, because as you know, we just got out of the lockout from COVID and restaurants and businesses could start opening. And then all of a sudden we have another lockdown imposed really by the occupiers who came here to disrupt our quality of life.
And at the bottom there,
2
if
years
we can
is
just
fine.
move it up a little
Occupiers.
bit. No, sorry, at the bottom, yeah. It says the turning point, so right after the redacted portion, you say the turning point is the Terry Fox statue, the tomb, Shepherds of Good Hope. People just can't fathom how this is acceptable.
Those are lies.
The Terry Fox statue, nothing happened to it. Someone put like a jersey over it or something. Come on. What do you think, Chris?
Memorial and the Terry Fox statue, is that right?
Yeah, I think what was happening was disgraceful. We had some people dancing on the tomb of the unknown soldier. We had other people urinating at the cenotaph. We had a group that went...
That was never proven. There's like some weird... No, nobody reported that. That's complete hearsay.
It was completely despicable behavior on the part of these individuals. We welcome protesters who are respectful of the law and respectful of our communities. The vast majority of these people in that kind of behavior were not being respectful, and I think we're hurting their cause, quite frankly. When you saw, the Shepherds of Good Hope, who does such good work in Lower Town, in the Byward Market, having people bully their way in to get a free meal, that was just abhorrent.
And further down, you say, Chief of Police said it's so volatile, but kept under control so far. Trucks are starting to leave, but some diehards chain themselves to this. Unfortunate for people living in residential neighborhoods. They just doing themselves a disservice, which is what you just said right now. Chief of Police spoke to Chief Lucky, and we need a few more sources. Can you explain this last part? Chief of Police spoke to Chief Lucky, and we need a few more sources. What was the discussion?
It should say Commissioner Lucky and a few more resources. I think they just left off RE.
Okay, and so what was the discussion then?
Officers.
And what was the discussion around this point then?
Our police service on its own was completely outnumbered. We could not deal with it just as an Ottawa police issue. We needed the support of the other orders of government.
And so you were aware that Chief Slowly had reached out to Commissioner Lucky by this time to ask for more resources, is that right?
Yes.
And so by the Monday, it was clear that OPS did not have the resources.
So I need to interrupt here, chat, and reiterate this, that there is no evidence that anyone urinated on the War Memorial during the February protest, the Freedom Convoy. There's absolutely no evidence. It wasn't widely reported in the press. There's a picture circulating of a spot on some snow. That's hearsay. That proves nothing. There was famous incidents of the Canadian National War Memorial being urinated on 20 or so years ago, which was widely reported with evidence. They've got a lot of cameras there, chat. If it happened, it would have been reported. The mayor completely made that up. It's not credible testimony at all.
I've got a video I'll queue up after from the day after that was reported with former Royal Canadian engineer Alex Cabana that I met right after that, and we discussed that exact issue.
Perfect. We'd like to see that.
Yep, I'll load it up.
Okay, so if we just go to the last page then, just to kind of see how the call ends off. And it's, the Prime Minister says, the remainders will have no choice but to incite as a counterbalance, so we all have to be careful. We really appreciate your support of cities. Thank you for your steadfast leadership and your whole team. And so that was the end of the call there.
That's correct.
All right, and if I can take you to OTT 3855. And this is a February 3rd email that you sent to City Council to update them, it looks like, on the efforts of the city.
That's correct.
And this is now Thursday before the second weekend. And you indicate that you had a call with the Prime Minister on the 31st. If we can just go down a little bit. Yeah. And then in that third paragraph, you say, this morning, the city solicitor and I had a discussion with the team from GoFundMe to request that the funds raised so far remain frozen until the end of the occupation. Can you explain how the discussion with GoFundMe came about and what action was taken?
Well, as you know, the GoFundMe campaign by the organizers was very successful. It was raising millions of dollars, and that was, I think, one of the reasons why more people started to arrive.
Small fringe
thinking they would get a
minority.
cut of that money for their gas and mileage and food and so on, and if they needed places to stay. And so I was approached at some point in that time frame from the consulting firm that represented GoFundMe in Canada to see if I'd be amenable to having a meeting with senior GoFundMe people to discuss and to let them know that the funds they were collecting were very much harming our city and, in my opinion, engaged in illegal activities. So the meeting was arranged, and we had a number of people on the call. They'd also spoken, I believe, earlier in the day or after my call with, I think it was Chief Bell. So he gave them a more detailed situational report as to what was happening in our city and why we felt that these funds should be frozen and ultimately sent back to the individuals, because those dollars were keeping the convoy going.
And what happened after that meeting?
Well, I can tell you, during the meeting, I think they underestimated how big an issue this was, and I told them this was certainly hurting their reputational, or their reputation, because they were funding a group that was very much involved in activities that were harmful to our city and our country. And I can't recall the exact time, but a few days later, I believe, there was a decision by GoFundMe to freeze the funds, and I lauded them for doing that.
And were there any subsequent calls after the initial call with GoFundMe? Did you have any more discussions with them?
I don't believe I did. Whether someone on my staff did, that may have been the case, or with their consultant.
GoFundMe didn't decide that on their own.
They also, I believe, started to send the money back to individuals.
No.
And so if we look at the following paragraph, it says, in the last hour, I had a very good discussion with Federal Public Safety Minister Marco Mendicino, where I reiterated our city's call for additional resources to support our officers responding
Yeah, he's lying to his
oath or
speech.
affirmation.
on the ground. He assured me that our request for assistance was being given the highest consideration by Commissioner Lucky, and he offered his ongoing support until we see an end to the occupation. So by this time, February 3rd, that's the language you're using there. And when you say you reiterated the city's call for additional resources, when did you make the original call for resources? Because this is February 3rd, and you're referring to reiterating the call for resources. Are you referring to the 31st call with the Prime Minister, or was there another call for resources between the 31st and February 3rd?
Well, the very first time that I had asked for additional resources was with the Prime Minister on that phone call, and he understood completely the situation we were in. He lives in Ottawa, obviously, and he was seeing firsthand the challenges our city was facing. So he was the first person that I contacted. This call with Marco Mendicino, or Minister Mendicino, I may have had another phone call with him, I can't recall, but certainly he was very, very well aware that we needed additional resources. He asked how many. I said that's being worked on by our Chief of Police. And I also indicated that we were going to reach out to the OPP as well, and that Chief Slowly, who had very good contacts with municipal leaders, would reach out to municipal police forces as well. And I certainly called a number of my mayor colleagues across the country, bringing them up to speed on what was happening, and said that you may be getting a call from your Chief of Police, and we hope that you can help us during this difficult time. And the municipal police forces were very, very responsive, and we appreciate their support at our time of need.
So in terms of a specific request for resources, this February 3rd call with Minister Mendicino would have been the first time that you asked for resources from, other than the January 31st call, which was not as specific. This would have been the request that you made for additional RCMP officers.
Yeah, I don't want to mislead you. I may have had another call beforehand, but I can't recall, and I don't have notes to that effect, but we may have had another call, but certainly this call and this memo that I sent to colleagues on City Council was to deal with the immediate and the short term and the long term. And if you just scroll down, one of the other parallel discussions or scroll up around there, parallel discussions I was having was with the Provincial Minister of Finance, as well as the Treasury Board President, Mona Fortier, and Peter Bethan-Falvey, because we knew that a number of businesses were going to be severely impacted, and we needed to receive not only officers to bring the situation under control, but in the midterm, we needed financial support to help those businesses that were suffering.
And were there, at this time, by February 3rd,
what
provincial
about
discussions with the
the
provinces beyond?
Thousands of Canadians across our country who lost their lifelong investment in their small and medium businesses because of the draconian rules that really didn't save or help anyone. What about those people, Jim Watson? What about those people's voice in the demonstrations in Ottawa, which you so freely and easily speak down about? You're a hypocrite, and those businesses chose to close if the federal government didn't direct them to do it. So you know what? You're a hypocrite.
Very
15 years I was in
appreciative
business.
of
I'm not
the
doing that work anymore. My business was gone.
colleague, the Solicitor General.
And what kind of support were you looking for in that discussion?
Boots on the ground. police
OPP officers?
OPP and RCMP, but to the province, of course, OPP, yes.
Okay, and do you know when that call with Lisa McLeod took place?
I don't recall. It was sometime in that general area of when the memo went out.
Okay, and so her
She was-
response was, I'll take it back.
Yeah,
to the
she
solicitor
was very helpful because she too lived in Ottawa and she was seeing firsthand. I think one of the challenges that we face with this is that people who live away from where this terrible situation was taking place didn't really have a
Terrible
full-
situation. It was hugs. You can watch thousands of hours from this protest for yourself across YouTube on convoylive.com. There's videos. What he's talking about, he was upset to see people who disagreed with him. That's what it really boils down to. He was upset to have to see that, and he wanted it to go away.
He's the mayor that recently tweeted and called
started to
a lot of the
realize
people
this
involved
was,
in this
turning
crackpot.
into a very volatile
publicly.
situation.
Yeah.
When we started seeing fireworks going off and hot tubs brought in and the behavior I told you about, those 4 or 5 incidents. And
4 or 5 lies.
Who were living here.
There's really
understood
no
fully
evidence
that
of
this
those
was a
things.
Horrific situation.
Zero
The
evidence.
sooner it got resolved, the better it was for everyone.
Yeah, and at the bottom as well, if we see the end of the letter there, a number of colleagues have suggested to me, and I have agreed, that a special council meeting be called to discuss the impact of the truck convoy demonstration on our residents and businesses. The clerk will be issuing a notice of special meeting before the weekend for the meeting to be held on Monday, February 7. So, and eventually, a special
You know, in an
meeting
ideal
was
world,
convened.
chat, there would be a counselor there to actually ask him about all of these statements instead of just taking them as gospel. That's what should be happening here.
Situation.
Well, a number of factors, availability of individuals that the council wanted to speak to. It was no sense in having a meeting of council if the chief wasn't there or that Steve Kanalakis wasn't available. This seemed to be a date that worked well. Everyone was working around the clock, literally, trying to resolve the situation. And one of my objectives was to try to minimize the number of opportunities that we dragged the police chief and his senior command in because they had work to do back at their operations center. And so this was a date that appeared to work for almost everyone, and that was the date the clerk circulated the notice about.
And let's speak now about the declaration of the state of emergency on February 6th. And I'm going to take you to OTT 4231. And this is the declaration of the state of emergency that you issued, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And why was this done on February 6th? What was the tipping point or the reason why it was necessary at this point in time?
Well,
Have you
there
met
were a
Ben?
lot of people asking
Yes.
up to that point,
Hey,
including
this
members
line
of
this
council
morning,
and members of the public and
excite
members of the
me.
media. Why
First
didn't
of
we
all,
declare a
guys,
state of
Terry
emergency
Fox,
on the first
I,
weekend?
with others,
There's a
have
little bit of
washed him
urban myth
many
or
days in a
misconception
row
about
with
what a
hot
municipal
water.
state of
Okay,
emergency.
first
It
fact,
has
I got some
very
pictures,
little
I got some
impact
video.
on public
We
safety.
washed
It really
him
is an
with hot
administrative
water,
tool
soap,
that
and
allows
everything.
the
He
city,
had
for instance,
flowers,
to
candles,
bypass the
cards,
procurement
message
policy
of
of the city
love,
of Ottawa. A
anything
good
you wanted.
example is during
Terry Fox
the
had it.
pandemic,
Okay.
I declared a state of
What else?
emergency and
The
allowed us to
soldier
go and
tomb,
get,
okay,
personal
it
protective
was
equipment
broom,
without going through a tender
shoveled,
process of the top three
clean.
and so on. So it made those
Soldiers
kinds
put
of
at the
decisions
beginning a
quicker.
fence
It
around
allowed
it so
the city
nobody can
manager
go
to
on it.
take
After
people
a while,
from
they
one
just
branch of the city in a different
get it out.
agreement
Okay, so all
to
of
move
this
them
was
into
a lie.
another area. We
The
needed people, for
shepherd of
instance,
good
to,
hope, guys. Okay, I have to explain
administer
one thing.
needles
It's gonna
and do
take 1 minute.
COVID-19
We
tests.
fed
You know, if you had a
the
job
homeless.
that was not
It's because of
essential to that,
these.
we needed
I
these
met some
people.
homeless.
So,
They said, "Well,
I
you
think
were
it was,
here. We got at
in
least
some
3
ways
to
to
4
give some
meals a
comfort to
day.
the public
Once
that, yes,
you
we
left,
consider this an
we had a
emergency,
meal every
but,
3 days."
we were constantly explaining
about
and trying
this.
to
Thanks, Matt.
allow people to understand that this really did not have
Good
any
morning,
impact
everyone.
on the overall removal of individuals.
But beyond the potential measures that were made available to you as a result of this declaration, it's also, as you say, an important signal, or it's symbolic in a way, and it allows others to understand that the city considers that it is beyond the capacity of the city to deal with the emergency.
Yes, but on every occasion that I've declared a state of emergency, it's been on the advice of our city manager, and the city manager brought this to me at that time, and we had the clerk draft the resolution, and I signed it.
Did you seek advice prior to February 6th as to whether you should declare a state of emergency?
I would have mentioned to Steve Kay, let me know when you think it's necessary, and you know, he came to me, I can't remember the exact date, it was probably the day before this was signed, and on January 15th, I guess. No, it was later than that. And it was on his advice, and the clerk prepared the document, and I signed it and released it to the public.
And so what discussions did you have with Steve Kanellakis about using this as a way to engage the province?
Well, I think there was some discussion with my chief of staff and Steve Kanellakis that there was this may act as a catalyst to get the other 2 orders of government to move. I didn't see it that way, but they felt it might act to push the province to do their own declaration and to put more pressure on the province to come to the table.
Okay, so if I can take you to ONT 311. It's a summary call between Canada, Ontario, and the City of Ottawa, and I believe this is what they would refer to as situational awareness meetings. And if we can just zoom into that. And so Steve Kanellakis is present at this meeting along with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart and others. And it says there it's attributed to him. Steve Kanellakis, City Manager from Ottawa, provided an update from the city's perspective. And in bold there, Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson is going to declare a local emergency in the City of Ottawa at 4:30 p.m. The expressed intent of this declaration is to put pressure on the Premier to exercise powers to resolve this. Based on what you've said that this was mainly for procurement. Is this bolded sentence overstated, or was that the express intention of declaring the state of emergency?
No, my understanding was it was Mr. Kanellakis felt that this would be helpful to prod the province into being more hands-on in the situation. I didn't happen to see it that way, but I'm not disputing the fact that I believe it did help, because later on in this crisis, the province did declare a state of emergency under their provincial powers, and the federal government brought in, of course, the Emergencies Act. So
did the city consider that the province wasn't engaged enough in finding a solution?
That's correct.
And why was that?
Well, Minister Blair suggested that we have a tripartite table where the federal, provincial, municipal government elected leaders could get together, share information, bring forward any new information that we should have at our disposal. And the province rejected that. They didn't feel it was necessary to have 3 orders of government at the political level to have this table.
Okay, and so when you say that, or when you deemed that the province wasn't doing enough, it was because they weren't coming to this tripartite table, is that right?
Well, a couple of things. They weren't coming to the table, and we were having difficulty convincing the provincial officials the need to have significant more OPP officers on the ground for two reasons. First of all, at some point it was going to have to be a police operation to clean out Wellington Street and the adjoining communities, and that was important. Secondly,
Another lie, guys.
we needed the province
clean
on
all
board
the
because,
street
you know,
24/7.
as you know, municipalities are the creature of the
put
province. We
everything
don't
in
have all
garbage
the powers
bag,
that people
all the
think we do
garbage
as
bag
mayor or
down,
as
each
council.
closed,
And we need to
everything
show a
was
united
clean
front
again.
that all of us
OPP,
are
Ottawa
legitimately
Police,
concerned about the
everything
challenges
never
facing
cleaned
our
the street.
residential communities, our small business community,
never.
and we needed to move
cleaned all of
forward.
this.
And,
we cleaned
so,
everything.
yes, it was frustrating that the province was not as responsive. I can say, though, in fairness, once they did get engaged, they were very good partners. The OPP was very helpful, but it was getting to that stage. And as I mentioned, I believe in our interview, the Solicitor General seemed, at the provincial level, seemed to believe that there were 1,500 OPP officers on the ground, which was not true at all. And I checked with our police officials. I said, how many OPP today? And they said 50 to 55. So the Solicitor General kept repeating that there were 1,500 police officers. You'd know if there were 1,500 OPP officers, you would see them.
Yeah.
There weren't.
Okay, and we'll get to that in a second. But I just wanted to point out that the tripartite meetings took place on February 7th, 8th, and 10th. So on the 6th of February, which is this meeting here, that would not have been a reason to want to engage the province because those tripartite meetings had not taken place yet. So,
Yeah, well, there were tripartite meetings at the staff level, and there was the tripartite group. We tried to get together with the federal ministers, Mendicini and Blair and myself, and we hoped Minister Jones.
okay, so we're gonna, we'll look at those in a minute. Further down, it says, the mayor Jim Watson is feeling the pressure and wants this issue to be pivoted back to Ontario and Canada. City of Ottawa is looking for a way out. Are you able to explain, this is something that Steve Kanalakis said in a meeting, but he is saying that you're feeling the pressure and you want the issue pivoted back to Ontario and Canada. Can you expand on that?
Well, of course I was under pressure, but my bigger concern were the residents who were under much more pressure than I was living through this hell. In terms of Steve Kanalakis indicating we wanted Ontario and Canada to be involved, was that, first of all, we knew that none of the mandates that they were protesting had anything to do with the City of Ottawa or any municipality. They were all provincially run or federally run. Secondly, we did not have the resources.
Ottawa
We
is
didn't
the
have enough
nation's
police
capital,
officers to continue
Jimmy
doing
Boy.
all of the rest of the work of patrolling Ottawa streets. And as you know, we're 2,600 square kilometers, so you couldn't take every officer away from Canada and Orleans and Vanier and so on and put them in the downtown core. So pivot to Ottawa or pivot back to Ontario and Canada was to say, please come to the table. We need your help.
Okay. And if I can take you to OTT.
But it wasn't important enough to meet with protesters,
18172.
Jimmy boy?
No, it
What
wasn't
date is
because
that?
they didn't agree with
This is a
him or his
February 6th.
ideologies.
Exactly.
And believe me, we
From,
tried so hard
it
to
looks
have
like
the meeting
OPS
and to sit
you and to
down
Chair
peacefully,
Deans.
honorably,
from,
respectfully
James
with the city, with the chief of
Armbruster,
police, with the
I believe he's
PM.
with the OPP.
And we were there
he
from
OPS,
the
sorry?
No,
first,
he was my
second,
EA.
third day,
Oh, okay.
fourth day,
I'm sorry.
fifth day.
And that's,
We didn't
to
stop. As you
you
can see
and
the
to,
video I
some
posted
other people in
yesterday,
your
we
office.
tried
reading,
to
it
warn
says to James
everybody about the
Armbruster from
trucks
me.
outside Ottawa, bring
I've
them
seen.
in all
I'm
at the
looking at
same
the one
place so you
above.
don't affect all the
But in any
society
event, if we go
around.
down,
We
yeah.
tried.
And that's
You're looking at the one
interesting.
underneath
Matt
it.
actually has a
So-
video that
and
he
if you go down
filmed
to the
around
I'll
in or
upload that.
around February 3rd
Okay, that's
where
okay.
he's
Perfect.
talking
If you go out
about
to see the
how
two-
the
so
city
this one is from the
sabotaged
Ottawa Police
the
Service,
efforts to
John
put the trucks in
Steinbach's,
non-residential
and it's to
areas.
you,
He's
Can you
talking
send that to
about it,
me on,
and he's
can you
showing
send it to me on
concern.
Messenger, Matt?
Serge from
Yeah.
your office.
I'll-
And I'll upload
So
it.
we're going to play that for you
you.
because
Yes.
Matt Venn's the real deal. He was
Right.
talking
And it
about
says,
that
"Chair
in
Deans and Mayor
early
Watson,
February
please find
and
below the
pleading for
list
people
of
to
Ottawa
move
Police
the
Service
trucks
asks
and
to
saying that the
federal,
city blocked it
provincial,
and
municipal
wanted the
levels of
chaos.
government that was requested yesterday by the board. These asks are designed to assist with the management and safe conclusion of the demonstration."
Right, and what date is that?
This is February 6th. So it's
Okay.
the day that you declared the state of emergency.
Right.
And then it says the chief is requesting a meeting as soon as possible to discuss. We're available this evening. And if we go down to see what the list of asks is, there's some things there for the city to do. And it looks like then the chief was asking the city to assist in several ways that are reflected there. Is that right?
That's correct.
And one of those points, the third bullet point on the second page there, it says, yeah, sorry, if we go up, yeah. Where did it? Convene financial institutions, insurance companies, gas companies, trucking associations, and local BIAs to restrict material and financial support to demonstrators. Can you explain what what was being asked of the city in that point?
On that particular bullet point?
Yes.
That's something you'd have to ask Chief Slowly because it was his request, but my understanding was that they wanted to try to see if they could stop, for instance, gas stations from filling up jerry cans because we knew that was the transportation method by members of the convoy to keep their rigs running in the cold weather. So, we also had, I know, over the course of this period, I was invited to, I think, 5 or so meetings with different business groups, including BIAs, and it never came up at those meetings that I was at that we were asking their merchants to stop selling supplies and so on. So that's something that the chief asked for. I'm not entirely sure what benefit it would be, but I relied on his good judgment.
And was that done? Did the city take any steps towards those things?
I don't believe so because our number one preoccupation was to end the occupation and bring the streets back under control of the city of Ottawa. So you can only do so much. There are only so many balls in the air that you can juggle in order to get these issues resolved. But I don't believe, certainly I was not involved in contacting any financial institutions, for instance, aside from the GoFundMe discussion we had.
Right, and in terms of insurance companies, was that part of the discussion that was being had with the province to be able to restrict the commercial licenses and insurance of the participants?
Yes, but that may have taken place before the formal request because we were basically trying to find any mechanism or method that could help us encourage the truckers to leave. And one of the suggestions that I believe a member of council brought to my attention was there's a separate licensing regime and insurance regime for trucks. Could those organizations through MTO, Ministry of Transportation of Ontario, actually use those tools to basically force the trucks to get out or there'd be consequences to their actions of illegally blocking our streets. And the Ministry of Transportation did not follow through on that. They didn't seem to think that was a reasonable idea or maybe they didn't think it was a good idea.
So you had a call with the representatives from the Ministry of Transportation, is that right?
It wouldn't have been me, it would have been some member of staff, but not me personally.
Oh,
no.
okay, so you were not on those calls, but it was reported back to you that they didn't think it was a good idea.
That's correct.
Did you have any understanding as to why they didn't think it was a good idea?
Well, there was, they seemed to think that it would, they couldn't do what we were asking them to do. So there seemed to be a bit of a contradiction in terms of what we thought was available under provincial law and what they were telling us was not available. And I think at one point someone said it wouldn't make any difference. This was a group that was digging in and having a paper exchange of rules and laws and bylaws was not going to move this group at all.
Okay. And then the final point that's on the top of that page, there are daily emergency operations center meetings to coordinate whole of city response, including daily public briefings led and coordinated by the city so that the police can focus on operations. I don't believe this was ever done. Are you able to confirm that? Did the city have
Okay,
daily
guys, I'll
briefings?
broadcast a little bit live. I'll go for a ride in the car, but I'll still be broadcasting.
Not public
from my car,
briefings, there are a
so
number of
I'll
press
be
conferences that were
disconnecting.
held
I'll
by
go try to
both
see what's
myself
happening on
and Chair Deans and Chief Slowly and City Manager. So we did make ourselves available, if not on a daily basis, when new information arrived. We weren't going to have a press conference for the sake of having a press conference if there's no new information, but there certainly were a series I remember seeing, and I think we talked about in an interview, a series of memos that went out over the course of the event, updating members of council and the
Right.
public.
But this
as well
is
as-
daily public briefings, so I imagine that's for the public.
Yeah, well, I guess the public briefing would have been the press conferences that were carried on the city's social media networks.
And then under advocacy, it says mayor to play advocacy role with other jurisdictions on below asks. So there it talks about the 1,800 officers, which you did advocate for in your letter of February 7th, co-authored by Chair Deans.
Correct.
And it also says on the third bullet point, professional mediation and negotiation capacity. Can you explain what this was about? What were they asking for there?
Well, again, I'm at a bit of a disadvantage because these are not my requests. These are the requests that were sent to Chair Deans and I in an effort to write to the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety, as well as the Premier and the Solicitor General, to seek the 1,800 additional staffing and enforcement. We were pushing the police because one of the challenges we had was up until this letter came, or this memo came from the chief, we did not have an exact number that was being requested of the two other orders of government. So this was something that Chair Deans and I pushed for because we needed that number to go back to our federal and provincial counterparts to say, all right, you asked for a number, here it is, and here's how it's divided. So on the issue of mediation, again, I can only suggest it may have been they wanted to have some capacity to go and try to mediate the safe removal of all of the trucks, but that would be something the chief would have to ask.
Right, so was the chief asking you then to engage a professional mediator for that purpose, to try and de-escalate the situation with the protesters?
Yeah, again, I'm not sure the intent or why it was, I think it's under advocacy, but my understanding was that these were requests for our staff. The one request that was for myself to play was really bullet number 1 to get those 1,800 resources.
And then if I can take you to OTT 20707.
And what date is that?
This is on February 7th. It's the next day after that email from the OPS.
Right.
With the requests. There's an email on February 7th, and it looks like, if we go down, it looks like Councilor Eagley is saying, Sarah, here's a quick and dirty draft. Jean is fine with the mayor seconding the motion. And then there is, this is a draft of a wording for a motion, and there's a lot of whereas, and then it says at the bottom, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor, supported by city council, formally requests that the federal government appoint an independent mediator forthwith to assist in de-escalating the protest, as well as the orderly removal of the protesters and their vehicles from the city of Ottawa. So is this the response to the request from OPS to engage a professional mediator?
I don't believe so. I think it may have been done almost on a parallel basis. It was Councillor Eglai that I believe drafted it, and the Jean is the Jean Cloutier, who was going to move it.
Be right back.
I checked earlier this week because I saw this email. I hadn't seen it before, but it never went to City Council. It was a draft. And I know that at some point in that period, I had also suggested publicly, would there be a role for the federal government to appoint a distinguished Canadian who could go in and mediate and resolve this? The idea was not supported at all by the federal government. I referenced it, I believe, in a CTV interview. But I don't think the two were connected, even though the subject is the same. I think Councillor Cloutier, to his credit, and Councillor Eglai were trying to come up with some reasonable suggestion to try to bring an end to this. Because I think if I can put it in context, every member of council, whether you lived in the downtown core and represented it or not, were feeling overwhelmed and under siege by constituents and by people from across the country harassing members of council. And I think all members of council, to their credit, were trying their very best to come up with sensible ideas that they could present to us, including the chief and the city manager and myself and my office, to see if this would help resolve the situation. So all members of council in good faith were trying to do what they thought was best to end this. In this particular case, I don't believe this motion, I know for a fact it didn't go to council, so it was just a draft. And I suspect it probably didn't go to council because the quick response I received from the federal government was, we're not going to appoint a mediator.
Okay, and do you know why they didn't want to appoint a mediator?
I can only speculate, so I shouldn't speculate. I don't know. You'd have to ask
Okay,
them
well,
that.
did they tell you
Speculating a lot
why?
here, Jimmy
Did
boy.
they say why they were not interested in this?
Again, I have a vague recollection that that I raised it with either Minister Blair or Mendicini, but I can't recall the context of why they were against it.
Okay, and I'm going to take you to OTT 5513. This is now February 7th. And as we saw earlier, Chief Slowly had made a request for 1,800 officers. He also, we haven't looked at the email, but there is an email in which he sets out a chart indicating what kind of personnel he's looking for and how many.
Yes.
And this is a letter then dated February 7th to Premier Ford
February,
and
ones with long
Solicitor
beating
General Sylvia Jones. And this is the
4
letter
foot
in
sticks
which
to beat
you
us with.
request, if we go down, there we go. And there you are asking for those officers.
It's a little farther down.
Oh, further down on the second page, yeah. Yes.
And I
there we go.
believe we did send the chart to these individuals as well that the chief had indicated,
Okay.
or put together.
And we know that Chief Slowly had asked that you advocate for the resources at different levels of government. Did he ask you specifically to write this letter?
Well, that was the implication. He provided us with his request because Councillor Deans and I both agreed that we needed to get something in writing because it was putting us in an awkward situation
In good
where we were
faith.
having these regular meetings with federal or provincial officials, and they said, well, how many resources do you need? And we didn't have an answer. So
An
to
OG
the
on
credit of the
coffee.
chief, he put together a very thorough, it wasn't just police officers, there were obviously other components that he'd asked for, including civilian staff and public order officers, cyber investigative capacity, digital and social media forensics, and financial forensics. So we wanted to put that in writing, and this letter was basically the same as the one we sent to the federal government as well.
Okay, and if we can go up. There we go, in the second paragraph there, you say, what was initially described as a peaceful protest has now turned into a siege of our downtown area.
Okay, you know, he talks a lot about, we were working around the clock to end the siege. We were working around the clock to end this attack on our city, as he calls it, you know, this complete nonsense, because it was a protest. What do you think would have happened if over the last 2 years preceding this event, the politicians reached out to people and gave them a voice, at least made them feel like they were heard, instead of censoring everything everywhere, shutting everyone down, locking themselves down, locking everyone else down? You think by removing that connection between the people and their voice and their elected representatives had anything to do with people driving 3,000 kilometers to Ottawa? I think it did. So what did you do for the 2 years before February 2022 to bring the temperature down in Canada and to give people a voice in their government as the mayor of Ottawa? Nothing.
Even now, he's sowing division. He's sowing division still, as he was then.
And what did he do as businesses were closed and people lost everything? Oh, sorry, folks. Out of my hands. And don't talk about it anywhere. It's going to go away.
February 7th.
Absolutely. You know, I think if you just go back and look at the media coverage, the media themselves were being harassed during this whole period of time. We now know that a number of children had to miss chemo and radiation appointments at CHEO. The residents living on those streets having these horns honked literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, plus the diesel
Wasn't 7
fumes,
days a week.
plus
It ended
roasting
after
a
that.
pig on one street, bonfires, lighting off fireworks, having a dance party. It was showing complete disrespect for the people who lived in the city of Ottawa.
And none of that
I
having
lived
a
there.
dance party, that's not the reason to invoke the Emergency Measures Act.
They
That's not the
shoot
reason to
off
invoke martial
fireworks
law.
all the time in Ottawa,
We needed their help.
like
And
constantly.
they weren't setting, this was not there was no 24/7 constant honking. That's just not true. Even before the injunction, it's just not true.
For the well-being of the citizens of Ottawa.
Seems like a lot of the
My
stuff
job
he's
as mayor was
he's
to
parroting
speak
is
out and
media
say, we have
reports.
to end this, and
If
the
he
only
was in
way we
contact
That's
with
exactly
the
what it
police,
is.
is with a
if he was in
significant
contact with
increase
the
in
police or
number of
actual
police
officials or the
officers.
convoy
Now, when you
protesters
say,
themselves, he would
and
not
to
be making
regain
these statements.
control of our city, you're conveying here that you, the greater you, I suppose, you, OPS, the city, OPS had lost control
This
of
is
the
the
city.
same city too that wanted
it
to
was,
send child
teetering
services
on
in
lost control. We
to
lost
take
control
people's
in the
children
red
away
zone.
and to euthanize dogs possibly. Those are
That was the
municipal.
insinuation of the bylaw tweet. Absolutely, it was.
The police tried to stop them, and then they were swarmed by 100 truckers. And one of the things I think is vitally important to remember in this whole terrible situation was that
Terrible
while there was
situation, people
a high
standing
level
up
of
and taking their
frustration
voice
on the
back
part of
after
the
2
public,
years of being
rightfully so,
silenced
on the part
and
of
run
our
over by their
council and city
government.
staff and
Thank you,
myself,
sir.
At the end of the day, there were no deaths and there were no serious injuries. And so
No deaths, no
Oh,
serious
now
injuries.
you're speaking
and I
the truth,
agree
Jimmy.
with him,
Thank you.
was not going to barge in there without necessary resources to make sure that the one shot they had, the one opportunity they had to actually get in there and clean up Wellington Street and Kent and O'Connor and the Byward Market and the baseball stadium, was to do it with the necessary resources to move in.
How many
quick and
people died,
swiftly,
Jim Watson,
and that's exactly
because of
what we did.
unreasonable
I
health
appreciate the
restrictions,
police doing
because
that.
of cancellations
But
of cancer
you're quite
screenings?
right, in the red
How many
zone,
people died, Jim
it
Watson,
was
because of that?
lawlessness. People were having parties, they were open fires, they were throwing off fireworks that were a fire hazard to heritage buildings in the downtown.
You repeated yourself
core.
about 60 times,
They
Jim
were
Watson.
harassing people in
Say something that
restaurants, tearing
justifies
off their
martial
masks.
law.
These are not sort of made-up stories. These are all documented during the
They're irrelevant.
convoy occupation. And so, yes, we're not swallowing our pride by saying we can
Never
do
been
it all on our
established
own.
as
We
an
needed help,
occupation either.
and we needed the help of the other two orders of
Language
government.
matters.
So if I can take you now to OTT 6057. And this is another letter dated February 7th, and this is now directed to the Prime Minister and to Minister Mendicino. Is that right?
Yes,
And it's essentially the same letter.
that's correct.
And now I understand that discussions with the Prime Minister and with Minister Mendicino were ongoing. The 7th is the same day as there was a first tripartite ministerial meeting. On the 8th, there was as well, and on the 10th. So did you receive a formal response to this letter from the Prime Minister or Minister Mendicino?
I'd have to go back and look in files. Often these letters go out, they're publicly made, and do you necessarily get a response?
Yeah.
What we were looking for is not a nice typewritten response. We wanted action. And we believe that, or I certainly believe, that this letter acted to break the logjam, to put in writing for the first time our specific requests that we needed help.
Now, the Solicitor General did respond to your letter on February 8th. On February 10th. Is that right?
I recall her sending, I think, a 2-page letter to, I believe it was both Councilor Deans and myself.
Okay, if I can take you to ONT 851. And this is the response dated February 10. We can see there's from the Solicitor General of Ontario. And it's to you and to Chair Deans as well. Thank you for your letter, also addressed to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, requesting additional officers. And then she says, public safety is a top priority for this government. The Ministry of the Solicitor General is committed to working with our policing and community partners to provide them with the resources and tools they need to keep Ontario's communities safe and resilient. Then she talks about the right to protest is core to our Canadian identity. Peaceful protests are a cornerstone of a healthy democracy. However, criminal behavior is never tolerated, and hatred or intolerance must be condemned by all.
You have hatred for people who don't agree with you,
She
and it's
says,
visible.
The last paragraph at the bottom, we have been encouraged We have been encouraging all those participating in the Ottawa
This is hard
protests
to
to
watch.
govern their actions in a way to ensure they are peaceful and respectful.
His
to the community
disdain for us
and to
is
those
so
charged with
obvious.
keeping the peace. And then she says, regarding the request for significant additional resources, please note that I have shared your correspondence with OPP Commissioner Thomas Carrick. Commissioner Thomas Carrick and RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucky will continue to liaise with Chief Peter Slowly, Ottawa Police Service, to determine how
my
policing
campus,
partners
but I'll be
can
listening
provide
to
support based on available policing resources and the operational plan proposed by the Ottawa Police Service. What's your reaction to this letter? Did this satisfy what you were looking for in the letter that you sent on February 7th?
No, but I think, as a former minister myself, the provincial government, this is the kind of letter that, is pretty much a template. You thank them, you explain the situation, and you are told that, rightfully so, the minister can't direct the OPP on what to do, but she forwarded it to the commissioner of the OPP. So, we knew at some point we would get through to the province and they would come and help us. And when they did, it was very much appreciated, and the OPP did a remarkable job. But, there's the level of frustration that we had was that it's fine to forward this to the commissioner of the OPP, but by that time, the commissioner would have known what our request is because Chief Slowly was in pretty regular contact with both commissioners.
So did the Solicitor General commit to do anything, either in this letter or in any discussions that you had with her? Any kind of specific action that the Solicitor General was committing to take?
Well, again, when I had a call with her, I can't recall the date, but with the Premier and the Solicitor General were both on the call, and they indicated that they would not be participating in the tripartite group, which was disappointing, but it's their call. But I reiterated with the Premier on I believe the 2 calls that I had, that it was essential that we get police officers here as quickly as possible. And the whole issue, as I talked about earlier, the Solicitor General was under the impression that there were 1,500 officers assigned to Ottawa, which was not the case. I think what may have happened was that the minister or the OPP were giving you a cumulative number, 50 here, and then maybe 40 came back, and then another 60 arrived, so you count 50 plus 60. And the other thing is, I think you have to keep in mind, in this period was the Windsor situation, which was viewed as a higher priority given the $1 billion a day trade blockade that was taking place in Windsor. And so we certainly saw through the news a significant OPP presence in the Windsor area. And I thought at the time, I wish they were here because we think we're just as important as Windsor. But I thought, well, at the very least, they did a very good job in Windsor. And once that's wrapped up, they'll be sending those officers.
And that was
so you
before
expected
the
that the Windsor
invocation of the
issue
Emergencies
and
Act,
that we made
again
the blockade
proving
at
that there
the
could be a
Ambassador Bridge
resolution
would be resolved
without martial law.
before Ottawa
Thank you,
became a
Mr.
priority
Watson, for
because
making my
of the
point
time.
for me.
Yes, and that's in fact.
Duh!
Okay, and if I can take you to ONT 858. Now, this is a letter that was not sent to you. It's the next day after the response from the Solicitor General, the kind of template letter as you described it.
Yes,
And
using
this is now
regular
February 11th, and this is directed to
trade
Commissioner,
numbers. They weren't
Carrick.
regular for 2 years.
And the Solicitor General says, this letter is being sent regarding the protest activity occurring in Windsor. So this is the Windsor situation as you were talking about. The Government of Ontario is proposing that a meeting occur within an agreeable time period between a select group of protest leadership and representatives of the province to allow their issues to be heard. To move forward with our offer to schedule a meeting, all protesters must leave the protest site immediately, denounce all unlawful activity, and encourage a period of quiet. This means no unlawful, unpeaceful, unsafe protest activity can occur between the time of acceptance of this offer until the meeting takes place. Please share this with the protest leadership and note that immediate agreement is required. Any time delay in acceptance will negate this offer. So in this letter, the Solicitor General is offering that the province will meet with a group of protesters in Windsor if they leave the protest site immediately and denounce all activity. Are you aware if the province ever offered to meet with protesters in Ottawa?
I'm not aware of any such request.
And is it fair to say that that option was never discussed either with the Premier or with Solicitor Jones at any of your discussions?
That's correct.
Okay.
And I actually, in fairness, I have not seen this letter. I don't believe it was CC'd to me, so it's the
No,
first I've seen.
that's right. It's not a letter that was sent to you, but the question was whether this type of offer that was being made with respect to the protesters in Windsor, if that ever came to your attention, if that ever happened with respect to the protesters in Ottawa. And what I hear you saying is that no. And
No,
never
that was never an option that was presented to me or anyone in my office.
Okay. If I can take you now to,
He's building a straw man
I'll
here.
take you to the first tripartite meeting that
Trying to.
occurred on February 7th, and it is pb.nsc.can 2335. And if we go down to the bottom of that page, yeah, right there. Okay, so this is, my understanding is that this is a readout of the first of the 3 tripartite ministerial meetings that took place with you, Minister Blair, Minister Mendicino. I believe Mr. Kanalakis attended as well. And at times, Deputy Minister Rob Stewart was in attendance as well.
Yes, it was all done virtually.
Yes. And BB there is Bill Blair. And in the second line, he says, spoke to PM last night, felt it was important to convene table. All of them have already been working well with city officials. And so it looks like there, the Prime Minister felt that it was important to convene this tripartite table with everybody at the table so that issues could be discussed. And if we look at MM is Minister Mendicino, and in the third line, he says, we have confirmed 250 Mounties have been deputized. He says, we have been timely and responsive in putting our response together. Minister Jones will want to have a discussion with what they can contribute. So I understand that he's saying here that they have made 250 RCMP officers available. Is that your reading of that too?
Yes.
Okay. And if we go to the next page, you say, in the first line, you say 150 already pre-assigned. And are you talking about RCMP officers here?
That's correct.
You say not on Wellington Street or Kent. Counted as part of the total.
I know there's a
but
lot
this
of dry
doesn't help
details
our
here.
Foot soldiers
We're going to get
with
to the meat and
OPS.
potatoes of things.
Down to 100 spread over 3 shifts over 8 hours. This isn't a lot. Our request is significant. Biggest crisis facing our city. We are filled with angst. So what are you trying to convey in this section here?
Well, I have to say, Minister Mendicino was very approachable and reasonable to deal with in the many opportunities I had to deal with him. He understood the file, but we had a disagreement in terms of what I'll call it 250, I guess, officers on the ground, as the federal government was saying. They were on the ground in Ottawa, but they were assigned 50 to West Block, which was the new center block, 50 to Rideau Cottage, and 50 to Rideau Hall. So out of the 250, 257, you remove 150 right away because those individuals stationed at West Block, Rideau College, and Rideau Hall were not helping in Centertown or the residential area of Centertown or the Byward Market or Overbrook Forbes. So, it was a bit frustrating because, when you read through this, once you get down to 100 spread over 3 shifts of 8 hours a day, it's not a lot of officers. And so while we appreciated every time we saw a Mountie or we saw an OPP officer, we needed the large number of 1,800 to get this situation under control and kick these yahoos out of our city who are disrupting the quality of life.
I'm not a Yahoo. What about the quality of life
you know, at
of
the end of the
people over the
day,
last 2.5 years, 3 years almost, of bureaucratic orders that didn't make sense, that didn't make a difference, that hurt and destroyed thousands of Canadian jobs, that cost our economy everything, that destroyed our supply lines, that destroyed people's mental health, that destroyed their personal health as they couldn't get their routine health care, that let people die alone and separated. What about all of those grievances? You Yahoo! Don't call me a Yahoo! Don't call me a Yahoo! Come in here and call me a Yahoo! Let's have a sit down. Let's have a face-to-face talk, and you can tell me your grievances, and I'll tell you my grievances.
He'll never talk.
Province
How
is
about
very
that?
reluctant
How about
to be
that,
a
Jim
part of
Watson?
what is going
I'm
on.
willing to talk to you. I'll talk to
Premier,
anyone,
line
and I'll
was,
talk to you.
anything you need, I will be there
And you
for
know what? I won't only talk to you, Jim Watson. I'll give you the respect you never gave me as a citizen of Ottawa. The respect you never gave anyone who didn't disagree with you. You're insufferable.
Disappointment that the province didn't want to take part in the tripartite, and when I had that conversation with Minister Jones and the Premier on that phone call, I think it was a phone call or a Zoom, I can't recall, to be honest. The Premier was adamant that he did not feel it would be useful to have 3 levels of politicians sitting around a
I
table.
got a good video I'll send you.
And did he say why he didn't think that was going to be, that wasn't necessary or helpful?
Well, you know, I think he felt it would be a waste of time. You know, when he said that, I was quite frustrated with him. He said, look at what's it going to accomplish? A bunch of people sitting around a table talking and making decisions. And I said, well, that sounds like a cabinet meeting. And he didn't like that. But at the end of the day, it was his call. If he wasn't going to go to force his minister to go to the meeting or not go to the meeting, he just said they're not going to be part of it. So as I said, now in fairness to the Premier, when he did engage, it worked. We had the police officers from the OPP, we had the RCMP, and we were all on the same book. But this thing should have been resolved in week 1, not week 3.
And when did you see engagement from the province? When did you start seeing that?
I'd have to look through my notes, but it was, you know, I think probably sometime by the end of the second week of the protests, sometime in that period.
So we know that the province declared a state of emergency on February 11th. Would you say that they were engaged before that time, or that's the point of time when they became engaged?
Well, you know, notwithstanding the fact they didn't want to participate in the tripartite, they were obviously available to us. And, you know, as I mentioned, you know, at the local level, federally, I had very good liaison and connection with Minister Yasser Naqvi, the MP for Ottawa Centre, and Mona Fortier, the President of the Treasury Board, as well. I think she was in a different portfolio at that point, and Minister MacLeod. So we were having ongoing discussions at the political level, and all 3 of those and other elected officials were acting as a very good conduit for our requests back to their political establishments. And I can't give you the exact time when the province was more engaged, but they were always engaged. They just weren't at the tripartite table. And I think certainly after Windsor, they recognized the next big problem is Ottawa, and they better, you know, get there as soon as possible, because this thing was close to swirling out of control. And what we were seeing was every weekend, people were treating this like it was some sort of a rave or a party or something.
So it's a party, and it was close to swirling out of control. How does that justify Canadian martial law, Mr. Mayor? Close to swirling out of control does not equal swirling out of control. A rave does not equal a martial law situation. You're wrong about what you're saying, but you're not justifying your actions or the actions of your friend, Prime Minister Trudeau.
You know, the public were saying, well, why don't you tell the police to do this? And as we all know, or most people know, in our society, a politician cannot, by law, direct a police service on operational matters. So we have to work at the political level to do whatever we can to get some resolution to a situation that was extremely hurtful to thousands of people.
So if I can take you that now to another document, SSMNSC.CAN 2052. And I believe this is a readout of the second tripartite meeting. And it looks like the participants on the first page are Minister Mendicino, Minister Blair, you, if we go down, A little bit, yeah. And it looks like Chief Slowly was in attendance. Do you recall him attending one of the tripartite meetings?
Yes.
Okay. So then on the first page, you say, why no Solgen in attendance? I suppose that's Minister Jones.
Sorry, where,
Solicitor General.
okay, I see that, yeah.
Yep, and then Minister Mendocino says no word back. So at this point, you had expected that Ontario would have been at this table, is that right?
Yes, I don't know the sequence of dates as to whether, because I did have that conversation with the Premier, where he rejected the idea. But I know that the federal ministers were also trying to get the Solicitor General to engage on the tripartite table, which she declined.
Well, this may assist because then you say, I'm speaking to Premier tomorrow.
Okay.
So you probably spoke to him then on February 9th.
Well, I had at least 2 calls with the Premier, so you're probably correct in the sequence of events.
Okay, and then you say, we'll ask that his minister be at the table. And if we go to where it says Blair, on Ontario involvement, I know Marco's been having good conversations with Ontario. They are worried about being visible and then being asked about what the province is doing. Do you know what was the discussion around that point? They are worried about being visible. Can you expand on what the discussion was there?
I really don't recollect what the reference to visible or invisible was.
Okay, so do you know what Ontario's concern is? It says they are concerned about being visible and being asked about what the province is doing. You can't shed any light.
I can only speculate.
Okay.
So I don't really know what
Sure.
was going through their mind at that point. They certainly knew that they were more than welcome to the table, and they had our letter from Councilor Deans and I with the specific request and the breakdown
So,
of officers needed.
just seeing
And then
here,
the chief gives a
report from
breakdown
inside that there is zero
of what's
mainstream
been
media
going
attendance.
on, the breakdown of the resources, what they've been doing. And then on page 3,
Interesting. So, John,
so it says on page 3.
Yeah, go ahead. What's up, Daisy?
it just
At the very top.
just seems to me like I mean, it's the same thing. Like he's building a straw man. It's a straw man argument, right? For anyone here, I actually pulled up. I got the definition here, just so everyone knows what that is. Okay, unintentionally misrepresented proposition that is set up because it's easier to defeat than an opponent's real argument. And that's what he's doing.
There is some negotiations ongoing leading to movement, and that's.
And our argument this whole time has been simple. We want to be heard. So what do you do when we cry out to be heard? When we say you're destroying our businesses that was passed down to us from generation to generation, farms desecrated, small town shops closed forever, lost after 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years in business because of your policies, because of your fear-mongering? And we want our voice heard because you're our elected representative. And what do? You call us yahoos. You're showing exactly why people showed up with trucks in Ottawa, because of the contempt the people who represent them have for them, and because of the absolute disconnect in their representation over the last 2 years.
We tried asking, we tried talking, we tried
We
writing.
wrote letters, we phoned,
Everything.
we did everything and anything. You
Then we-
laughed.
then
and
we
used it as
hopped.
toilet paper.
Then we
Then
hopped.
we showed up in Ottawa. We had no choice. We had to retain our voice. We had to regain a voice in our society. This is our society too. We have a right to be represented, to be heard,
Right, and then.
and to have you stop destroying everything. You were destroying everything.
Hospital route, et cetera, high risk to public safety. When we have resources reliability, we will be able to move. So here he's indicating that that area is blocking a hospital route and therefore a priority for clearing it out. Is that your understanding as well?
Well, and also it's a major transit hub for both STO and OC Transpo as well,
Right.
and a lot of small businesses in that area.
And then further down slowly says, for every action we do, there is a counter reaction that can exceed our resources. We saw that in Coventry. Our public request for more than 1,800 more people resulted in the activity in Windsor, plus a national call for protesters to drive to Ottawa so they can outnumber even increased police presence. So do you recall what Slowly was saying here about the public request for 1,800 officers? Did he see that as a concern that that request was publicly made?
Well, I think what we were trying to do was to keep that number confidential because we didn't want to show our hand and the police's hand as to how many resources were coming in. But I don't know when the 1,800 came out. It may have come out at a Police Services Board or a question from a member of council. You know, you couldn't keep it suppressed forever. But,
Motorcycle gangs.
you know, I certainly was not concerned with protesters coming all the way from Windsor. What my preoccupation was to get the police officers that had quelled the situation in Windsor to get to Ottawa as quickly as possible. And I think his point is it was a bit of a game of whack-a-mole. When they'd sort of resolve one situation, another thing would flare up. A good example of that was the shack that was being built near the canal and the NAC in Confederation Park, this permanent structure where it was a food distribution point and it was very, very unsafe. There was propane, open fires, gasoline, all stored in this area, and our fire chief and fire service said this is a tinderbox that could explode.
Has anyone ever been camping?
You know, we had,
There are
request from the
propane
NCC
tanks on
because it was their
all
property
camping
to move
trailers
in.
and fires
They
burning right
eventually did
beside
move
them
in,
and diesel in
tore all
trucks.
that down, but then people started to come back again.
No,
So
the
it
people,
was one of these
the
great
Jim Watson
frustrations
has
that
never been
people had.
camping. That's a silly
good
question.
You got one thing
Perhaps
resolved,
glamping.
then you moved on. He just didn't have the resources to keep enough police services there to ensure that a flare-up wouldn't happen again. So it all boiled down to we needed more boots on the ground.
And so then Bill Blair says, have you looked at traffic laws, et cetera? So he seems to be suggesting to use existing laws to deal with this.
Well, you know, the police have the responsibility for the Highway Traffic Act, you're correct, and, you know, police can issue tickets for bylaws, parking and so on, but we had, you know, I think. the
No
figures
evidence.
are in the documentation. There were thousands of tickets that were issued, hundreds of people that were charged and arrested. But we couldn't, for instance, send unarmed bylaw officers into a very volatile situation to hand out parking tickets. If police were being swarmed, you know, certainly you can expect even worse treatment of individuals who are not given the proper training to deal with a confrontation of that nature. I would not want to send a friend or foe into that red zone or into the area where the Quebec
And
bike group
at the
was.
bottom, oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, I just would.
They're
you know, I
really
wouldn't in good
focusing.
conscience
Okay, we
wanna
need to
force
interject
bylaw
here.
officers.
We need to interject here. This is a pattern. Note this. They are really, really focusing on the Quebec biker group. This was mentioned repeatedly yesterday. This is you can notice they are establishing a narrative. I'm going to bet right now that the federal government's going to come out with their justification. It's going to be really related to Lafarge or whatever they're called at Sussex, Rideau. There, they have mentioned this multiple times. This is what they're focusing in on. This is their attention. They're going to use the Lafarge or the Quebec bikers, as they call them, at Rideau and Sussex as the justification. They mentioned multiple people. They all mentioned it yesterday. I think Steve Kay mentioned it. I think Mr. Arpin mentioned it, and now Watson mentioned it. There's definitely a narrative going up here. That's going to be what they use. So let's see what the federal government comes out with.
And then you say, it's hard for me to blast the province when I don't have a commitment from the feds. So explain that comment there.
Well, you know, there was a level, we were a bit like the meat and the sandwich. We were trying to get both orders of government to provide their national and provincial police services to the city of Ottawa in the numbers that the chief and his command team required to get this issue resolved. And we knew, you know, if you go back and look at the sequence of events from week 1 to week 2 to week 3, we started to see a lot more action in week 2 than we did in week 1. And what was important, I think, from my perspective, was, you know, we all had a skin in the game in the sense that we had a police force, the OPP is the provincial police force, and the Mounties are the federal police force. And we needed all to be working and you know, following the same script, because the last thing we needed was a bunch of distractions where, you know, they don't agree and they're fighting and squabbling. You know, at the end of the whole process, when the police finally did move in and they had the 1,800, I believe it went up to 1,900, it was, in my opinion, and I'm not a policing expert, but a very good case study on how to resolve a situation relatively quickly. They moved in, I believe, on the Friday. They had the notices attached to all the vehicles on the Thursday, and most of the work was done on Saturday, and then the last of it cleaned up on Sunday. And so my point was, I can't go and start criticizing the province if you still haven't given me a commitment for the number of officers we needed from the RCMP. Now, to get back to my point on sequence, I understand, I think a lot of public were saying, well, why weren't there more police here more quickly? We had police from Vancouver, Calgary, all over the country, municipal forces. The Mounties had to ship people in from all parts of the country, and that takes time. There's logistics to that. That's why I wished that it had started 2 weeks ago at the end of week 1 instead of the end of week 2. But at the end of this process, there was a logistical challenge to get that number of officers, most of whom had to fly or drive to get to Ottawa. We had to put them up. This was an expensive undertaking. We had to make sure they had proper food. They had to be sworn in, those Mounties that were coming in, because
proper
They
food.
filled
You
up-
mean like the 5-star dining at the Chateau Laurier, that the disgraced national ride element of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police enjoyed in
These
their
guys
hero
filled up-
photos.
These guys filled up every fancy hotel that was empty otherwise downtown, and so did between the convoy and the police. The hotels were full. Every building on Sparks was full up with coppers, man. They came out in columns all day long.
Show of leadership.
Coppers.
And a very good show of the
Yeah, see here,
professionalism
coppers.
of the
Yeah.
police officers.
Yeah.
And I repeat this because I think this gets lost. We'd be having a much different commission and discussion if someone had been shot and killed or seriously injured.
Yeah, but but you see, Jim Watson, that's not what happened. It's not what happened at all. You can't talk in hypotheticals to justify something that was done. The government invoked Canada's martial law. What's the justification? Where was the dire threat to Canada's sovereignty, to Canada's continuation of government? Please, demonstrate it. It's not a dance. A dance party, a hot tub, and honking horns are not a fundamental threat to Canada's sovereignty or continuity of government.
I know the public wanted us to move faster, and I empathize with what they were going through.
Millions of people wanted us to move
Process,
faster
we have
and
to
were
remember
supporting
that
us
there was not
and sent us $20 million
these things are
in a week.
tinderboxes. You see them in other jurisdictions where it flares up, and you see the tragedy of unprofessionalism taking hold.
But as you mentioned, the municipality is a creature of provincial statute. And here you're saying you want a commitment from the federal government, but you haven't secured a commitment from the provinces. And isn't that the proper sequence as a municipality to go to the provinces, and then the provinces can then subsequently push that request up to the federal government? Why was that sequence not being followed here?
In fairness, I think it's a 6 of one, half dozen of the other in many respects. Whether we get the province to agree first or the federal government, we're a little different as a city because we're the nation's capital. We have a large RCMP presence as a result of headquarters being here, the VIP protection detail, protecting federal buildings and so on. So even though we're dependent on the province, we're equally dependent on the federal government as our largest employer and the group that pays the most in payments in lieu of taxes. So the reality is they were...
The federal government doesn't
equal
pay
partners
taxes. It
during this
uses
crisis.
people's taxes to pay for things. My goodness.
Yeah, really.
That just shows you how they fundamentally misunderstand how public money works, and they have just what little disregard they have for it.
Which eventually they did, but it took some time, more time.
Federal government doesn't pay for
Right,
anything.
and did
People
anybody
do.
within the federal government, either Minister Blair, Minister Mendicino, the Prime Minister, indicate to you that by not going first to the provinces to secure that kind of commitment, that there was a delay in procuring those resources as a result of not following what you call the niceties of this
I don't
process?
believe that was the case. Certainly, the federal ministers asked me to, communicate with the Premier, and I had a pretty good rapport with the Premier, and, as many people know, he's very accessible on his phone and takes calls quite quickly. And I think he was sincere when he said, anything you need, but we needed to translate that into actual action.
Right.
And so, I was asked by Minister Mendicini to raise the issue of OPP officers, and that's
I'm
when I
sorry,
said,
Minister
well, I
Mendicini?
can't go and keep pointing a finger at the province when you haven't delivered your end of the bargain. They eventually did, and we're grateful for that because that ended the blockade.
Okay, but you didn't understand from anybody in the federal government that you were following, that they thought you were following the wrong process by going directly to them?
No, it was never once raised that, well, don't talk to us, you're a creature of the province.
Okay,
That never
fair
happened.
enough. If I can take you to SSM CAN NSC 2837. And this is a readout of the call with the Prime Minister on February 8. And so you recall you had a discussion with the Prime Minister on this day?
Yeah, I'm just looking for my notes. It's
Yeah.
February
If we can zoom
8th.
into that. Yeah, February 8. Yeah, thank you.
Just trying.
And we'll go down to the kind of the meat of it. Yes, a little bit down more. There we go.
Sorry, I'm not seeing it on the 8th on my chronology, but if you have it, I'll believe you.
Yes, it should be on the screen there. February 8,
Yeah.
a call, readout of the call with the Prime Minister. And if we go to the second page, yeah, you say, the Prime Minister asks how you're doing. You say a challenge for everyone, still a pretty unstable situation, nasty people out there that just don't represent Canada. Reminds me of the Republican Party down south. Can't reason with them, so vulgar and hateful, attacking people, ripping masks off, honking their horns. It's not over yet, and I appreciate.
You might slow down a bit for the interpreters. I'm just worried.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm
You
just
see all
aware
the
of the time,
accusations
but
they
yes,
make,
you're right.
sweeping
Let's
accusations
slow
in
down
one
for
breath, right?
interpreters.
No evidence for any of them.
It's not over yet, and I appreciate that I had a really good conversation with
Who was
Marco and
assaulted
Bill.
and had their mask
We have
ripped
a
off?
table with
Who?
the PT this afternoon at 4:30.
Why were charges not laid?
Is that just the tripartite?
Where are the
Or
police
what's the
reports?
PT, do you know?
Where's the evidence?
I'm assuming it's with the province. Usually you think of PT as provincial territorial, but
Okay. And hopefully more resources from you on RCMP. But then you say Ford is just staying away from this, but I want to bring him
Could
into the
object to
tent.
this.
So when you say Ford is staying away from this, what is the this? Is it,
well, it's the tripartite table that he didn't think was
Tripartite.
helpful.
okay. And then the Prime Minister says, have they, province, indicated that they will be there at 4:30? You say, it's been set up by Bill's office. Sylvia Jones is the name on it. She has been disingenuous, saying there are 1,400 OPP, but that's not true. I spoke to Ford yesterday, and he said, anything you want, so I'm going to hold his words to it. So this was the issue that you had raised about the 1,400 OPP officers, correct?
Yeah, I think it was 1,500, but close to 1,400, correct?
Okay, so for either 14 or
And,
1,500.
and on the Sylvia Jones, her name was on it, but she did not participate.
So she was on the invite, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you ask about resources, and the Prime Minister says, one of the challenges is
Yeah,
that
the
it
things he's
goes
saying in
steps.
there in his
first
call
step
or
is
whatever
to
this
go
is,
to
a
the
transcript,
OPP,
is an
then
absolute joke.
RCMP.
Saying that
It's
the people on the
difficult for us to
streets
say what
don't
we need
represent
to do
Canada.
directly until we have
They're
a
the
better
Republican
idea of
Party
what
in the
the
United
province
States.
is
This
doing.
is media
That's
talking
why
points. This is
table is
garbage.
so important.
Pure garbage.
So can you explain what the Prime Minister
What a
told you
garbage
here?
take.
Well, I think he was alluding to the fact that it would have been helpful to have the province, it's like a three leg stool. If you only have two legs on it, it's not that sturdy. You need all three. You need the provincial, municipal, and federal orders of government, number one. And I just think, during a crisis, from a leadership point of view, the more information you have, the better to share with your partners. We're not in opposition to one another, but we need all three to be singing from the same hymn book, as they say. So my interpretation of that on that call with the Prime Minister was that he felt that we needed to continue to put pressure on the OPP and the province, not the OPP, but the province, to get the OPP to come in good numbers, just as they did in Windsor. I think Windsor was wrapped up relatively quickly, and then there was the situation in a small town in Alberta where there was a fairly large RCMP presence. We needed both of those police services on board in order to move in. The police from Ottawa could not do it on their own, and having 50 OPP and another 50 or 100 RCMP was not going to cut it. We needed the 1,800 total.
And so when he says this goes in steps, the first step is to go to the OPP, then RCMP. Did you understand him to be saying that the proper order of operations was not being followed?
No, I wouldn't interpret it that. I think normally, in the normal course of events, you know, for instance, the declaration of a state of emergency or requesting the military, there is that process where you have the municipality ask the provincial government, who asks the Minister of National Defence. We did that, for instance, during the flooding, I believe, in 2017 and 2019, where the military were very helpful to come in and help. But from my perspective, this was completely different. This was not a regular, situation. This was a very unique situation. And again, I challenge anyone to come up with any time in our recent history in the last 2 generations where this kind of an occupation took place for a prolonged period of time. So I think he was referencing probably the normal course of events is that we would normally go through the OPP and up the chain of command. But we had requests in based on the letters Councillor Deans and I sent to both orders of government, and it was very clear that we needed both of them to respond as quickly as possible with action and not words.
So Minister Mendicino and Deputy Minister Stewart, as we saw yesterday, they were both very active in reaching out and offering their assistance and asking what the city needed. On the provincial side, what was Di Tommaso or Laurie LeBlanc or Sylvia Jones, were they also reaching out proactively to see how they could help?
We knew what help we wanted, and they knew what help we needed because we sent the letter, so they were fully aware of our request and the specific demand.
So you weren't hearing them proactively like you were from the others?
No. Again, I think, I only had, I believe, 2 or 3 calls with the Premier, and I think only one of those was with Minister Jones. So I don't recall. In fairness, I don't know why they would be asking us what we need when, in fact, we told them what we needed in that letter to the Premier and to the Minister.
Right. And then the Prime Minister says, but on the Ottawa policing side, you have seen, as I have.
Sorry, where's that? Which
So
paragraph?
we're now further, the last paragraph at the bottom. There, now it's in the middle. It's the Prime Minister. It's in the middle of the page, but on the policing side. It's on the second paragraph of the Prime Minister.
Okay, I see that.
But on the
I
Ottawa
don't know if you
policing
hear
side,
me, but I
you
was
have
in Ottawa.
seen,
There
as I
was
have, some
nobody
concerns on how
down at
things were
the
handled from the
commission.
beginning.
I
We
just
can hear
passed
you,
by,
Matt.
Your
everybody was
relationship with the
outside.
police chief and how
So
you
I'll go
guys
back
working
home.
together.
Okay.
There are moments when you are saying one thing and he is saying another. Is there anywhere we can help around that? Now, the Prime Minister here seems concerned that you and Chief Slowly were delivering different messages. Do you have a sense for what that concern was?
I don't, and I don't believe I asked for clarification. I had full confidence in Chief Slowly. He was a relatively new chief, as you know, to the City of Ottawa, but he had extensive experience as a deputy chief in Toronto, and in particular with some large events. I think it was either the G7 or G20 meetings that took place in Toronto. So I can't recall where Chief Slowly and I were not on the same page. Most of the press conferences dealt with police matters, so he was the lead in it. And I would be scrummed, for instance, after a council meeting or when we had a Zoom call of any nature. But I don't recall any rift that we had. I think one of the things was, I was probably very impatient at how slow the process was going to get the police officers and how slow it took to get the actual breakdown as to what the chief needed. So I may have said, in public, that I wanted to see this letter go off to the 2 orders of government much more quickly, and he may have had a different opinion because, he sent it when he sent it.
So the Prime Minister says he had some concerns with how things were handled from the beginning, and he said, you have seen, as I have, some concerns. What were those concerns?
Well, the concerns were what happened to our intelligence system, both at the 3 orders of government, that we did not have a better sense that these individuals were going to come and stay a long period of time. Why were so many vehicles allowed to enter what I consider the most significant historic street in the country, because it's the street that houses our Parliament buildings, and why the roads were not blocked off when we started to see an increase in the number of trucks coming down the street and parking on King Edward. And I think almost every Canadian has that same question. Why were these allowed to happen? And it's easy to be, talking about hindsight and looking in the rearview mirror. I think this thing came about and it just kept growing and growing, and we collectively, all three orders of government and the police, did not respond quick enough. And we allowed that major street and bled into the residential streets to be taken over by a group of people that had no respect for the law and no respect for the people of our city.
So when you say all three levels of government kind of erred in this way in letting them in, what could the city have done to prevent that situation?
Well, again, I'm not an expert on policing matters, but the first thing should have been was to, once we saw a number of vehicles arriving on Wellington Street, get in there with a Jersey barrier and shut off Wellington Street. Now, that would have pushed them on to other roads, but my understanding from the discussions that I saw taking place in the media was that the prize pig was Wellington Street.
There you go. So all of his guys, he just let it slip there that all of the information really that he was using for his decision making and statements was coming from the media. He just said that. As I learned from discussions in the media,
this was very much, I think their intention was to go in and have them with these vulgar flags and swastikas and Confederate flags and so on swirling all over the place.
The CSIS has dispelled that narrative, said that that people were being critical of the government, and there weren't as many of those as you think there were. I didn't ever see one. The one at the Chateau Laurier, 100% plant. These people talk about that as a disqualifier. There was a time not long ago where you could buy any flag in the world during the Canadian National Exhibition, the Canadian exhibition at the Lansdowne. You used to go into the the cattle castle, and they had every flag in the world for sale just 15 years ago. And I'm going to tell you this right now, Jim Watson, I don't understand you, man. I don't understand you at all. You don't invalidate us. You're trying to, but you're just making yourself look foolish.
Conversations with other mayors who said, you know what, we learned lessons from you. Toronto, I think, handled the situation, and the mayor told me, Mayor Tory, that, we were the guinea pig of these protests, and it allowed them to get their act together at the start of the issue because they saw what the pattern of activity the truckers were doing here in Ottawa. And as a result, they were able to secure tow trucks quickly, and they were able to close off access points to Queen's Park, and the same thing happened in Quebec City. So, these mayors, learned lessons from us, and if it had happened in another jurisdiction, I think we would have acted differently and quickly to secure Wellington Street.
Good morning, Spacey. Welcome.
And then you say,
Welcome.
in response to the
Mike
Prime
Doble,
Minister's
isn't that-
suggestion that maybe there is some concerns about how things are being handled and your relationship with the chief, you say one thing was when he said, and he is the chief, right?
Correct.
It's not a police solution, but it is a police solution. I think he is just a bit frustrated. Everything is coming down on him, but that doesn't make sense. This is a police matter. I have been trying my very best to back him up every day. As you know, PM, now is not the time to change courses. We have to do our best to support him. And so when you say now is not the time to change courses, are you speaking about, what are you speaking about?
Well, it's not the time to change the leadership of the police service, namely the chief. But if you go back, I just wanted to, that was one of the frustrations I did have with Chief Slowly when he said this is not going to be a police solution. And I think a lot of people were sort of scratching their head, and I said, well, if it's not a police solution, how are you going to solve it? These individuals, by and large, you could not argue rationally or sensibly with. They were emotionally charged, angry people from all parts of the country. And
Mr. Watson, did you ever stop to ask yourself why people were angry? What drove people 3,000 kilometers? Maybe it's because the government had ignored them for over 2 years as their lives were destroyed by government policies?
He was doing the very best he could to manage a lot of different groups. His officers, 2 other orders of government, the Police Services Board, City Council, residents. It was a very stressful time for everyone, I'm sure himself included. But you know, I don't know at that point if there was some discussion about whether to remove the chief or not. I certainly don't recall it later on, yes, because obviously he did in fact leave the police service. I can't recall how many, I think it was on the
He left on the 15th.
15th, correct.
So on that point, did you ever have any discussions with anybody, either within the provincial government or the federal government, about Chief Slowly's leadership and whether or not there should be a change in course?
Yeah, not with the, to the best of my knowledge, not with the federal government, although I do recall some comments that Minister Blair made because he knew Chief Slowly, because Minister Blair used to be the chief of the Toronto Police, but I can't recall the context or what was said about that. I know, for instance, during the call I had with Minister Jones and the Premier, they expressed some concern about the chief's plan or lack of plan to get this issue resolved. And, you know, again, I suspect Premier Ford knew Chief Slowly from his days as a Toronto City Councillor, but it didn't go farther than, I think there was, Minister Jones made some reference to the fact that she was hearing that things were not operating at the operations center as well as they should be, and there was some conflict and division of opinion.
Now, at the bottom, the Prime Minister says, listen, yes, you can say the federal government will be there with more resources, but again, the thing that frustrates me, and everyone is conflated, and then there's some inaudible part, and then he says, but Doug Ford has been hiding from his responsibility on it for political reasons, as you highlighted, and important that we don't let them get away from that, and we intend to support you on that. So what was your understanding of the political reasons of why Premier Ford, according to the Prime Minister, was hiding from his responsibility?
Well, I can't speculate on what the Prime Minister said, but I think I shared his frustration that they wouldn't participate in the tripartite.
Speculate.
We couldn't get a clear answer as to whether
You've been speculating all morning, Jim.
We need it. You know, the Premier did not come to Ottawa during the occupation. I think there was a sense by some in the community, why is the Premier not here? But in fairness, you know, sometimes when you bring a leader into a situation, it causes more disruption because you need extra police and so on. But, you know, we had an open line of communication with the Premier, but I felt that I think he was more comfortable not getting into the mix of this until they were able to come up with the number of officers that he could announce were supporting our officers.
But the Prime Minister here is saying that you're saying that it's for political reasons.
Well, I look at, we're all politicians, the 3 of us, and my sense is that he didn't necessarily want to wear
common ground, Stacey.
because he felt that
Gotta
it was
start
very
somewhere.
much, the responsibility of the Ottawa Police Service, and I fundamentally disagreed with him. I said, of course, they're the lead police service. They have that legal jurisdiction, but we need the help of the other 2 orders of government with police officers.
And then you say, if they keep dragging their feet, I'm happy to call them out on it. It'd be nice if we have something firmed up with the federal government to shame them. Ford didn't even make an effort to come and see what's going on. So it's clear you're sharing here the Prime Minister's frustration about the province's lack of attendance at these meetings and general lack of involvement in the solution finding.
Yeah, well, I'm sharing my frustration because I was, you know, on the front line trying to explain to the public why it was taking so long to get so many resources into Ottawa. When
He was on the front line of what? He certainly was never on the front line of the convoy. He never showed his face.
It was shut down pretty quickly, but ours was lingering on, and there was, you know, while we'd see, you know, we'd have sort of a bit of an up and down where, you know, one day we'd get a count saying 5 or 6 of the rigs moved out, which was good. And then the next day we'd have, you know, 7 or 8 are coming back in. So it was very, very fluid and very frustrating. And I think, you know, I was expressing my frustration, as was the Prime
I will
Minister.
henceforth be only referring to Mayor Jim
on two
Watson
fronts.
as
One, we need
Jimmy
to put
Boy.
pressure on the OPP or the province to get the OPP here. But secondly, the federal government had to step up and do its duty, particularly being the nation's capital. We needed the RCMP. And, you know, as I said, I went through this period where you're spending an hour arguing that we don't have 250 officers. You've already assigned 150 to those three. And I'm not disputing you wanted to protect the Prime Minister and the Governor General and Parliament. But don't keep repeating the fact that there's, you know, 250 officers out on the street in Ottawa, because that was not the case, and no one. And I think, look at the end of the process, you know, was there a little bit of sort of, you know, if we push him on this front politically, he might act. It worked because we got the police officers that we needed. You know, you don't necessarily want to go and constantly prod and attack and so on, but most of this was done behind the scenes so that we were not going to show that, at least at the political level, there was this fractious debate. We could have a postmortem and deal with that after, but the immediate urgency was to give some peace of mind and comfort to those people who were living through hell in Centertown and the market and Overbrook Forest by the.
So would it have been helpful to have the province in attendance at these meetings for everybody to be on the same page and for everybody to know what the numbers were and what was going on?
Absolutely. I think that would have sped up the process, because, you know, it's almost like that game of telephone. By the time you get the translation to the last person, it's a lot different than the first person. I think everyone in the same room, that was the whole, and I give credit to, I think it was Minister Blair that was the one that suggested the tripartite political group meet. And unfortunately, we weren't able to convince the province, but, you know, we can't force them to do what they don't want to do. But, you know, the end result, albeit a week or two late, we did see unity on the front lines with OPP, Municipal Police Services, and Ottawa Police and RCMP. And as I said, they did what I consider a textbook case of cleaning up a really, really terrible situation.
And so if the province had participated in these meetings and been more engaged, do you think there would have been less of a delay in receiving resources? The process would have gone faster?
I can only speculate because it's a theoretical question, but I truly believe it would have. If we're all at the same table, speaking to one another, we can have our arguments back and forth. But, you know, in fairness, you know, at the other levels, there seemed to be some positive relationship, but there were obviously disputes with respect to what was the final plan that was going to be signed off on. And then, of course, as you know, Chief Slowly left the service, so that created an element of instability, but it didn't last long, because just a few days later, the police, with their plan, took hold and cleaned up the city.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner, this may be an appropriate time for a morning break, if you wish.
Okay, so we'll take 15 minutes, be back at 25:02 or 24:02. And thank you.
Thank you.
We'll take the time and
So,
washroom break.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
Well, good times, good times.
Let's watch some. Let's go back in time. Let's watch some videos.
All
Let's see
right,
what
let's
this was
start.
actually like.
So we started today's testimony with, early on, Jimmy Boy, Mayor Jim Watson, Jimmy Boy, as we're going to call him from now on, was talking about Terry Fox statue, desecration of the memorial, some things like that. So I got a really short video here with former Royal Canadian engineer Alex Cabana. Here we go. Warming up here by the fire.
Nice.
So you found everything okay so far down here?
Yeah, everything's great. I was born and raised in Ottawa. I live about 2 hours from here now, but I come down every day, and this is my city. And
You've been down to the memorial? And
I've been down to the memorial.
How'd you find it there?
No, clean,
Perfect.
pristine, good to go. I even put out a YouTube video of me.
Yeah, good.
Putting out my.
That was kind of the reason I came down here the other day too, and to the Terry Fox thing there.
Right.
I mean, some of the conversations I've had down there are the best things I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bringing me to tears almost.
Yeah, it's been nothing but peace and love and support, and it's amazing, man. And,
Perfect.
You know, anger is not sustainable.
Yeah.
But love is.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your service.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
There we go. What a great quote from Alex. Anger is not sustainable, but love is. And he's 100% right. Here also, well, we're paused here. I got another video too from the National War Memorial again. This is after the first day of police action, the last night that the veterans held the memorial. This is former Warrant Officer Daryl Smith that I'll be talking to.
Driving down here at the National War Memorial. Guys are out shoveling, it looks like. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Guys out working hard. That's beautiful to see. That's beautiful to see, guys. Thanks so much. Yeah, thank you. I was here yesterday for the prayer and whatnot in the morning there. Do you mind the camera? No, right on. And I met the sergeant that was watching boats there, the older guy, airborne guy. Yeah. He's quite the man. Yeah. We ran into each other like 3 or 4 times. Like we're old friends now. So it's just pretty cool to come down and see all this stuff. Amazing. This is about day 21 for me. So nice. It's nice. Yeah, it's nice to see everybody out. This is kind of a crazy night. The snows of freedom are flying, I guess. It is, yeah. It's nice to see that. I like to come and see the other side of it a little bit and show everybody what's going on, you know. Right on. Well, won't keep you, but you guys need a hand with shoveling, I can do that. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, right on. Thank you for your service. God bless you. Thanks. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
That's amazing to see.
Yeah, so that was after the first day. I spent that first day of the police action pretty much the whole day on the memorial, filming. My orders were to make sure I got stuff on film. There was concern that the police would advance far enough and get to the memorial that day. So I was on there filming, and former Warrant Officer Smith there just said, get whatever happens on film and then get the hell out of here and make sure you don't get arrested, get the video out. And I mean, luckily they didn't get the memorial that day, but the very next morning at early on 7, 8 a.m., 200 to 300 officers surrounded it. 100 officers went in, and veterans were put down on their knees and they were dragged off the memorial. So
yeah, the way they got them on their knees was extremely upsetting. It was like they were making them submit. They had their hands behind it.
Yes.
They were on the grounds of the National War Memorial, all decorated with their field decorations and everything else, their citations. And they made them get on their knees in a row and put their hands behind their back like this, right in front of the tomb of the unknown soldier, as if they were surrendering. They were surrendering their duty to Canada and surrendering Canada itself. It was a very symbolic moment. And I think it was a deliberate moment for the imagery of that.
Oh, 100%.
Our warriors surrendering at the tomb of their brother.
I'll take a look for some video.
A great shame in our history.
I definitely have some pictures and a couple of little videos I put together of that. I know Canuck Norris, Tom Murphy, who was marching on Canada March's team there for at least since Ontario, maybe before that, for a long time. He was one of the ones there that you saw. You know, he arrested is maybe the wrong word. He wasn't charged. He was let go eventually. I mean, they dragged people and left him outside of town and whatnot, or all over the places in town without keys, without jackets, some of them. And he actually ended up in a similar situation, very strange, similar situation when some craziness went down after James Topp's final march, and he ended up in that same position almost with his hands on his head. It was unreal. It's hard to describe how unimaginable that scene was, to have veterans taken off their memorial.
So,
man.
What was the name of that Quebec group? Is it Lafarda or whatever?
Farfada. Or
how do you spell that?
F-A-R-A, I believe. Matt Ben would know. I think it's Farfada. F-A-R-A-F-A-D-A, Farfada, or something like that.
Oh, Farfada, yeah, okay.
So I mean, are they a group or are they a gang? Let's.
I don't know what they are. I've seen them around.
I've seen them around lots too, and I've spoken to them. I mean, I've seen them in Quebec as well, driving around. I
think there's two.
Never had any problems with them. I know that in Ontario,
Yeah.
like, real gangs such as the Hells Angels and whatnot have massive meetings and rallies in Ontario every year. Never a problem. The police don't come out. The mayor doesn't come out and talk all kinds of nonsense about it generally. Says
But
not
they're
to worry.
focusing in on this group, which
Yeah,
makes
well,
me think.
in an attempt to link everyone involved to a possible criminal organization, right?
Well, it's hard to say. They say by criminal activities, they're talking about horn blowing most of the time. They're blowing their own horns 24/7, but that's not a crime, is it?
Blow your
Is that
horn.
right, chat? They're blowing their horn 24/7, but it's not a crime for them to do it. They can honk all they want.
Yeah, a lot of man, Jim was talking about his feelings. He's talking about stuff that has been completely debunked multiple times. I mean, if he doesn't know, I mean, this stuff is outright lies, and he can't just plead ignorance on this. I don't think. I'm surprised they stayed calm enough for that morning, man. But it'll be quite interesting to see how the other parties involved bring questions to him and how he responds to them. Maybe people who aren't so friendly.
I mean, I really wish that the council for the convoy would take more time with these individuals because they're saying so much. It needs to be countered. They're making so many statements. And the council really needs to maximize their time. Yesterday, Paul Champ went over his time by what, like 5 minutes? The commissioner.
Yeah, and they were on his case the whole time.
His full 30 minutes because I think they each got 30 minutes. All the convoy councilors only took 3 or 4 minutes. Paul Champ took his full 30 minutes with like everybody. And then with the last witness, with Mr. Arpin, I think he went over that and he kept asking for more time and the commissioner kept giving him more time. He was well over his limit of 30 minutes or whatever it was. And the commissioner
interrupting
kept giving him more and more time.
Well, and that's a bit of a problem with the way this whole thing is set up, right? So the one council is allowed to talk ad nauseum for hours. No one's allowed to interrupt.
The commission's lawyer.
Yeah, the commission lawyer.
The commission shouldn't have a lawyer. It should be lawyers for this side, lawyers for this side, with a fair shared time of the witness, with the commissioner acting as an order keeper.
Yeah, look.
That's what it should be.
Looking over the proceedings.
It shouldn't be this commissioner the commission lawyers who are very clearly heavily tilted towards the government's narrative, establishing these boring details with no there's no meaning to them. They have no implications. 98%, 99% of what's being said has no implications of anything. I felt this way. I got this from the media group. I mean, you're saying things that completely discredit you, but they mean nothing to the legal justification of the Emergencies Act at all. So this should have absolutely been a different format with a court style. You've got the people here and you've got the people here, and they've got an equal time with the witnesses. That's how it should have been done. It shouldn't have been done with the so-called neutral commission lawyer making these spiels go on for 3, 4, 5 hours. And I mean, I appreciate that they do because the amount of contradictions we get from them is legendary.
I guess so, but because it's not a normal type adversarial setup, people are allowed to talk ad nauseum about hearsay, repeat the same misinformation.
Well, let's see what happens when somebody like Tamara Leach gets on the stand in a few days. How is she going to be treated?
De facto,
it'd be procedure every 5 seconds. Sorry, that's conjecture. Sorry, that's not proven. Sorry, that's a statement. Sorry, that's a question. Watch what happens when they come up. It's not going to be the same at all. And the commission lawyer isn't going to be droning on about boring details. The commission's lawyer is like, you said this. Did you mean this? You said this. Did you mean that? You're going to see it's going to change to like a battle footing. And you're going to see the use of procedure. Yeah, it's going to become the commission lawyer who, as you said, lets them talk ad nauseum, all these so-called friendly witnesses. And then you're going to see as soon as Tamara Leach is there or somebody else, it's going to be like a war. And you're going to see the use of procedure constantly. Sorry, out of order, question, sorry, we're not going
not in evidence,
you can't say that here. I'm sorry, it's irrelevant to our courtroom.
Speculation.
Thank you, speculation. Like, you're going to see it. It's going to be painted like a picture.
Already in evidence.
Painted. You're going to see it. Modern picture.
Yeah. The other problem that causes is that it's the same thing where if you repeat the lie enough times, right? Then people will just say, oh, well, the mayor said it in testimony 87 times. When there's somebody that can stop that line in real time, that makes a difference.
Play one more video before we get back to the commission. Let's get a video up there.
You talk for a sec, I'll find one.
There's nothing to say. What do you have to say, Matt?
Hey, finally. Okay, I went in Ottawa quickly. Just went in Ottawa. Nobody's there, so I just came back home. Nobody's in front, I mean. There's a lot of people there, but in front as our clan, there's nobody right now. Again, this morning, if you didn't see the lights, I've got another video for you tonight. I'm going to send it to you guys. It's going to prove
Play
again.
Matt's video. Plays Matt's video.
I don't have it uploaded here yet.
Send it to
Sorry.
me. Send it to me. Matt, send it to me quickly on Facebook, please.
Okay.
Everybody, I want to show you what
Yeah,
Matt's
then you
saying.
can screen share.
Text it to me.
Okay, I'll jump out for 1 second.
Yeah, I'll send you on Patriots here.
Quick, we're running out of time, Matt.
Take me 2 seconds. Here you go.
Hurry up.
Yeah. It's sending. But again, the internet is not super quick.
Let's go.
Say what you want in the meantime. Say what you want to the chat.
Again,
Go.
what I want to say, okay, I've been there for all the days. I didn't miss one day in Ottawa, okay? And the beginning of the 5 first days, we saw what was happening. We saw that we were hurting the society of Ottawa. We saw that the truck needed to come in Wellington and around government buildings, so we do not disturb all the city again.
And wait, I just want to interrupt you there for a second. Matt's first language is not English, so he may say things in a way that suggests something that he doesn't intend them as.
Okay.
Matt is a francophone, as you cannot tell. So his preposition of his alignment of English words to convey meaning may mean something separately verbatim than what he's actually intending to say.
Okay, I'll try to make sure that my language is quite right. But again, what we tried to do, okay, and we warned everybody about everything that was happening and saying, listen, I got a little lady who's 85 years old who in front of her house has a big truck hoarding the house. I think, Mr. Trudeau, you should open the barricades and make sure that all the truck comes in on Wellington where there's none. We could have put 10,000 trucks on Wellington all the way through. And at the end, they blocked the streets. Why? Because they wanted to piss all the city off, so we look bad.
Perfect. So they're getting back in the commission. Let's play your video really quick.
Yeah.
And let's get it on here. Everybody, let's watch Matt's video together. It's a beautiful video. I believe this is the one. Hold on.
I just sent you. I think you have it.
Yeah, I watched it last night. That was good, Matt.
Here we go. Let's watch it. Oh, is this a copyrighted music?
Yeah. Everything is all good. I paid for everything. Yes.
No, I mean, is this like music in? This,
I
like,
don't
is this
think so.
from
It comes from. I paid for it around my how do you say the GoPro camera. So
Look at this. Till Ilgan. You'll see how many.
Oh, I hope so. If the stream disappears, you know why. Put this pretty low here. But I just wanted to show that this was filmed on February 3rd, and Matt's going around talking about
Little old lady that's 80 years old. That's a joke. Oh, no, he's not. Holy smoke. Look at this. Look at this. Till Ilgan. You'll see how many parkings we have. All of you Ottawa people in their own backyard. Okay? The trucks in some old lady's front yard. You gonna tell me it's a joke? Yeah. At least, 1,000 trucks streets of Ottawa so people can sleep out there. That can fit 1,000 at least. And blows all night his horn. And this, Mr. Trudeau, you right there, deliberated for the past 5 days. Going, I'll come here, park. This little old thing not break anything, we do not fight. They're saying freedom? They're going to stop me for this?
Okay, so what this video shows is that Matt was actually, and not just Matt, but this is a video evidence of it. This was, I think, taken on February 3rd.
Yeah,
or
February
4th.
3rd, exactly.
And he edited it, so it was probably recording maybe before that. And Matt's talking about where the trucks are parked and their impact on the citizens of Ottawa and how they should be in Trudeau's front door. He means in front of the Parliament here on
If you
Wellington.
look at the end, you say it. You can see it.
Yeah. The end?
A little bit more.
It's incredible. Incredible. Why are you such an idiot?
Just
Okay,
at
fine.
the end,
But this video
Mr.
shows
Trudeau,
that Matt
already
was
to-
conscious and other protesters were conscious of the impact on the citizens and that they
Exactly.
believed that they should be on Wellington. It was the police who broke up the convoy. The convoy's plan was to be on Wellington and the SGM, but it was the police who sent them, who blocked it off in panics and sent trucks going down, O'Connor, going into the residential areas. It was the police who did
Everywhere.
that.
That's what they wanted
The
to
convoy's
do at the end.
planned, if I highly recall, was that they were going to park on Wellington and stay out of the residential areas. But as the protesters were moving in, the police made blockades and forced people everywhere in pure chaos. And as Matt says in this video, and as he demonstrates, they don't need to be in front of an 80-year-old woman's house. They needed to be in Justin Trudeau's front.
Go ahead.
Where he's showing that he's thinking about that.
Streets in Ottawa with little old lady that's 80 years old. That's a joke. Oh, no, he's a joke. Holy smoke. Look at this.
Thanks, Matt. Let's get back to the commission.
Yeah. We'll check it later, but again, thank you, to show this. At least we have the proof. I can't believe I have one proof of all this fight we're fighting. At least I have one that I did. So, hey.
Very well.
At least we can. Oh, they're still in a break. So you can still show it. Oh, are they in a break or?
The commissioner's not there.
No, so I guess they're still in a break. So you can show the video again, the full link.
We've seen it. Go ahead, Matt. The floor is yours. Talk to people. I need to grab a caffeine.
What I tried to do, okay, guys, what at least the people around me tried to do at this movement, at this convoy, at this Freedom Convoy. It came a Freedom Convoy when we started. Now we're all freedom fighters, and at the end, we are all this. Okay, we do things with our heart, with our mind. We do not try to offend nobody, even if people say, "Oh, you were this," and we knew we were loud, but that was our only kind of attack that we could have did by being peaceful.
Order allowed.
Again, we are a peaceful nation. We know we were loud.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
But at least here we go. We start back now. But at least we were peaceful.
So I want to take you now, Mayor Watson, to SSM.
Merci beaucoup, Matt.
Matt, can you actually just repeat what you just said very quickly in French, very quickly, please? Because some of the context of your...
On était là seulement pour une chose. Notre attaque était la voix, la façon qu'on attaquait ce mouvement-là. Notre moyen d'attaque était notre voix. Donc, était vraiment forte, en fait, élevée, en fait, voix. Mais à part de ça, nous n'avons fait aucune violence, aucun abus, rien de mal. La seule chose qu'on était bruyant, très bruyant. Mais à part de ça, that's it.
Thanks, Matt.
And then he says, this will be operationalized in conjunction with the OPP. Need to have a sense of the plan. It's in the middle of that big paragraph. Do you see that? This will be operationalized, there it is,
Yes,
in conjunction with the OPP. Need to have a sense of the plan. And then on, so my understanding, and we'll see a little bit later, is that this is in relation to Chief Slowly's plan to use the resources that will be made available. Is that your understanding as well?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so if we go to the second page, just under the redacted portion, keep going, yeah, there are S. So that is Deputy Minister Rob Stewart says, we are engaging the province on all of these areas, which are the ones above that are blanked out, as well as the evolution of the plan. From what I understand, the plan of the chief has not yet been completely fleshed out. That may reflect the speed with which the RCMP can deploy resources. So what did you understand about the state of the plan from the OPS's perspective, the OPS plan, at this stage, which is now the 10th of February?
Well, my understanding was that it was still being worked on, and there was still debate amongst different agencies as to what was going to be the final plan. But in terms of the specifics, as I'm not a member of the Police Services Board, I would have no information or knowledge about what was going on behind the scenes.
Right, but here in this meeting, they're not talking about specifics of a plan, but they're talking about we need to have a plan in order to deploy the resources. So was the discussion that the fact that the plan had not been completely fleshed out, that would affect or that could delay the RCMP resources?
Again, I could only speculate because I wasn't part of that decision making.
They just say the 10th of February. On the 3rd,
the chief felt comfortable days earlier giving us the number 1,800 of police officers.
Do this so you don't disturb all the
one would
population.
assume
On
would
the 10th,
work
he still
its
didn't
way
give
into the plan that
a
he was
flying
working
clue
on. So I
about
think
it.
the
And at
pressure
the
we were
end,
putting on
we were trying to
OPS was
find
to give us a number so
solutions for
we
the
can go back to
people
our
of
partners,
Ottawa
the federal and
beside us.
provincial
And this
government
guy
to get
didn't want to listen.
officers
This guy
that
didn't
would
do
fit the
anything.
plan.
On the 10th, he still not negotiate
Right,
with us,
and so
try
the
to find
federal-
an
your federal
understanding,
partners,
try to find a
here are
solution,
telling you
and at the
that
end, look what
plan is
happened.
not completely fleshed out, right?
Yes, and they would have received that, I suppose, from the RCMP that are at that command center. As you know, politicians are not part of putting a plan together to deal with an operational matter. So
Sure.
I'd have to rely on their comments to get that information.
And were you hearing this from others as well, that there was issues with the chief's, with the readiness of the plan?
Well, at one point, I received, I had a conversation with Steve Kanalakis that indicated that there was some dispute and argument about what the final plan was going to look like, but that was really the extent of it. My understanding was that these were not insurmountable issues and that they were close to signing off on the plan that would incorporate the 1,800 officers to get this whole terrible situation resolved.
Right, and so your chief of staff yesterday testified that he was informed by Chief of Staff Mike Jones that by February 10, there was no agreement on an integrated plan, and he indicated yesterday that you were aware of this as well, and that it would have been communicated back to OPS, the fact that there were concerns about the readiness of the plan. Did you communicate that back to Ottawa Police Service or to Chief Slowly?
I don't know if I did or not, whether that would have come from Steve Kanalakis or Serge Arpan, but I don't recall me raising the issue with them. Anytime I had any conversation about the plan, he would indicate to me that they're closing in on finalizing it. And while not giving me the specific date when the action would start, it was alluded to on a number of occasions that they would start the process to clean out the whole area in days, not weeks.
Sure, but here Minister Mendicino and Deputy Minister Stewart are indicating that not having a plan can affect the deployment of the RCMP officers. Did you convey that back to Chief Slowly to let him know that this was the readiness of the plan was delaying?
No, again, that would have been done at the staff level, not at the political level. So Steve Kanalakis or Serge Arpan. But the reality is that we have to separate our roles. Even though I'm sitting in on this group, it's not making operational decisions. We were relying on the OPS to work with their partners to come up with a plan that was achievable and attainable in a relatively short period of time with the resources that we'd secured.
Okay, and on page 4, if we go down. Okay, and then you say, thank you if we can get word from the commissioner to Slowly sometime today, we can get this moving. We don't have to pick it up and leave it on Monday. Okay, sorry, I meant the second point at the bottom there, where you say, this is a good step. At some point, I will call the premier to get them to sit at this table. So this was the last tripartite meeting, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And so in the end, the premier did not come to the table, right?
That's correct.
And do you know why the tripartite meeting stopped after February 10?
Well, I assume it was because we were closing in on that date when the police were going to start moving, and it was no longer necessary. If we had secured the number of OPP officers in that period of time or a couple of days later, there is not much point in meeting again, although I suspect if you looked at all of the different phone calls and Zooms and so on. We would have had meetings, bilateral or multilateral, but not the full tripartite. That was the last one.
So in the 3 meetings that we looked at, there are some common themes that we can see. You're expressing frustration that you're not getting commitment from the federal government. You say you need boots on the ground, show me the Mounties, let's get a down payment on RCMP officers. So you felt that the federal government was not committing to the resources that you needed.
Well, at that time, but then we sent the letter. We had the 2 calls with the Prime Minister, had a number of calls with Minister Mendicino, and eventually it all culminated in the officers arriving, both, I forgot to mention municipal services as well. They were quite substantial. You know, when you walk through the site and you saw Belleville police cars in York Region and Toronto, it was actually quite a relief to see those other police officers helping their fellow police officers. So, you know, at the end of the day, the process unfolded as it should, but as I've said, one of the frustrations I had as a common theme was the lack of commitment to officers earlier on in the process.
Sorry, did you say that the process unfolded as it should?
Well, with the cleanup of the streets where
I
the police
see.
moved in. And,
Okay. But you agree that it took 3 weeks for that to happen, right?
yes, and that was my biggest criticism, was that it took so long to get this resolved. And again, you know, it's easy for me as an armchair critic to go and say, well, why didn't you move faster? I understand there's some logistical, you know, we had officers from Vancouver. Well, it takes time to get the plane tickets and get over here and get hotel accommodations and so on. So, you know, I'm not being overly critical of the fact that there are some logistical challenges, but I was pushing from really day 1
I don't
and day
think it's
2.
that hard
We
to get a
needed more
flight.
help because the chief told me we couldn't.
And at the
handle
end,
this
wait,
on our own.
have
Right,
another.
but you're not
video
just an
process
armchair critic,
and,
as you say, you're the mayor of
Patriots
Ottawa, and you see
Media
that your
and
city is
on
in
his,
need. And
account.
so
You're gonna see what
you
I
have a
mean.
duty,
This
really,
guy
to raise those issues
lying
and to
since
push
this
all
morning.
levels of
He had
government to do
solutions
whatever they
on
can to get
every
this resolved
point
quickly, right?
that
Yeah,
he's
and that was
saying
why
right
I took on the
That's
role of
so bad.
ensuring that we
I can't
had
believe I live into a
the
country
political
about a mayor,
lines of communication
going
open,
publicly
why we established the
saying lies,
tripartite
lies,
committee,
and lies.
and
at
why
the end, that's
we
the
sent the
thing.
letter
So
from
frustrating.
my office and
It's
from
so
councilor Deans,
hurtful. It comes
and
to me
why
in
we
my
continued
heart
to
that I
have
live in
dialogue with
like
local elected officials, members of council, and our political counterparts at the federal and provincial government.
But ultimately, there was a significant delay in getting those resources, although they ultimately did come, clearly. But there was a significant delay in both RCMP officers and OPP officers. Is that right?
And other municipal office.
And other municipal officers. And so
Almost all
essentially
those
what we're
officers came
seeing
from
in these
Ontario.
3
Almost all of Toronto
meetings is
region
that you're
mainly.
not getting what you need from
I
any
can
level
I
of
can be
government.
in Toronto in a few hours.
No, you know, I think the other level of frustration was that we pushed for some time to get a number. You know, I mentioned this
Jonathan,
earlier
just
this
check
morning
your,
that we just
your,
couldn't continue going into
messenger. I
meetings,
just
whether
sent you a
bilateral
video.
or the
Look at those.
tripartite meetings, without a clear idea from OPS as to what we needed. We finally did get that, and that acted as a bit of a mechanism to unclog the decision-making, but it just took too long.
Okay, so one issue then was not having an understanding of what was needed soon enough. Is that right? Like if that had been communicated sooner, the chain of events that subsequently happened could have started earlier, right?
Sorry, I don't quite understand the first part of your question.
The first part is you're saying that you eventually got the number of resources that were required and you sent the letters off on February 7th. But had you understood what was required earlier, from January 31st, you already know that there are not enough resources, as we saw in your call with the Prime Minister. So had the chief communicated to you the requirements and a number sooner, that could have been passed on sooner, and the sequence of events of the meetings and trying to get those resources could have begun sooner, right?
In theory, I hope that would have been the case, yes.
Okay, and if the RCMP officers had been secured, and if that commitment from the federal government had been secured earlier, then also the situation could have potentially been resolved sooner. There was a delay there in getting those federal resources, correct?
That's correct.
And if the province had been at the table, at the tripartite table, and had been part of the discussions, and you were able to communicate directly to the Solicitor General or to the Premier what was needed and when, that also could have helped resolve the situation sooner, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So really, it was a failure at all levels. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, there's no question that, when you look back in hindsight on what happened.
Hashtag blame
There
game.
were many failure points along the way. And, whether it's the city or the provincial or the federal governments, we all have to take responsibility for the fact that we did not act fast enough, and that the people of Ottawa suffered the most as a result of the fact that we did not clean up that occupation for 3 weeks.
So the people of Ottawa
we
suffered.
talked a little bit
What about the suffering of the millions of Canadians across our country over the last years, as I keep repeating myself because he keeps repeating himself, who suffered from unscientific, ineffective lockdowns that destroyed their businesses, destroyed our economy, destroyed our supply lines, destroyed jobs, destroyed businesses, destroyed everything, destroyed people's health care, their mental health. There has to be accountability for that. There has to be accountability for what's happened over the last few years. The people in Ottawa were a voice in the dark, a candle in the dark, and they lit a spark.
And
Thank
listen,
God for
I
them.
couldn't buy a 2x4 for my company. You have to understand one thing. I couldn't buy a 2x4 because I wasn't double jabbed. At the end, this was a huge issue for a lot of Canadians, not only me.
Millions.
Millions of
Millions.
Canadians.
What you
How
saw
many
in Canada,
people-
what you saw in Ottawa was a small portion of the grief across our country. How do you think we raised $20 million in a week? The sentiments are widespread. They're not such a small minority. You're talking about millions and millions of people here, and to
We're not
so
a small friend,
blatantly
believe me.
disregard them and their strife is just ignorant.
Many
Exactly.
people's
And
health.
th-
It's
if
hurt
we
our
look at it,
tourism
and
industry,
if we
for
look at
instance.
everything that happened, okay,
we have to
at the
rebuild
end,
that
we were
trust with the
only
public.
trying to resolve one
with the
issue:
police,
my body, my
we have
choice.
to,
And at
go
the
forward
end,
basis,
it was
learn
only about
lessons
this.
and hopefully
Don't
the
judge me
commissioner's
because I'm
report
not
will
this.
report a series
Let
of
me live. Let me continue on working. Let me continue on feeding my family. It was all this issue we were here
So
for.
You said, early on, it was clear that the city was overwhelmed and that it couldn't, didn't have the resources to handle this, not just on the police side, but on the municipal level as well. From the 31st, I think it became clear that this was not something that was going to just resolve itself on its own. And I'll come back to this point. Could declaring a state of emergency earlier, as of, for example, the 31st of January, have signaled that the city was overwhelmed, that it was treading water, and a signal to the other levels of government to act accordingly?
No, our staff were very clear that, again, I reiterate the fact that a municipal state of emergency, I think people see on television mayors
see,
in the United States
why
cities
I'm
declaring
so
states of
proud
emergency and the
that
powers they have.
Guys, okay,
It wouldn't have made a big
person
difference
just
at all.
said I was
In hindsight, I suppose, if I was
And
to
because of
recommend
you
my
guys,
successor,
my
I'll
life
often
went
get
back
this
on,
question
and
by the
that's
public,
why
and
we
people
were
get
all
quite
here, gang.
exercised. Why don't you declare
These
a
are the
state of
people
emergency?
I wanted to
In
save.
hindsight,
I was
maybe
there
we just
for,
declare
and
it so it
thank
brings
you
that
for
peace of
still
mind to
being
the
alive
public.
today, and thank you for
We
not
know it's
giving
an
up,
emergency.
because
We
we're
didn't need the
still
document
here,
to know
and
that
we're
this was an
still doing
extraordinary,
our job as freedom
dangerous,
fighters
serious
to
situation
defend
that
all
would
of you,
have,
so you don't suicide, so
negative
you don't
impacts
quit,
on
so
our
you don't
residents
feel
and frankly, the
abolished.
country. And the
Okay, and that's
frustration
why
was
we're all here,
that the
gang.
reason why we
And
wanted
these
the
are the
RCMP
message I
there
wanted to
was
see, and that
the
that
protesters
feels
were
so good
protesting federal
interiorly
legislation
in my
right
heart
across from
to have these
Parliament
kind
Hill
of
and the
message.
Prime
Thank you
Minister's
for
office.
still being there
We needed
and not
provincial
giving up.
support, as they did in Windsor, because there was an economic imperative that our city not be shut down for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks.
And so aside from maybe signaling that need for assistance earlier with the state of emergency, what else could the city have done differently, and what else will the city do differently next time?
Well, we're going through the debate as to what to do with Wellington Street, for instance. I think we're going to have there's a motion passed, many motions passed by my colleagues on council, and one of the motions passed clearly indicated that we have to do something to protect the parliamentary precinct, both in terms of who should be patrolling Wellington Street,
Controlling what?
the roles and
Peaceful
responsibilities of
residents, like people
PPS
that were
versus
walking up
OPP
and
versus
down
OPS
for
versus
21 days,
RCMP, and then
asking
the military
police,
police. So
are
we're
you still,
we're
is
very
everything
much a
okay? Yes, the
a
police were going up and down and up and down and no arrest and no nothing, and everything was peaceful. But again, if they would have bring all the trucks inside, they wouldn't have affect all the city like we have right now, gang. It's insane what he's saying. He didn't negotiate one time with us saying, let's find an understanding, let's find a solution, let's again, it's so nonsense, man. I can't believe it. I
come
can't
in
even
on
look at it
Slater,
so much.
Albert, or another parallel street to Wellington did not have the same effect or impact.
Right.
So now we're going through a dialogue with First Nations, with community groups, with all of the different policing organizations to determine what are we going to do with Wellington Street. Because, you know, we were concerned a few weeks after the convoy, there was the motorcycle rally that was somewhat disruptive but much better contained with Chief Bell, Acting Chief Bell, and concerned about July 1st. There was some protest, but it didn't amount to much. And what's going to happen next February and January and March? Are they going to come back the behavior that we saw this January and February? So we have to be better prepared to protect those national symbols such as Parliament Hill.
And you agree that it was unacceptable that residents would have to go through this for 3 weeks, right?
Absolutely. It was unacceptable for one day, let alone 3 weeks. But we know that, you know, in a free society, people have the right to protest. But this went well beyond protests. It was illegal activity, hurtful
No,
activity.
it wasn't.
Harmful
Nobody
to the
declared it
public's
illegal.
health.
Thank you. That's hearsay.
You know, I think the organizers, you know, seem to show very little respect for the law and very little respect for coming into our neighborhood. We even had members of parliament going out and taking selfies.
Coming
and so
into
on.
my neighborhood.
And I asked those
I live
individuals
there,
who were
Jim, not
critical
you.
of us moving
Hey,
them out,
we take care of everybody.
how would you like to have
We fed
40
everybody. We
18-wheelers
groomed
blaring
the
their
street. We
horn
groomed the
literally
soldiers
24
too.
hours a day,
There's nothing
spewing
we
diesel
didn't do to
fume,
respect the
cooking a
city.
roast
Again,
pig on
there's nothing we
a
didn't
spit,
do to prove to all
throwing
the
off
society
fireworks at
how
all
good
hours,
we are.
threatening
The only
people,
thing we
being
did
called,
bad
you know,
was the
homophobic
noise,
slurs
but
and
that was
racist
our
slurs.
only
How
attack.
would you like that in your neighborhood, in
Never
Saskatoon, or Halifax, or Winnipeg, or Red Deer?
That's it.
You wouldn't tolerate it for a
No
minute.
violence, no guns,
Downtown
no-
Ottawa is
no
not
war,
just
no-
some sterile environment called
That was
Parliament
the
Hill.
way we
There are
attacked.
people that live there, thousands of people
Again,
that live there.
It was a huge
And they were
issue. It
affected
was a
the
huge
most.
problem in our
And,
country.
and
So
we have to do better
that-
if this situation ever comes close to being repeated. We must do better for the people of Ottawa.
And I just want to ask you about the negotiations that happened with the protesters. We heard much more detail yesterday about that, and we'll hear more detail in future, I'm hoping, with Superintendent Drummond's evidence. Can you just tell me, what was your understanding of the deal that was struck? What was the deal?
The deal was to, let me just backtrack for a moment. The reason why I went down this route was simply there was very little progress being made on any front to get the situation resolved. And my preoccupation, number one, was to bring some relief to the residential community. I wasn't as concerned about Parliament Hill or Wellington Street, even though those are important symbols in our country. But the people being affected the most were the people that were trying to get a good night's sleep and that were living in that red zone. And so I was approached, as you know, by Mr. French, who said he had contacts with trucking companies and some of those that were involved. And he said, I'm willing at no charge, I'm not doing this for money or anything else. I'm trying to be helpful because he was watching what everyone else was watching on television, this mess that was hurting so many different people and small businesses. So I'd met him 2 or 3 times. He was the former chief of staff to the Premier Ford. I'd had occasion to deal with him in my capacity as mayor and he as chief of staff, and was in 2 or 3 meetings with he and the Premier over a number of months. So I was a little skeptical, who does this guy know? And I said, I'm not interested in meeting them. But, if you can come broker some kind of a deal to get trucks out of the residential community, good for you. So I referred them to my chief of staff and I think Steve Kanellakis. And over a couple of days, they negotiated an agreement based on the letter that I sent to one of the organizers, Ms. Leach, indicating that I would be willing to meet with them on a number of conditions. And there are, I think, 4 different conditions. I think you have the letter. I don't want to give you the wrong conditions, but basically, you've got to get a number of trucks out of the residential area. They can't be replaced by other trucks. And if this is done and a couple of other things, then the mayor would be pleased to meet with you. This stemmed from the fact that the police liaison teams approached the city because there was concern that communication had broken down between the liaison teams from OPS and the protest leaders. And as you know, there was not one united voice that spoke for the protesters. There were many different leaders in different camps. So prior to Mr. French's call, Steve Kanellakis did meet with a number of the protesters in his office and heard them out. And when he told me they'd asked for a meeting, I was initially reluctant, not with me, but I said, I'm not sure if this is a good idea for Steve. And he thought it was. And I said, okay.
What were your concerns?
Well, that we're meeting with this group that has been causing such damage, and is this just a public relations stunt to get a couple of pictures to say, look, we met with the top city bureaucrat and we're going to meet with the mayor, and we didn't get anything in return, and it remained the status quo. So they met, and Steve Kanellakis reported back that they seemed to be serious in their attempt to try to bring the temperature down. And then I believe a day or two after, that's when Mr. French got involved.
How can anyone bring the temperature down when all they ever do is degrade and name call anyone else? You don't take anyone else seriously. You still can't comprehend or understand why so many tens of thousands of people showed up in Ottawa and why so many people gave millions and millions of dollars in a week to these people. Because you broke them. You broke them with unscientific, unjustified, ineffective mandates. You destroyed their businesses. You took everything from them. You had them fired from their jobs. And in fact, you published articles in the Toronto Star that said that you wish they would die. That's what brought Ottawa. And you still just don't get it. Either you don't get it or you're being ignorant on purpose here. In either case, it's sick. You have no place in public office being that inconsiderate to people.
Understanding was that 40 big rigs moved, and there were upwards of 60 other vehicles of different sizes that started to move onto Wellington, away from the residential community. And then that process was stopped when the Emergencies Act was implemented, I believe, on the 14th.
Okay, and so in total, about 100 vehicles in total, 40 of them big rigs, and the balance passenger vehicles and pickup trucks, right?
Campers and things like that. So I think it was a total of about 102. Okay.
And do you know why the police stopped those operations? Did anybody from the police tell you that this has been stopped for these reasons?
Well, my recollection was that Steve Kanellakis said, as a result of the Emergencies Act, all of that activity was stopped, and they had to redeploy all of our police officers to the main event, which was to take back the street.
Okay, but nobody from OPS said that to you. This was conveyed to you by Mr. Kanellakis?
That's correct.
Okay. And so in terms of the deal that was brokered, was it your understanding that this was meant to be a way to solve the situation, end what you had called the occupation, such that all of the protesters would leave? Was that what this deal was for?
No, we were under no illusions that it was going to solve the problem. It was going to solve one small part of the problem in a residential area along the streets, such as Kent and O'Connor and so on, where people live, to get them out of harm's way. So, and that was made very clear.
I think I want to add that in all my times in the protest, every day I would leave the protest, I would use O'Connor, and I never seen anyone on O'Connor, certainly not in the heavier residential areas more south. So I really want to point that out. I don't know where they're getting at. I wish we could have some photos of this.
Was there any?
I believe that the police were very serious about keeping O'Connor clear.
To occupy Wellington Street.
Well, the deal was they were to move out of the residential areas onto Wellington Street, where no one lives, as you know, on Wellington Street. They're just government buildings. And most of
Again, he
those were
just
empty
proved
because
it.
obviously
Okay, since
they
we
in the
were
red
at the
zone. No one
beginning,
was
he
working out
just
of their
proved
office
that
from a
no,
safety
they could
point
have
of view.
parked everything there since the beginning, but no, they tried to
So
piss
yeah,
off
he
all
just
the
said that Wellington's just government buildings. Let's get back into this. There's a lot of lies happening.
Up with, close to 2 weeks plus of ear-splitting noise and, train horns and so on.
But to your knowledge, did the city ever suggest that once they were relocated, they could stay there on Wellington? This was, they would be then protected from any kind of police action to remove them?
No, there was no such part of the arrangement. The reality is that we were hoping that some of those individuals who quite frankly were blocked in by other trucks would decide to leave. And I was told by someone with the police service, I can't recall who it was, that in fact 5 or 6 of those trucks actually just left because it was, they were stuck behind 3 or 4 deep trucks. If they wanted to leave, they couldn't leave anyway. So I think this gave a little bit of relief to those people who felt they'd made their point and they had to go home.
Right. But at that time, there were about 400 to 500 trucks occupying the downtown, right?
In the downtown, there were more at Coventry and more at Rideau and Sussex.
Okay. Now, on February 14th, we know that the Emergencies Act was invoked. Were you consulted on the invocation of the Emergencies Act before it was invoked?
No, it wasn't.
Did the city request that it be invoked?
No.
Did the city weigh in on whether it was required, necessary, or needed?
Well, when it was released, I think, like most people, very few people knew exactly what the Emergencies Act was, to be perfectly honest. I remember growing up in Quebec what the War Measures Act was and the implications that had for the province of Quebec and the rest of the country. But no one had raised the Emergencies Act with us. But when it was invoked and I was briefed on what its powers were, I thought this is a very positive step to getting this situation resolved once and for all because of the provisions in the Act. So I very much supported it, and I was, as you may recall, the current chair of the Police Services Board, Eli El-Shantir, and I sent a letter to the Prime Minister thanking him for invoking the Act because it actually acted as the catalyst for us to move forward and get that whole situation in the downtown core resolved once and for all and give people their street and their homes back.
And do you have any knowledge as to what measures under the Act were used in order to effect the police operation that ultimately ended the occupation?
Well, the single biggest issue for us was that we did not, even if we moved in, we didn't have the capacity to move the trucks out because we had basically 2 OC Transpo large rig trucks, tow trucks. And so this compelled tow truck companies to provide the service. And I can tell you, it sounds a little bit hokey, but when I came out of City Hall after the Emergency Act, I saw a whole row of tow trucks parked on Laurier Avenue. I'd never thought I'd see the day where I'm so happy to see a tow truck, because these tow trucks ended up doing an excellent job, basically hauling all of the trucks and trailers and campers and everything else out of Wellington Street. And, what they had to do, because the companies were still fearful there'd be retribution by some of the trucking convoy, they had to put decals of the Ottawa Police Service over their company decal, almost deputizing them with a logo so that they wouldn't be harassed after the whole incident was over.
But you don't have any knowledge as to where the tow trucks came from or who procured them or under what authority, right?
Well, I'm assuming that it would have been a combination of the police and the city that procured them. I know, for instance, I wrote to, or I texted John Tory because I saw the number of tow trucks they had in Toronto. And I said, do you have tow trucks that you can lend us? And he said, Well, here's the names of 3 or 4 different companies in Toronto that we use, because he had some, but he couldn't give up his TTC tow trucks, just as we couldn't give up our OC Transpo tow trucks. So he provided names. I don't know, and I passed that along to Steve Kanalakis and the city staff, and the tow trucks showed up because they had no choice, and they did great work, and they helped.
He really
to
loves that
speed
they
up
had
the
no
cleanup
choice.
of the street.
They had no
substantially.
choice.
So just so I'm clear,
They
He
only
really
had-
likes that they took the choice away from the tow trucks. The way he says that is almost sickening. They showed up because they had no choice.
no choice.
That's
no
that's
choice.
the. I'm getting some bad vibes here.
No,
Tow
but
trucks
at the end, my
suddenly
friend,
appeared. So
you have to
I think the
understand
cause
one
and effect
thing.
was, yes, the Emergency Act compelled them. I read the section just the other day in preparation of this hearing, and it was made very clear that they were not going to be coming and helping us unless they were forced by law, and that's what the Emergencies Act did.
okay, so that's your assumption based on the fact that they were refusing to do it and then they showed up essentially.
Well, yeah, I don't know the procurement policies of
Okay.
OPS versus the city's procurement policy. We often procure vehicles, for instance, for the OPS, so whether it was OPS doing it directly or the city of Ottawa, it was one or the other.
Okay, but you don't know.
I don't know definitively, no.
And we know on February 15th that Slowly and OPSB reached a mutually agreeable separation. Were you consulted on Chief Slowly's departure before it happened?
No, I received a press release like everyone else did that day.
Okay. And did you have a view that you should or shouldn't be consulted or notified when the police chief is going to be replaced or removed?
I thought it would be helpful that that information was shared by me. There's no requirement, I suppose, of the board to do that, but it would have been helpful because if I found myself in a scrum and was being told this for the first time, it would have been nice to have a heads up about that.
Okay. And on the 16th of February, there was a city council special meeting. You recall that meeting?
Yes?
Okay, so this was the meeting after the Emergencies Act was invoked, and this is the meeting in which Chair Deans was removed as chair and as a member of the board. And so my understanding is you had communications with Chair Deans between Chief Slowly's resignation and before the council meeting.
Yes.
Can you describe those discussions?
Yeah, it was on Zoom or Teams with myself, Steve Kanalakis, Robin Guest from my office, Serge Arpin, and Councillor Deans, and I believe one of her assistants were on the Zoom call. She indicated, based on a press release that I can't recall the exact wording, but it was something to the effect, it's in the documents, something to the effect that we're working on a new command structure. And I was curious about what this was, and also indicated a new command structure and hiring a new chief. And I thought, well, this seems a little strange. We're in the midst of a crisis. I didn't get into a long, detailed discussion with Councillor Deans about Chief Slowly's departure and whether he was fired or resigned or what the compensation package was. That was the business of the Police Services Board. But it was clear that Councillor Deans wanted to move quickly to bring in a new acting chief, and that was the bulk of the discussion that we had with that call.
And you had a concern about that?
I had a deep concern about it because, we had Chief Slowly on one day, the next day we had interim Chief Bell, and then the next day the board was going to appoint another chief. So we had 3 chiefs in 3 days. That's not stabilizing for the situation that we were about to deal with in 2 or 3 days when the police moved in to resolve the situation.
Right, but hiring a chief of police is within the exclusive purview of the Police Services Board, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So they didn't need to consult with you about that decision, did they?
Technically, no, they didn't, but I thought, I know, for instance, when chiefs have been hired in the past, the board, as a courtesy, would bring the individual or the proposed candidate to my office for a get-to-know-you session. I was concerned about the instability of having 3 chiefs in 3 days. I didn't think that
And you know, at these get to know you sessions, they talk about things like, how are you doing? What's your favorite food? Do you like running people over with horses? What size of beating stick do you have? What's your favorite type of beating stick? Right, Daisy?
4-foot beating stick mainly. I like the light colored beating stick, you know, more of a natural wood as opposed to the dark black one. It's a little easier for me to see it against those dark uniforms as it comes flying at my head. But that's just me. You guys can choose your own beating sticks.
Okay.
Independent and autonomous, but I think it would be wise not to sign a contract until we get this situation stabilized in Ottawa, to have someone from another jurisdiction come and try to, you know, learn the street names, let alone the command structure that the chief had put in place.
I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Chair Deans committed not to signing the contract, and then later that day it was discovered that in fact she had signed the contract.
Which she was entitled to do as chair of the board,
Yes,
right?
but she'd indicated that she was not going to do it because she understood my deep concerns about moving at that pace.
And did you consider that discussion with her about asking her not to sign the contract, or telling her that you wished her not to sign the contract, compromise the independence of the board in any way?
No, I didn't think it did. It was ultimately her choice, and she said she wouldn't sign the contract, so I took her at her word.
Okay. And very briefly, I will take you to OTT 29762.
And that date is?
This is the in-camera council meeting minutes of February 16.
Okay.
And at page 6 of that, Councillor Leeper at the top observed that the motion spoke of a loss of confidence in the board, which was linked to the hiring decisions. So it says there that the motion to remove the chair as a member of the board was linked to the hiring decisions. Now, what we heard yesterday was that the motion was linked to a loss of confidence that you had lost in Chair Deans. Can you clarify what the why this motion was brought forward to remove Chair Deans?
Well, you're correct. From my perspective, it was the decision to sign the contract, despite giving me assurance that she wouldn't sign the contract, number one. And secondly, the instability that had. And thirdly, that no one really outside of the Police Services Board was consulted. There was no public consultation with different groups in society, in civil society. And in fact, it was about two-thirds of council that voted to remove Councillor Deans as a member of the Police Services Board, and the rest of the motions, including appointing Councillor El Shantiri, who was then supported at their next board meeting to be made the new chair of the board.
Right, and in this in-camera minutes, we don't see any mention of the assurances that the chair gave to you, according to you, about not hiring a new chief.
It's weird how I
but
don't
that it was
see
linked
anything
rather
about
to the board's
discussion with
hiring.
the people of the convoy. None of them. Everything is anything else except dealing with the convoy, talking to the people of the convoy. None of this has been said.
After he sent the board a note asking that his name be withdrawn from consideration, I phoned him to thank him for the gracious way that he dealt with a very awkward and potentially embarrassing situation to himself and his reputation, and the fact that he was not going to pursue any action against the city, and wished us well in our search. And it was a very civil and kind call from the former chief of Waterloo, I believe.
And before the motion was introduced at council, you had asked Chair Deans to resign, correct?
No, she asked if I'd lost confidence in her, and at that point, at that meeting, I said, I'm talking to members of council, I can't give you an answer on that. But then, obviously, when we learned that the contract had been signed, despite assurance that it wouldn't be signed, I did lose confidence in her, and that's why I supported the motion by Councillor Moffat. as
Okay.
did 2/3 of council.
And do you consider that the turnover at the board contributed to that instability that you were looking to avoid?
Well, you'd have to ask the province because they rescinded the 3 appointees to their board as well. But the reality was that the board, as you know, does not involve itself in operational matters. It's policy and budget driven. So, you know, the challenge we had was that I think there'd been greater instability if we had Chief Bell, Interim Chief Bell, who was working on implementing the plan, signing off on it, and ready to deploy the officers into the red zone to clean it up. It would have been, I think it would have delayed the process if you had someone from an entirely different jurisdiction who did not know, and there's no criticism of Mr. Turrigan, but he wouldn't know the intricacies of the city of Ottawa and their road grids and so on. That would have, you know, if he was coming in on Monday, he would have said, don't start till I get there. I assume he'd want to be involved. And so I was pleased that when Chief Bell, oversaw the operation, we got sign off by the other police services, and the action that took place on Wellington, Coventry, and Rideau was quite remarkable at how quickly they moved it out and cleaned out the streets as fast as they did and as efficiently as they did, and without losing a life.
Okay, thank you. And I see the commissioner glaring at me, so I am out of time. And those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now you're out of time.
Okay, thank you. So we're now into the second phase of the testimony. So if could call on the convoy organizers to go first.
What's up with that face? He looked angry. He's like,
All right, buckle up, folks. Buckle up. I'm in the woods, but I'm still here.
I hope it does something. Let's see this.
he's in the spooky woods. Oh, here comes Mr. Brendan Miller. Come on, Miller. Do something. Let's go.
Good morning, Mayor Watson.
Morning.
My name's Brendan Miller. I'm counsel for
Afternoon.
Freedom Corp, which is a organization that represents the protesters that were in your city in January and February 2022. Just going to get set up here.
Oh, Watson doesn't
sweating.
look
He's sweating.
comfortable. Oh, yeah.
So, Mayor Watson, following up on some of my friends' questions that have been put to you today and how things have come out, can you agree with me that you did not handle the situation that was before you in January and February of 2022 properly?
No, I think I would characterize it as, given all of the information and the circumstances, we did the best we could, which obviously was not good enough.
Okay. And can you agree with me that you politicalized the protests and politicalized the situation?
No, I disagree with that.
All right. Can you agree that the politicalization of the matter, for which you claim was not yourself, but that the matter was politicalized by the federal government?
No,
Do you agree that making any of the protests a political issue in the governance level created problems?
no,
All right. Can you agree with me that the following governments and agencies handled this matter properly? First, the Government of Ontario.
ultimately, yes, they did handle it properly, but it took some time to get to that stage.
Okay. And the Ontario Provincial Police
The same.
and the Ottawa Police Service.
Yeah, they were on the ground from day one, but obviously, as I've expressed, I would have liked to have seen the intervention to bring back our streets to our people done much sooner.
Right. And so you've said that they were on the ground from day one, right?
That's right, they were the jurisdictional police service.
Right. And as the mayor of a town, you don't have or of a city, you don't have the security clearance or the clearance to know what the actual operational activities are of a police agency, correct?
Well, it's not a security clearance matter. It's a matter that there's a separate autonomous organization called the Ottawa Police Services Board that has full jurisdiction over policy and governance of the police board and the hiring and firing of 4 key officers. That is their responsibility. The only direct link that the city has, as you may know from the Police Services Act, is that we approve or reject the budget of the police board.
Right, so I'm going to take you back, so I'll just be more narrow. So during the protests, you did not know what the operational activities were of the Ontario Provincial Police, correct?
I wouldn't know what their operational activities were, but they were coming under the jurisdiction and responsibility of the Ottawa Police Service. But again, I was never made aware of the operational plan, nor was I given the specific time that it was going to be launched, because it would be outside my jurisdiction. You could put 2 and 2 together and you started to see more police arrive. You knew it was happening imminently, but I didn't have the specific date, nor should I.
Right, and so you saw certain uniformed officers arrive, right? From the Ontario Provincial Police.
Well, I don't know if all of them were in their uniform. There were lots that were plainclothes, I suppose, but I saw a lot of OPP officers in Ottawa when we finally got to that 1,800 number, that's for sure.
You didn't know how many officers really the Ontario Provincial Police had here from January 26th until the invocation of the Emergencies Act, did you?
Well, our chief said that on average we had about 50 to 55 police officers from OPP at different stages on a daily basis.
All right.
But nowhere near the 1,500 that the Solicitor General referred to on one day.
And so just in summary, you had, with respect to their operational plans and what they were doing and everything that the police were up to, you did not know what they were doing, either the Ontario Provincial Police or the Ottawa Police Service, right? They didn't tell you because they couldn't.
Well, there's church and state, there's a separation. The Police Services Board is autonomous under provincial legislation, and even the board itself, and I sat on the board for a number of years, but even the board itself does not have the ability to direct the chief on an operational matter, So if they wanted to get together and say, pass a motion, we want you to go and, take care of speeders on Carling Avenue for the next 2 months, that would be ruled out of order. It's not appropriate.
Right, so I just want to make it very clear, and I'd just like you to answer this question, if you don't mind. The Ontario Provincial Police and the Ottawa Police Service did not and could not update you on their actual operational plans, correct?
Not on the operational plans, but obviously we received information in terms of their discussions with other police services in terms of securing those resources in the nation's capital.
Now, you used to be the communication director for the Speaker of the House and Federal Parliament, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you then became a member of Provincial Parliament?
No, I became a member of City Council.
And then a member of Provincial Parliament after that?
No, then mayor.
Then mayor, and then a member of Provincial Parliament after that?
No, then president of the Canadian Tourism Commission.
Well, congratulations, but at some juncture, you became a member of Provincial Parliament, correct?
You got it now.
All right. Thank you very much. And when you became that member of Provincial Parliament, it was with the Liberal Party of Ontario at the time, is that correct?
Correct.
And you then became the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing from October 30th, 2007?
Yes.
And you held that office until January 12th, 2010?
Correct.
And the Minister of Municipal Affairs, that's the ministry that oversees the City of Ottawa and all of our municipalities under the Municipalities Act, right?
Well, the minister is responsible for the acts. I'm not the overseer of municipalities, but they are my, I suppose, client, if you could put it that way, that any municipal issue I was responsible for in cabinet.
Right, but you're very familiar, of course, then, because you held that office with the Municipal Act, correct?
I am, yes.
Right, and you'd also be familiar with that as the mayor of a city.
Yes.
All right. And the current Minister of Municipal Affairs, and at the time of the protest, was Mr. Steve Clark, correct?
Correct.
And the City of Ottawa, like all municipalities across the country, it's a creature of statute that exists at the behest of the provincial legislature, is that correct?
Yes, constitutionally.
Yes, and you agree that if Provincial Parliament of Ontario wanted to, they could set out how they want Ottawa to be governed and can basically do what they wish in that regard, right?
Pretty much.
Yeah. And you can agree with me that the City of Ottawa is treated the same by the Government of Ontario as any other municipality in Ontario, aren't they?
It depends on the issue. There are some times where we feel that we're underserved in terms of provincial grants and contributions, and other times we feel we're treated fairly.
Okay. I've not seen in any of the many records in this proceedings that have been produced that at any time whatsoever that you contacted Minister Clark.
I don't know if I had a call with Steve or not. I certainly had discussions with his colleague, Minister MacLeod, on a number of occasions, and she was very helpful in relaying information. But really, the matter we were dealing with fell completely outside the jurisdiction of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. It was very much the Solicitor General who was the lead minister, and that was amplified by the fact that the Premier brought her on the calls.
Okay, so the issue that you were facing was a resource issue, was it not?
Resource of people, yes, police officers.
Right. And as the former Minister of Municipal Affairs, you know then that under Section 302 of the Municipal Act, that the minister may, upon such terms and conditions as it considers available or advisable, make grants and loans and provide other financial assistance to a municipality, right? You're aware of that?
Yes.
And at no time did you ever ask for any form of financial assistance from Minister Clark, did you?
No, I did with the Premier.
You did with the Premier?
Yeah.
Right, but you and I both know from your former workings as the actual minister that you go through the minister's office, right? You
No.
ask them for financial assistance and they can give you a grant and give you money to deal with things like protests on an emergency basis, even if they want, right?
No, there has to be a program in place. You just don't go up to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and ask for a grant. We indicated to the Premier very clearly, as I did with the Prime Minister and his ministers, that we are counting on those two orders of government when this is all said and done and finished, that we would be keeping very close tabs of all of the extraordinary costs that we incurred in order to bring peace to our city. And both the Prime Minister and the Premier said that we'll be there for you to help financially. And we have since submitted all of our costs. It's in the tens of millions of dollars because, as you know, particularly when the municipal police services arrive, they have to be put up in hotels. They have to be given 3 meals a day. There's expenses. And we reimburse all of those municipalities. I, for instance, ran into the Mayor of Belleville a few weeks ago here in Ottawa, a few months ago rather, at the AMO conference, and he thanked us for the quick repayment of the invoice that they received. So the Premier was very specific and very generous, as was the Prime Minister, that they would be here to help us financially because the protesters were coming not to protest the corporation of the City of Ottawa, they're protesting mandates that were imposed by the provincial and federal government. We happen to be the as I said, the meat and the sandwich. We're caught in this middle fight between protesters and two other orders of government that are responsible for various mandates with respect to COVID-19. So, I wouldn't have gone to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing because most of his funding on an emergency basis is through the DRAP program, the Disaster Relief Program. This was not a disaster.
So it wasn't a disaster?
No, it was a crisis.
Okay.
And the disaster is a natural disaster. The bad storm we had a little while ago, the flooding in 2017, 2019, the tornado in 2018, that's where we seek support of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and also through, again, the Solicitor General when we called the Army in to help with the sandbagging and the flooding in Ottawa.
Right. So the thing is can you agree with me as the former Minister of Municipal Affairs that having a program set out is not a requirement for the minister to give a city a grant? They can actually just do it under the Municipal Act, can they not?
Well, there has to be a program in place. There's not a slush fund that's kept by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing that is there in case a bunch of truckers come and take over a city. There's no such program. You can't,
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is this, is that the minister, and when you were minister, you had the power to grant these grants even if there was no program. Is that not true?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
And secondly, I'm not sure why we would be going to the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for a grant All we were asking for was the compensation to make us whole, to ensure that we received after the whole situation had been resolved, to make sure that we had the necessary receipts. And our treasurer is very good at this, along with the CFO of the Ottawa Police. All of the costs were incurred. I think the figure was, and I stand to be corrected, well over $36 million in costs. So that is being worked on now.
The City of Ottawa then had adequate financial funds to deal with the protest.
Yes, we did. We
All
have
right.
healthy reserve funds.
So the only issue was actually getting bodies, right?
Well, getting bodies, yes, but also having the Emergencies Act so that we could get tow trucks and we could have a plan in place that once the police moved in, we could actually move those trucks that refused to move and tow them to a central location.
I just got something you said. You said you wanted the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
You needed it to get the tow trucks.
Well, we needed something to get the tow trucks because we were not successful. So when the Emergencies
That
Act
was a big mistake, Chad.
introduced,
Yeah.
and it was made clear specifically one line that towing was one of the requirements that people could not say no to, that was a big win for us in the city of
Right.
Ottawa.
And I take it, Mr. Mayor, that you have, of course, a relationship with probably numerous members of Parliament from your position as mayor in Ottawa, right?
Correct, yes?
Did anybody tell you before the Emergencies Act was invoked that it was coming?
No.
All right. So you didn't know if you were going to get these powers or what have you were going to be ordered with respect to towing vehicles?
No, when the act was introduced and my staff basically printed off a copy of the act and highlighted those sections that we could use. The one that caught my attention, the first, was the towing capacity to clean up the situation in Centertown and Byron
Right.
Market.
So you do know, and you've already mentioned that, of course, the Ottawa Police Service Board is independent of the police service, the Ottawa Police Service, and they have no ability to order operational sort of orders or bylaws, right?
Yes, they don't pass bylaws, but
And as the former Minister of Municipal Affairs, you also know that, of course, the province of Ontario and the Premier and the ministers at the provincial level, they have no ability to order the OPP to do anything with respect to resources either.
that's correct.
Right. So you know these two things, right? And you knew them at the time,
Yes,
right? And it would have been the commissioner of the OPP that would be making those decisions, right?
yes, he was in contact with Chief Slowly.
Right, and at no time, and that's Mr. Thomas Carrerick, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right, and you agree with me that at no time while you were looking for these resources, did you contact the commissioner of the OPP to outline what you wanted, right?
No, that would be inappropriate,
That would be inappropriate.
to contact an OPP officer.
He's the commissioner of the OPP. What's the difference? You're okay with having contact with the prime minister of the country, but you're not okay having contact with the commissioner of the OPP to ask him for what you need.
Because we have a system in place where we do not have politicians interacting directly with police officers or superintendents or commissioners. That would be highly inappropriate. That's why, as a politician, my counterpart is not the OPP commissioner, it's the Premier and the Minister responsible for the Solicitor General. So it would be highly inappropriate. During this whole period, I did not once speak to the Commissioner of the OPP or the Commissioner of the RCMP. Completely inappropriate. So, I dealt at the political level with members of Parliament, members of provincial Parliament, ministers, and the Premier and the Prime Minister. That was my role in this period in our city's history.
Okay, and did you have phone calls with the Minister of Justice and the Premier with respect to what you needed?
Well, we had discussions with the Solicitor General and the Premier, and at the federal level, it was the Minister of Emergency Preparedness and Public Safety and the Prime Minister.
Right. And so, again, just in your statement that you provided, I didn't see when the dates were that you had these conversations with the Premier. When were they? What were the dates?
Well, I'll have to look them up. I don't recall what they are, but I believe it was in, it was 2 or 3 during the month of, I believe, February.
February. So,
I stand to be corrected, but I don't know the specific dates. The Prime Minister's office did provide a quasi-transcript, so we have the specifics on that. But these calls that I had with the Premier were, one of them was basically, he called me on my cell phone. We had a long discussion about the situation that was on the ground. And then the other was when the Minister of the Solicitor General joined us and we had a discussion about the need for OPP officers.
okay, so, and I can tell you that the Prime Minister and the Premier were talking around that time too. And the Premier had told the Prime Minister, and I'm going to put it to you that he also told you, that he had no ability to order the OPP to provide you officers. It had to come from the Commissioner and the OPP themselves, right?
Right.
Right, and he told you that.
I don't know if he told me that, but the Solicitor General sent a letter, as we saw earlier today, indicating that she had sent our request, the letter that Councillor Deans and I sent to the Premier and the Solicitor General. She had sent that to the Commissioner of the OPP, which is the proper route, not telling him what to do, indicating that this request has come in and to please take the appropriate action.
Right, and the Premier told you that he wouldn't join the tripartite meetings because it was pointless.
He felt it was a waste of time.
Right, and it was,
How do you know that?
because you were looking for officers, and they couldn't order officers.
No, that's, I don't think you fully understand the situation, that I can't pick up the phone and start barking orders at a commissioner of any police service, whether it's the OPP or the RCMP. There's a protocol in place, and that protocol is to have a politician to politician. And the RCMP and the minister said the same thing. He can't direct Commissioner Leckie, but he can certainly pass along our request. And she made the decision, and we thank her and the commissioner because at the end of the day, they did provide the resources that ended up cleaning up this terrible situation our residents found themselves in.
Right, and this protocol that you've been talking about and mentioned, is it in writing?
Well, it's the law that politicians are not allowed to direct police services. It's very...
I understand that, but there's nothing that I know of, at least, and if you could point me to it, that says that you were prevented from either calling Commissioner Leckie or calling the Commissioner of the OPP and saying, hey, we need some more resources. Can you do this?
Again, I think that would be entirely inappropriate, to give the powers of operational...
What we're trying to determine is if the Emergency Act is appropriate.
I'm asking you if there's an actual policy that says you are not allowed to call and make a request to the police. Is there a policy in that regard?
Well, our city solicitor advised that the route that we should be taking is the letter to the Premier and the Prime Minister and the two appropriate
Okay, so it wasn't a protocol. It was what the city solicitor told you to do.
Well, I'm assuming that he would have told me what to do based on the law of the land. And,
Okay.
the policy is very,
I'll ask
very
him
clear.
about that when he testifies.
Sure.
The other questions I have for you have to do with the mediator. Now, you had asked the
Sorry,
federal-
with what?
The mediator. You had asked the federal government if they could appoint an independent mediator, is that right?
Yes,
And the federal government said no.
that's correct.
Right. And they said no because they didn't want to look like they were engaging with the protesters. Is that right?
You'd have to ask them. I can't speculate why, although, as you know, there was a movement on the same day by two colleagues on council to bring a resolution to council to ask the federal government to allow a mediator to try to find a middle ground. That motion never made its way onto the council agenda, so
Right.
council didn't take a position.
You said that you had no issues with financial resources at the time. So why didn't you just hire a mediator?
Well, again, the issue that the protesters
Oh,
were in
man.
Ottawa was not to protest the city of Ottawa, but federal and provincial mask mandates, among other issues that the truckers were upset with. So it was not really up to the city to start that kind of a broad-based mediation. What we did do, and what we were somewhat successful, was to secure an agreement by Ms. Leach and those truckers who fell under her jurisdiction, for lack of a better term. And I believe that was successful. We were able to get 40 big rigs and about 60 smaller ones out of the residential area and onto Wellington Street.
Right.
So that was not mediation, that was an individual, Mr. French, who came forward and offered at no charge the ability to see if there was some common ground between our police service and the protesters. But in terms of why the federal government didn't want to deal with a mediator, you'd have to ask them.
So Mr. French steps forward, he says, I can help, and he finds some common ground and was going back and forth, of course, between the city and the protesters.
Yes.
So he mediated the issue.
Well, he was a facilitator because he ended up getting a letter from me and then a subsequent response from Ms. Leach. And the activities took place, I think, the next day, and then they were halted once the Emergencies Act was implemented, I believe, on the 14th.
How many
Right.
times
And
negotiate
after
with the
that
Freedom Convoy?
agreement was done,
Think about this.
the protesters followed the agreement and tried to get onto Wellington, and the only thing that ended up stopping them was the police. Is that correct?
No, the police were there actually to help facilitate and traffic manage the congestion to bring them on to Wellington Street and away from the residential areas. So a senior officer was assigned, and my understanding was that it worked quite well, and then the Emergencies Act basically put a halt to that because all resources for police were needed to clear the area the following days.
I put it to you that after the Emergencies Act and it was invoked, and you may have heard some of this evidence yesterday, that there was just a change, and that it was the city who decided not to follow through with the agreement with the protesters, and that was what happened with respect to that agreement.
No, I believe that we did our best to live up to the agreement, and as did the truckers who did move, and we appreciate that. Because
Right.
that was the first time, as you know, where there'd been any kind of movement on the ground. There was a level of frustration, there was more and more rowdyism that was taking place in the streets of Ottawa, and we felt, as my number one preoccupation was to protect those residents who had been putting up with horn honking 24 hours a day, diesel fumes that were coming into their apartments and condominiums, and general unruliness where people were afraid to leave their homes.
Right. And so you would agree then these statements that have been out by various people that the protesters did not live up to the agreement are incorrect. In fact, they did.
So I'm not sure who you're referring to.
There's been numerous,
People-
it's okay, but you agree that the protesters lived up to their end of the bargain, right?
On that particular issue, yes.
Right. And you had earlier said in your evidence that, you know, you couldn't negotiate with these people rationally, but you did have that done in the end, didn't you?
No, I didn't get involved in it because I did not believe that I should be personally involved, but Mr. French acted as a go-between between the city, OPS, and the group under Ms. Leach. And, you know, we're appreciative of Mr. French. He had really no skin in the game. He was not being paid for this. There was no business angle. I think he saw what was happening, and
Right.
it was his capital as well.
And sorry, I don't
he
mean to
took
interrupt,
action.
but I just want to get my question answered. So they said, you said earlier you couldn't negotiate with them rationally, and you had no dealings with any negotiations with them except for the issue with Mr. French, right?
I had one or two calls with Mr. French, and then it was handed over to Mr. Kanalakis and Mr.
Right.
Arpath.
And so prior to that time, you had no attempt or nothing of involvement with respect to attempting to negotiate with the protesters, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So your statement earlier that you could not negotiate with these people rationally, you agree that the one time that you actually had any involvement whatsoever, you did, right? You had a rational negotiation that resulted in an agreement.
Too late, Jimbo. It's on the
I didn't
record.
Because I wasn't involved until the final agreement came
I understand.
forward.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
He just destroyed himself.
Okay, thank you.
Shut my
Yes,
God.
sir, buddy.
That's all you need. First of all, he said, we
Next
can't
up,
negotiate them.
is,
He's like, you can't negotiate with these people reasonably. And then he's like, the truckers lived up to their good faith agreement. My God, these people fall apart like a house of cards under 5 degrees of temperature. Can you imagine? My God. Anyways, we got what we needed. Thank you, Jimbo. Thank you, Jimbo. No justification for the Emergencies Act. If there's any possible other outcome, the act isn't justified. And he said, you can't negotiate with these Republicans reasonably. These Republicans in our street with their hate symbols and everything else. And then what happened? They negotiated reasonably, and they lived up to their good faith deal, as Jim Watson just said. My God.
Two parts. Thank you very much. Mayor Watson, a couple of things, if I can, please, this afternoon. You told the commissioner that throughout this experience, Chief Slowly had your confidence.
That's correct.
And that was right up until the time he resigned.
That's correct.
Chief Slowly, to your observation, you obviously were speaking with him during this time on a daily basis.
Almost daily. Yes.
Almost daily. During the time that you worked with him and observed him, do you agree that he performed his duties in good faith?
He did. Obviously, I was not involved behind the scenes, but certainly in any dealings he had with me or senior city staff, we came away confident and impressed, number one. And secondly, I thought he was a very good communicator. He was reluctant to have daily press conferences, which was a bit of a bone of contention, but when he did, I thought he handled himself with distinction.
Thank you. And I was going to say, you obviously were not with him during all the entirety of these operations, but in your observation of him with your colleagues, whether they be political members of council or political staff or city staff, he was always professional.
He was. I think if I could just elaborate on that, I think he found the nonstop flow of questions and complaints and so on stressful, as we all did. And I think at times he probably was frustrated himself with the volume of work that was coming in and legitimate questions by members of council, because as you know, the members of council were representing the voices of those people, particularly in Somerset Ward and Rideau Vanier, that were under tremendous stress. And that stress percolated its way up to everyone within the organization, including the chief. But I certainly, I never saw him be disrespectful to any member of council. I think he was firm from time to time with a few members of council that what you're proposing, Mr. or Mrs. Councillor, is illegal, but I never saw him lose his cool.
Right. Thank you. And finally, like you, and like probably every other person involved in this on the city side, just confining ourselves to that for the moment, he worked around the clock.
Yes, I think that's the same case for his command team, right. And a lot of our staff and so on. As I said, on what I saw of him, I had his confidence, or I was confident in him. I don't know what was going on behind the scenes in terms of the operations. I'd heard through Mr. Kanalakis there was a level of division within the various police forces. Having never been involved in a protest or an occupation of this magnitude, I would not have any knowledge to compare that kind of give and take that we heard was taking place behind the scenes. But certainly it was my expectation that he would continue to see the operation through and clean out Wellington and Rideau Centre and Overbrook Forbes.
Understood. Now, just a couple of things. Then you observed that what occurred here in Ottawa last January and February was unprecedented, first of all.
Yes.
And also something that had probably not been witnessed for 2 generations.
Well, as I mentioned earlier to the Commissioner and to Commissioner Council, that, I've been in public life as a political representative for 25 years, and nothing comes close to this. Now, I think, obviously, COVID, because it affected so many people in Ottawa, over 800 people died. That was a bigger challenge, but in a condensed period of time, in a condensed section of the city, nothing compares to what we went through. And I think the vast majority of people who saw what was going on empathized with our citizens, but there were those who thought it was no big deal, and that was what was frustrating, I think, for myself and the frontline officers and the chief.
Right. Including, as you've described to the commissioner, your effort to try to engage the other levels of government, the province, the federal government, was the source of some frustration for you on the basis that they did not come to the aid of the city and its residents in what you would have thought was a timely fashion.
I wanted it to move faster. I suspect the federal government will say, well, you don't have your plan ready yet, so why are you asking for resources? But we knew, regardless of what the plan was, there was going to be a need for a significant number of new police officers coming in, particularly public order police officers, those that basically deal with crowd control. So regardless of the fact that we didn't have all of the T's crossed and the I's dotted on the plan, we need it, and we knew there was going to be lag time by the time you make the decision and the time they get on a plane and arrive in Ottawa and get geared up. It was going to take some time. So yes, you know, the frustration I have and where I think there was a failure point was I wish all orders of government had worked faster to get the plan ready and to get the officers on the ground, and we could have resolved this hopefully by the end of week 1 instead of week 3.
Very difficult, I think this is, tell me if you agree, very difficult to finalize a plan, an operational plan, until you know what resources you have. Do you agree?
Well, I'm not a police expert, so I can't give you an informed decision. I certainly on the
I'm not an
surface of
expert.
it.
So what are you guys
Talking like
thinking
an
so
expert
far?
about
Jim
everything for the
Watson
last
is
2 hours,
incredibly
4
dry.
hours.
What do you think?
He's been talking like he's an expert at everything for the last 4+ hours. Now he says, I'm not an expert about police business. You've been speaking to police business all day, my man.
I don't know if you caught that major contradiction there, but Mayor Watson agreed that the protesters lived up to their end of the good faith agreement to move trucks shortly before the Emergencies Act was invoked, contradicting his earlier statement that you couldn't negotiate with them rationally. For the record, that was the only time that him or the city tried to negotiate in good faith rationally. It proves that there was other ways to resolve this other than the Emergencies Act.
Yeah.
Stan, you were in listening to your OPS colleagues and Steve Kay and others, was that the finalization of a plan would require some knowledge of what that number is. If you're sending 1,000 people, the plan is different than if you're sending 1,900. You agree?
I on the surface, I think that makes eminent sense, yes.
Now, Commissioner Witt, may I suggest then, I think I've got just about 1 o'clock. Can we rise here and I'll have...
Yep, we'll rise until 2 o'clock.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you.
The commission is in recess until 2. La commission est levée jusqu'à 14h.
Put on a video, Daisy. This is agony.
Coming up, my man. Coming right up. Here we go.
We have one good part of all this morning. We have one good guy that did his job.
Good. Let's go with February 16th. Yeah, here we go. Cue it up. This is Parliament Hill.
Patriot love and all thy...
Stand by. Stand by. Here I got, okay, so I just have one ready. Here's the front lines after the first day, so you can get an idea of kind of what things were like at night after they'd advanced a little bit. We'll just start playing. It's 5 minutes, but we can turn it off. So this is the Rideau and Sussex area, the near Rideau and Sussex area that was referenced many times. Near the plateau area.
I just don't want to fucking leave you. If you expect me to have your back or something, yeah. Okay, great. I love it. Excuse me.
see the guys in green. Those are the Sûreté de Quebec. Feel the drums, feel the drums. Those drums are part of me now, man. I'll load up a few more videos. Yeah, if you want to give a quick comment.
Well, at least Resistance Cat says hello. I see you came over from the other stream, from Mayor McCheese's. Good to see you.
I
How are
put
you
the
enjoying
video
the
I
proceedings
sent
so
you,
far?
about the beginning of the first weekend. You can see everything that happened this morning. Everything we talked this morning, it's all on that video. Check it out.
Hold on, I'm looking at two places at the same time, watching both chats. The smoothie is in here. Yes, I am.
All be prayed for the changing of minds and hearts in these officers standing before us and all others who stand in the way of freedom.
For shame. For shame, for shame, for shame.
This is the second day of police action, I believe.
Take of that cold heart, give them a heart of flesh. Give them a heart of flesh. Freedom! Freedom!
So somebody said something in one of the other chats, which was at one point watching us. They said, you know, I'm sure they think they're winning. So I do want to say something about that, because I really don't think, understand how you can look at anything that's happened over the last few years and think that anyone except a very small portion of people have won, and they're not people on our side and they're not people on your side. They're puppet masters. They're whatever you want to call them. Really extremely rich individuals. They won. They got rich. McDonald's got rich. McDonald's had 3 fantastic years. Walmart had 3 fantastic years. They did amazing. Really, really good.
Amazon was the one that made the most.
Amazon did, you're right, better than anyone else. So
Costco fared well.
Yeah, but to the other chat, to think that at the end of all of this, after everything's out and everyone has said their piece, is anyone going to have won? No, nobody's going to have won. There's things that people say that you like. There's things that people say that I like.
That's a good point. We all lose
that
here.
anyone is going to win.
We all lose.
We've already lost. Yeah. So we're celebrating what little there is that we can get. We've already lost. You've already lost. Maybe we can get to a place where more of us can win.
I don't know. I didn't feel like I lost. Okay, it took a long time for us to get where we are right now, but at least we're a little bit at a time winning and winning and winning. Each and single day, we're just winning a little bit. It's not like we had it all at the same time. Here you go, you have won. No, we had to take little piece all the time since February.
But when you say that you're winning, you're implying that somebody is losing. Because if there's a winner, there's a loser.
A little bit.
And the fact of this is,
guess what?
That nobody really won that.
As bad, right? The society see us as bad, right? They as soon as you talk about freedom fighter or freedom convoy, they see us bad people, okay? But each and single day we're gaining people's approval, and now they're not.
It's not about approval.
After approval, it's not like we're going to stop if they don't approve it. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying the image we have changed each and single day. It gets better and better and better each and single day, at least to my eyes.
I mean, to some people, yes. To a lot of people, no. So it's more complicated than that, Matt. But I can understand where you're coming from here. And I respect the position, respect you, but just nobody's winning. Everybody's lost, except for some very rich and fortunate individuals and people who were able to somehow withstand everything. But everybody lost something. And when the truth and everything comes out about this, there's not going to be a winner and loser in from this commission. It's going to be just a bunch of people with a bunch of mic time, and some people like this and some people like that. But there's not going to be a winner. How could any scenario here be a win, Matt? Either the Prime Minister was unjustified in invoking the most extreme measures ever used on the Canadian public in at least a generation, or he was not justified in doing it. In either case, and they're not going to make that determination. That's for the people to decide. But in either case, that's not a win for anyone. No outcome is a win for anyone. It's a lose situation.
I'll say the win is going to be for the next generation not to go through a thing like this ever again, because we have fought it. Even if we don't win, even if there's no winner or no loser, at the end, what we're doing right here may change the next generation to come, though. Let's put our mentality on that a little bit more about my kid is going to have human rights. My kid won't have to be obligated to find a way like this, and we'll learn from all of this big story that we're living in since the past 2 years. I
hope we learn something.
We'll learn something, exactly. Put the video I just sent you so people can see that we told them exactly from the beginning. That's the first weekend. The video I sent you is
oh no, I love Matt very much.
First weekend. Before it comes, we have a little bit of time, but you'll see it's a little bit, it's in French, but again, look how clean and respectful and honest this is.
Difficult to say. Yeah, yes, totally. So do you have the video queued up, Daisy, who usually cues those?
I've got
don't have that one up yet. A few others uploading. I will
We need
when
some
it's
more.
ready, but here's a nice one here. My other phone.
That guy should come back here too. He's really a hot man. Unreal. Beautiful. I have Stab in his Fence jersey. Hugging it out, saying, "Oh, Canada." Unreal.
A Habs fan.
Now that's unification.
So please,
This is the last night that the truck is on Wellington.
Hey, man.
Go, Sens, go.
Thanks, buddy. It's hard to watch, eh?
Look at that.
Yeah, oh, beautiful, beautiful. A guy hopped out the other day and I fucking around one of these guys with a Leafs jersey on. We fucking sang "Oh Canada" here.
That's the owner.
Is it? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I think.
Unreal. What a fucking crazy time, eh?
Yeah, man.
So what are you guys, are you getting you out of here or no? What?
We can't move.
Yeah, okay.
Got airline off because it's broken.
Yeah.
Got-
Good.
But we do have the right parts coming to fix it because we're on a service call, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
So, I sat in that truck for over an hour that night. But here I got a video ready showing movement of truck on February 14th onto Wellington.
Oh, they're moving the trucks from down the street right into the downtown core here. It's beautiful. You guys here? Look at that. Here. And then this lad grabbing a coffee. It's a vet down from where?
Regina, Saskatchewan.
All the way down from Regina. Just got down, eh?
No, well, we left Wednesday, so
Yeah.
36 hours.
Yeah.
I came here with a gal that I'd never met. That I met from a guy that I haven't seen in 10 years. And we drove 36 hours straight, starting Wednesday, got here on Friday. And we're going to be here till Wednesday, and more people are coming. So,
Right on. Well, it's nice to see more vets coming down. It's awesome.
keep doing your best. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, same with you, man. Thanks so much for your service. Hey, God bless you. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's so that I have some other videos of that truck movement that day.
Okay, Daisy, it's your show. I need like a 5-minute break here.
Yeah, no problem. I'll play some videos. So that was movement of the trucks onto Wellington, like Matt was talking about there a bit earlier. Okay, so what do we got here? Here I got a little talk. I don't know if most people would know Viva Fry, but here's early on in the convoy when I met Viva Fry.
decided to claim the entire video because of 12 seconds of we're not going to take it. So I'm going to talk over this and just absolutely ramble incoherencies so that whoever owns the rights to this music don't pull a little crappy thing and copyright troll bastard stealing other. I swear to you, I would work for free. I will just not work for a Warner Music Group. So let's see. I think I may have successfully talked over that. I'm going to have to go check my computer after this is over and see what the dealio is. It's very, very quiet today. So I think there's a concerted effort to stop honking the horns.
Lost my coffee. Holy shit, Steve McBride. How you doing, man?
Very good, very
Watch
good.
open coffee right straight, eh?
I know. I got one on Saturday.
Did you? Oh, you actually did?
I swear to you,
Are you serious?
They claimed it. They claimed the video at 280,000 views. And
They're like, we're going to kill it on
if
TV.
I had a nickel for that, they did. Warner Music Group claimed it, and I tried to mute the audio.
Really?
It took YouTube 20 hours to mute the audio.
I mean, I guess it's a smart way to censor people if you're going to be that type.
Well, no, or to how's it going? Or to monetize the revolution.
Yeah.
Corporate sponsors the revolution and claims all the video of it.
Yeah. The revolution will not be televised or on YouTube, but it'll be on Facebook, maybe.
Yeah, the revolution will be.
So you've been here quite a few days now.
This is my 5th day here now.
Yeah. I saw you walking across the bridge the other day. The first day you came, I came looking for you trying to play hockey. I came to play hockey. I saw you. I was waving the flag.
Yep. No. It was apparently they put the hockey. They what did they do? They canceled the hockey game.
I haven't gone down yet. I almost got arrested for having a stick yesterday. After I played hockey with the kids.
Go on and explain your experience, sir.
Yeah, well, I was playing hockey in 2 intersections on Bank Street. I was just going home, walking with my stick. Like, I live in Ottawa. And you know how we tap our sticks like this? Who's below the belt? We were done the game. I just walked by where the Polish community gave a flatbed of stuff away in front of St. Andrew's Church down here. And just dumped my stick right away. What are you doing? I'm like, I'm just going home and playing hockey. It's like, guy gets out of the car and gets a little... It's the only bad interaction I've had with the police, though. So I don't want that to sound indicative.
No, that's fine. It's fair enough. And even if it's a one-off, it's a one-off.
Yeah, it was a one-off so far.
But so you're from Ottawa, and do I understand? Do you live like in this
I'm
area?
from the Ottawa Valley, but I've been in the downtown core for about a year.
Okay,
just
and
actually like blocks away.
Okay, so this is the question now. At night, and people, you'll write his opinion off it because he's biased, whatever.
Of course.
Have you been hearing the horns at night? People are saying
No, they've been off for nights.
The entire time?
No, the first 3 days was incessant honking.
Okay.
Or 4 days. Like, I still hear the horns in my sleep. You know when you go to the wave pool or the ocean when you're a kid?
I woke up
and
last
then I'm
night.
like, you're floating? That's what it's like with the horns.
I had that last night. I was going to that here.
Yeah.
So the first 4 nights, incessant.
Yeah, incessant pretty much. But I mean, I was also out the whole time. And so, I mean, that was 4 days of honking for 2 years of no freedom. Like, I've literally been living in a bunker, and I'm from the country more than the city, right? So I've been living in a bunker in downtown Ottawa. You know, like, coming out and seeing the flags at half-mast all summer. Like,
6 months.
I was ready. There's rules about what we do with our flags for a reason. And to come out and see that every day, like, I don't like to use the word triggering, but fuck it, it's triggering.
It's also, for those who don't know, the flag was at half-mast as of May, I think, and it had to do with the residential school.
Yes, definitely.
And Trudeau had the flags at half-mast. It was until the groups could declare that it could be raised. But it was at half-mast for 6 months.
Well, he abdicated his responsibility and put it on the Indian bands, right? Like, instead of making a decision and being a leader like a real man would. Misogynist, sorry. There's a real
leader.
There's a real cute couple of little misogynist girls serving coffee directly in front of the Peace Tower too. It's real interesting. But you know, he put it on them instead of being a leader. Then Jordan Peterson came out with the actor video. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that one.
I think I did, but I
called him an actor with the Pinocchio thing, and then it was Remembrance Day. So the flags went up a couple of days before the Remembrance Day ceremony, and the day after.
So that when they go down for Remembrance Day, it actually has a meaning and an impact, and it's not just indicative of a country in decline. Yeah. Having a flag at half-mast for 6 months is not showing respect to any cause. It's just, in my humble opinion, showing disrespect to the flag itself. Well, but that's my personal opinion.
I think I have to agree with your opinion too. In my humble opinion, you shouldn't use the tragedies of the past as a weapon to bludgeon people's freedoms away now. And there was a lot of things like what happened back then was tragedy. No one's arguing that. It should have never happened. But the proof is in the pudding. It never happened again.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Trudeau lowers the flag to half-mast for 6 months indefinitely and then skips the national holiday that he established for the Indigenous.
Yes.
So, it's
not to mention
lip service.
Water issues. You can talk about reconciliation all day long, but if you do nothing about it except virtue signal, it's no good. Like, it's not good at all.
Oop. There we go. Hey, Matt, how's it going there?
Going well, my friend. How about you?
Not bad. Just enjoying the break here. So that was, hold on, turn my phone.
I'm just trying to have some people, if you can all come in there, because last week I've been deleted off TikTok. So if people just, I have we have 150 right here. If all of you can go and follow me on TikTok, MattVen.01, MattVen01, and people can follow me there. And at the end, okay, people, we must understand one thing, okay? The Freedom Convoy was not here to traumatize Ottawa, okay? We weren't here to do this. At the end, we were only here trying to say, my body, my choice at the end. And we didn't want to gain much more than this, okay? We didn't want to be blocked or being treated as criminals, not able to open my business, not able to buy some 2x4s. At the end, in Quebec and Ontario was different. But
well, they were so expensive, we couldn't buy them here either, really.
But at least you could go in the store,
yes,
go and buy it.
Me,
in Quebec, I was not even able to go in the store. They blocked me from going into the store to get my material.
So they also, you were under curfew then as well in Quebec.
Oh, we had the worst curfew, like ever.
Like you're a teenager, like a child that's misbehaving, say.
And at the end, what did it solve? At the end, do we really have did it really did something? That's the thing I'm wondering. Maybe it did, okay? But again, all the bars, all the restaurant, everything was closed. So where did people could go? In a park, at a friend's party, at this? And at the end, there was measures that you weren't allowed to be that much people into a house or this much. That's at the end, basically, it came off the same thing. But
cancel Christmas, cancel holidays. Speaking of,
that was the worst. I think that was the worst. The Christmas part, the week before Christmas, saying okay, no Christmas, was terrible. And not only 1 year, but 2 years in a row. Oh my God, did it felt bad, and did it felt like
So speaking of the suffering, the next video I'm going to play. This is a video that I shot at the National War Memorial. So I spent a ton of time. That was one of my first and last stops every day, always at the National War Memorial.
Exactly.
And this is a woman. Her name is Beverly Knowles, and this is one of the most emotional things. I still know this woman quite well. We're very close to this day. We connected kind of more so after the convoy. But this woman, she lost 2 sons to COVID mandates. Tragic story. So I'll play the video and maybe I can speak a little bit to it afterwards.
Please do.
3 days after Jake died, Ken was at my place with his girlfriend and started smashing up some of the furniture. She calls 911 for help. They come, they brutalize him, they handcuff him, they take him and throw him into a jail cell without even a pillow. 3 days after he woke up with his little brother dead on the same couch as him. You know, that's the help that they talk about.
Yeah, and they took away the drug you needed to get by.
Yeah.
You know, they closed the gyms, they closed all the things.
Ibogaine is a drug that cures addiction. It cures addiction. And in the middle of the real pandemic that's been going on for decades, they make all of this illegal.
Yeah, and you know, they're handing out Dilaudid by the handful down the street, you know. It's really
Oh, and they love giving out antidepressants. You know, that's been offered to me, and they've tried to push that down my throat since my sons have died.
Yeah, well, that's not what you need. You know, that's just contributing to the problem. We need love, and I mean, that's what they needed. They needed love and support.
And you know, these medicines that God made, that grows out of the ground, are the medicines that we need. You know, how many years ago was it that it was illegal to be a chiropractor, an acupuncturist, a massage therapist?
You know, I quit drinking. Like, I know a bit, not the same struggle maybe, but I quit drinking about 5 years ago. I started that process, and I mean, I smoke marijuana. It helps me. CBD helps me.
I did MDMA the other night.
I've heard it's quite
peace.
helpful.
I had 7 hours of peace.
Same with some of the hallucinations, like mushrooms. Some of those too can do wonders. Like, it's helping a lot of these guys here, that some of these vets around here that are struggling.
That's the reason why they're illegal. If they were any good for us, they would be legalized. You know, the same as what really made me wonder when they came out with this vaccine. when they wanted to give it to the Native people first? Like, why wasn't that a red flag? There's a Native woman I talked to the other night, and she said the minute that she heard that the Natives were the first ones on the list for this vaccine, she knew there was something wrong. That's when her opinion changed.
Yeah, well, it's a little strange, you know, like, all of this is a little strange. Everything's backwards. It's an inversion of what's right and what's true.
Somebody should be asking Trudeau, how much money, Trudeau, are you making on each vaccine? Tell the Canadian people that. That's the reason why he ordered twice as many vaccines as Canada needs.
Yeah, exactly. And then
Money in his
and then he
pocket.
coerces people to take it.
Yeah, forces us
I'm
to.
so sorry for your loss. We're here with you. We'll do anything.
And I'm here with you too, and I'm not leaving either.
God bless you.
I came with the truckers.
Two sons needlessly lost far too soon. 2 brothers gone. And their mother, you know, and grieving, but she's out here trying to do the right thing, and God bless her for it.
The compassion I received was with these truckers coming across Canada and my fellow Canadian citizens that's out here fighting for freedom.
Thank you so much for that. That's going to make a difference too. We got to make sure.
What it's like to get that news, you know?
I can't imagine. I mean, I've lost friends that way too, and far too many. But like to lose a son or a brother, I can't.
I'm going to get a phone. The phone is pretty much shot. I'm going to get that first one in. I'm getting 3 in this time. And I'm going to try and pick out a wall up there to start posting the pictures of all the kids that died.
That's a wonderful idea. Wonderful idea, because we could fill the whole wall.
Yeah.
It's not a good thing, but it's
it needs to be done. It needs to be done. It's not just a cross or.
No, and it's not.
We need a picture. We need a face.
Yeah, we need to put faces to
I'm
this
going to start working on that
because
today.
every one of these is a tragedy that lives on through the people that are left behind. You know, like
my son has 2 little girls, never going to have a daddy.
A good friend of mine, her ex-husband, they pick a little girl up, she's 5 at work. You know, like that's a little girl again. Now she's growing up without a dad. She's gonna feel like he abandoned. You know, like my ex is like that too. You know, her father.
That's still hard for me to watch. I haven't watched that in a while, and I mean, I was almost tearing up there. That's 2 sons. She had both her sons lost within a short period of time. You know, the government closed everything down. They took away the medication that these two young men were on. They were off drugs. They were both working. They were involved in their communities. They were involved with their families, and they made the drug that these guys were on that was helping them, you know, beat their addiction. They made it illegal. At the same time, they're handing out dilaudid literally by the handful just down the street from where this was taken. They closed the churches, they closed the gyms, and all the groups that these men and so many others use to get by, to survive, to beat addiction, to beat their demons. And you know, that's two kids lost for absolutely no reason. And that's just one woman's story. There's 2 little girls now that grew up without a father.
Yeah. Unimaginable damage done to everyone over the last couple of years on both sides. And people missed out on key moments, missed graduations, missed communions, missed first days of kindergarten, missed, you know, just all kinds of different things, important milestones, weddings, funerals, deaths of loved ones, just unimaginable social damage, economic damage. This has been a cataclysm on our society, and it needs to be remedied. We need to move steadfast towards a resolve away from these policies that put us where we are, that didn't save the people that they should have saved or they could have saved, and they caused the pros versus cons here. The cons are through the floor. It's that unbalanced because there's no pros to this. The science of lockdowns. I mean, come on, guys.
Well, and these people.
No science to that.
These people that said, you know, you have Trudeau saying that any life saved, every life saved matters. Well, I understand that every life matters. No one's arguing that. Every life is precious, in my opinion. But to save one life and sacrifice untold numbers of others when there's another way just doesn't make sense. How do we judge this, you know, and how do you even begin to quantify and account for all of the secondary, tertiary, and, you know, damages done through this? I mean, these waves are going to ripple out for decades. People have suffered so much trauma. There's families that have lost loved ones, parents gone, kids gone. And I mean, the hole that leaves in people's lives is irreplaceable.
Oh, it is. It's
Or
a lot.
unfillable. I don't know. You know what I mean?
much for people to take.
John, you okay to hold it down for a few minutes here? If, I'll keep listening in, but I got a few things I got to take care of here. You okay to
Okay,
hold
I'll
it
try
down?
DJing.
Okay, thanks.
I'll DJ. Let's watch some videos because this
Yeah,
is
hey,
a depressing
just put me
day.
on. Put my screen. I'll try to.
I can't put your screen.
Oh,
It
no?
doesn't work like that. No.
Oh, okay, I thought it was gonna be this, and you could have seen
You could send it
this
to
kind of-
me.
But it's too long. I can't send you. I have 2 minutes and two. I don't know how to send it to you.
You could send me the link to it, and I'll put it in.
Oh, okay, okay. I'll do
Let's
that.
see, do we have any? I think we watched all of Chris's videos.
Yeah, but I sent you one a little bit before the part 1, part 2. Can you put that on?
I don't think I have that anywhere.
I send you in Messenger, part 1, part 2.
Yeah, I don't. I can't find that right now. I have like the different messenger accounts here. Oh, is it the O Canada one, maybe?
Yeah. The me, it's the O Canada one. The two little
There's no other music in it?
girls that sing O Canada. It's insane, man. Oh, that is touching. I'm just trying to feel to show you.
Which is the part 1 or the part 2?
TikTok, and maybe you can go from there.
There's no part 1, part 2?
The one I sent you, part 1, part 2, is not this one. It's another one about the beginning of the weekend.
I can't play that because it's in the chat there, unfortunately.
Okay, just let me give me 2 seconds. I'll send you the link. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Again, like I say, okay. Again, we have to understand. We were all Canadian. Try to resolve an issue with leaders that didn't want to do any sort of effort to try to resolve it at the end. I think that's the biggest problem that we have right now. Okay, is the fact. Okay, so I downloaded on. Okay, I'll send it on your being processed. Okay, just the end process. But the best one is this one. I'll try to send it like this. I'll try to send it to you. You should. Where are you? How come you're not there?
I'm here. I'm here. Painfully. I'm here.
Smoothie. Here we go. Send. Okay, I just send you a link. Okay, you should have received it on this one. And
I can't play any music, and that's so sad because music is so close to the heart. And you
yeah,
can't
but
play
hey,
anything with music
this
in
one
it.
has no music. I'm just talking.
I know, but it's a shame because so many of our videos do have music in it, especially the really happy ones.
But
you know,
Canada,
it's just
I
a
don't
shame.
think it's going to be a problem singing "Oh Canada" without music. It's just voice saying "Oh Canada." So I don't think you should have
Hold up.
a problem with this.
That went away.
This one, you already have it, I think. I'll send it anyway. I think you should have it. Okay, I send you 2. Which one's the other one? That was the last night.
Yeah.
Well, we told everybody that there was kids into the trucks, to not be violent, to the authority that were coming in at the last night to try to destroy all the trucks and everything. We warned everybody about, there's still kids into the trucks. And
I hear you. Oh, that was bad. Okay, can we just show Brian Dirksen singing with a random guy, or is that going to be copyrighted? Is it close enough, the acapella? Can you show acapella verbalizations, or is that a copyright issue? Like if 2 people on the street randomly start singing a song, is that copyright?
I'll just put my
Without
cat
any
outside.
music? Chat, do you know? Can we show 2 people who just break out into spontaneous song downtown? Can we show that? We can't show that? That's unfortunate. no backing vocals or anything, and they're not. It's like completely random, and I think he even missed a lot of the words, but he's a good singer. What is the question here?
Anyway, people can go on my TikTok at the worst and see these videos. But this little girl was quite. I don't know if you can see it like this.
No, you can't really play it, which is sad that we can't share a lot of this stuff. Which is so this video was a video of Brian Dirksen singing "What a Beautiful World" on Parliament Hill, and some random people who were up there kind of joined in with him. It was a really good video, honestly. I'm just sad that we can't actually have anything else. We can't show it. And of course, JB the Great got me a strike yesterday, or got me, you know.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're saying. By what we're doing, we don't need to be censored and
you can't put any kind of music or anything in any of the videos at all.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
So a lot of our really good videos are people where they're at their happiest or most delighted has the it has music in it in the background, or somebody's humming a tune or something of that nature. No.
But
yeah, JP, when I played your video yesterday, it took down the stream. Yeah, that's why part one's gone. It's because we played your tribute video and it had the Emergencies Act. That was our fault. That was my fault for playing that, but it's sad. But yeah,
right.
no, it's like the boom, the stream was gone.
Yeah,
I can't get it back, but it's okay.
It's okay. Like, listen, in everything in life, my friend, we must remember one thing. I'm
just tired of playing the miserable stuff. I'm tired of playing the rants and the people angry and this kind of thing. And I want to play the happy videos, but there's always music playing in the background because when people are musical, they're happy.
Yeah.
You know, so.
But
Kimmy,
if
this
we
is going to go
bought
on
the
for
music,
6 weeks.
listen. If we bought the music
6.
from a bank, like what we do, like me, the music I put in my video, I've bought it. I've bought the rights, put it in my video. So how come I'm not able to publish it? That's the thing I'm wondering.
Because if you don't have the publishing rights and you can't prove you have the publishing rights, then it's going to cause issues.
But as soon as I buy it, it's my publishing rights.
It depends on the use of the of what they said. Like, did they say that was the case?
Yeah.
Did they?
I'm allowed to use it on any
commercially
platform and everything.
Okay, well it's complicated.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5. My God. Okay, well, let's just watch this trip through the convoy. Why not? I'll go on my old videos here. Don't think there's any music. I don't think. I hope not. You never know when you might come across a rogue gust of music just out in the wild. And then all of a sudden everything is gone. Ugh. So they were talking about the shack. I actually visited that shack. I did. I'm just worried that there's music. I don't know. No, that's not good. I think there's music in that. So what is everyone thinking so far about everything that has taken place? Are you guys happy? You guys want more? Man.
That's another thing I have, okay? I have so much video of police officer into their car playing games on their cell phone. I got 3 or 4 of these. You understand what I'm saying?
People gotta stay busy, right?
And they have to say like, "Oh, we needed 3,000 and something police officer to
arrest everyone." Yes.
At the end, you know what, and I know it. The
majority.
only thing that would have resolved this quickly would have been a negotiation, trying to have an understanding of the situation and try to resolve it peacefully, honorably, ethically, the right way to have did it. But no, we didn't negotiate. We didn't have the respect. We didn't have anything. We were thrown under the bus and deal with it.
Hold on, I'm still looking this up. Go ahead, Matt. You could tell us more about that.
Yeah, but again, like I always said, okay, I'm a peaceful Canadian. I was born on 1st of July. I think by the date I was born, I had to defend Canadians' human rights, the way to go, the right thing to do, the right way to do things in life. But if we can't have a negotiation, I was there every morning with a bunch of groups of people that wanted to talk.
Hey guys, we're going to go to the phones here. Yeah. We're going to try anyways.
Oh, okay.
See if... Well, go ahead, Matt. Keep talking. I've been trying to set this up in the background for a while.
Okay. So, again, if the PM would have sit down, if the chief of police would have come and meet us and try to find an understanding about, okay, you're going to put your trucks here, we're going to do this, there need to be a lane for emergency, this and that, we would have collaborate and find the right way to do things. And again, I said it on the 5th day about it was going to cause chaos all over Ottawa by not bringing the trucks all at the same place. And again, the mayor just said what I said. Wellington should have been the place to put all the trucks. And again, they put barricades and the trucks weren't there. So at the end, we wouldn't affect all the city. All the little old lady that didn't sleep for many days because of the trucks would have been clear from that. It wouldn't have affected her. But again, we didn't have any recognition. We didn't have any kind of support or understanding on what the movement was all about. It was not a bunch of criminals coming to Ottawa and some people say, oh, you just came here to party. We weren't here to party at all. I didn't party. Like, we danced, we played a little bit, but it was not a thing about, oh, I'm getting fucked up and let's go and I'm partying, getting drunk. No. It was none of this, no. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but at the end, for me, it was a peaceful war, but it was a war. We needed to come and prove our point. And at the end, it's better than all the other option that this planet, when they had a conflict, they went to war. And look where it goes. And at the end, we're killing people, we're destroying lives.
I'm not calling it a war. I mean, I think that's maybe a French, French line of thinking. You got to be really careful with that.
Like, no, but it's true. It's a peaceful war.
Super
but we were kind of a conflict, my friend. We were holding the line. Even if we got beat and everything, we were still there trying to defend our rights.
Yeah, people did get beat during the police action. For sure they did. And that wasn't justified. But that doesn't turn it into a war because a war involves two participents. That was just an attack on peaceful protesters.
And our side. And
there was no two sides. There was no two battle or anything like that. Because a war requires combatants.
To my eyes, we still have an issue that we had both.
It's not a combatant. The Freedom Convoy was not a combatant to anything.
No, it was not protest. A combatant. Like I say, that's why I put peaceful in front of it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
But I think this is maybe a breakdown of the French a little bit, maybe.
But to my eyes, it was kind of a peaceful war. It was not a party. It was not a little manifestation with flags saying freedom, freedom, freedom for 2 hours. It was there. It was nonstop. And if they wouldn't bring that act of measures, we still would have been there. If it was not resolved as today, we would still be there.
I don't know about that.
People wouldn't have give up.
Nobody did give up. I mean, we've maintained
we
ourselves
got pushed
here
out,
in Ottawa.
But we never give up.
We've maintained our presence here in Ottawa, especially with the local group and across the country.
But again, it's...
So nobody gave up. I don't think that's
correct.
No,
but it's not giving up.
And as we heard in the... what we heard in the testimony today was that there was willingness to work with the city and the negotiators, but the city never really made an attempt to do that. And when they did do that, there was progress. what we're talking about here is a justification for the Emergencies Act. And you got to
But
be
before
very
that,
careful with how you frame things and how
you
you
know,
say
but
them.
before that, they said, put the horns down. We did. Try to do this. We did. There was so many things they asked, and each time they asked us to do that, we did it.
So again, the word war implies combatants, implies combat, implies destruction, death, and damage.
Okay,
And,
no.
so we
That's
cannot
why
use
I
the
said
word war.
peaceful in
The word
front.
war is
That's why I
100%
wanted
no.
to, I don't know
Peaceful
how to
war
say
is
this, but
is
it
a
was
contradiction.
bigger than a manifestation.
It makes no sense. It's a
Okay.
manifestation. Yeah. It's not a war. It's a war. It has connotations that are never taken off of it.
Okay,
I mean,
but
they
again, I'm not
abused
saying
it in the
was
U.S. with the war
I'm
on
not saying
terrorism,
it,
the
but
war
I'm
on
saying-
drugs. They love that word, but words have meanings and meaning matters.
Yeah. But again, that's why I always put peaceful in front, so people don't get any kind
You
of.
could say something like that, but you also have to recognize that what we just learned today is that there was an effort between the city and the convoy participants to make progress, and that and Mayor Watson even agreed that in his testimony that the trucks were moving out in good faith. There was a success of the good faith agreement until the Ottawa Police Service stopped the good faith agreement, and that was the only time that the city negotiated with the convoy in good faith, and contradicted Watson in his earlier statement where he said that you couldn't rationally negotiate with the convoy, and it shows that there were other avenues to resolve the demonstrations without the impeccably and never before used Extraordinary Emergency Measures Act.
Yeah,
so
but
again, we got to be very careful.
Yeah, which
You got to be
then,
because language and meaning matters so much.
get that.
Your
I get that.
connotations are not other people's connotations, so you got to be very careful about your word choice.
Yeah, but again,
And,
I've been there every day. We weren't
Mhm.
partying. We weren't saying just freedom. We wanted not
A
to be
manifestation.
violent. We just wanted to prove our point and to people that hear us at the end, you know?
Kathy, I agree to a large part with that sentiment, but you have to be very careful because, again, words have meaning and meaning matters.
I get that.
When
that's
you hold
why
the other side accountable for their words, you got to do it here too, because then it just doesn't make
again,
sense and it means nothing.
I'm not,
So I understand what you're getting at, Matt. You're saying that it wasn't a 2-hour demonstration.
You're right.
I know what you're saying,
Okay.
but this line of argument is detrimental
Yeah, we
to
can
your
go
message.
on and on and on, and we won't resolve
No,
anything.
this line of wording hurts your message.
Okay.
To
Again,
be
the
objectively
only
clear
thing
with
we
you.
want to resolve this issue that was badly deal with at the end. That's the only thing I'm trying to say is there was a million kind of other options than what happened in Ottawa that day. That's it.
I hear you.
People
I hear you,
didn't
and I
want
wish
to be
that there would have
here
been
now
more negotiations.
for 3 weeks. They didn't plan on being here with their family for 3 weeks with the kids and everybody in the truck, and it was not like a thing they wanted to do. It's a thing they needed to do. That's different. They needed to do this so the PM and the Parliament and everybody understand what they're affecting.
I wish they would have.
Yeah, me too.
I wish they would have listened to anyone because that would have kept the demonstrations away.
Exactly,
that
and plus
would have ended everything. If people were listening 2.5 years ago, then it would have never gotten to the point where it did, where people were on the streets of Ottawa like that. And it's just it would never have gotten to that point. And the amount of destruction our society has witnessed in the fact of all these policies destroying businesses, destroying people's mental health.
Can you imagine?
Phenomenal, and I hope we can
6
heal.
months in jail. How did he feel for being peaceful, honorable, and careful for everybody that was here at the end? That I feel so bad. I saw this guy speak. I saw this guy didn't bring any kind of violence or negativity or unhelpful things. He tried his best. This guy's an amputee, and he walked the street 18 hours a day. Okay, he had so much heart. I never saw a guy with that much heart.
I hear you. Meet requires access to your microphone. Okay. 1 second here, guys. We're going to try something. Let's see if we can get a call-in number. taking a while. I wish people were more familiar with this. Google. Hold up. So the commission should be back in a matter of minutes. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we'll walk and talk.
So please, go to your knees and take a few minutes to pray. Whatever way you pray, in whatever name you call God, let's take a few minutes for prayer. I'll be praying for the changing of minds and hearts in these officers standing before us and all others who stand in the way of freedom.
For shame. For shame, for shame, for shame.
Write them with blindness, Lord. Remove the scales off their hearts. Take out that cold heart and give them a heart of flesh. Give them a heart of flesh in Jesus' name. Freedom!
Heck is this? Sorry, I'm just checking out some stuff.
But can you see what I mean? The line of police officers are all with sticks and arms and whatever, and people in front on their knees saying freedom and giving love, and no attacks, no nothing, no. And why did it had to end this way? That's the thing I'm wondering. Where's the reason to use violence against these kinds of people standing in front of them saying freedom, we want to give you love? They're on their knees, and police still went through it. It hurts me inside to see this. It hurts my feeling as a Canadian to see that people can do those kinds of action. Police officer that's been trained, where's your heart? Where's your values in life? Seeing people in front of you on their knees saying freedom, and you continue on doing this order or this job that they told you to do.
Yeah, it's heavy stuff. It's not easy to deal with. There's so much there to unpack and to understand.
But for me, it breaks my heart, my friend. It breaks my heart. Canada was never.
You gotta be really. When you're in the critical role there, it's the objective. Looking back, you've got to really try to remove yourself from that. I know how hard it is to do. You'd be better as a witness, I think. You'd be a good witness.
No, I'm both sides, man. I've been on the line as much as I can have some feeling for the people that got beat. Even if I didn't get beat, I didn't. I it's not like I didn't feel them, and I didn't see them, and I didn't respect everything that they did. And they didn't deserve this. Nobody deserved what happened to them at the end.
I hear you. Like, nobody, this needed to not happen for sure. I think we're going to be back with the Public Order Emergency Commission for a bit. I'm going to hop off. We're going to focus on this, gang. We'll be back soon.
Order à l'ordre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Good afternoon, bon après-midi. You're ready to go?
All set.
Okay.
Thank you. Merci.
Thank you. Mayor Watson, a couple of things, please, if I can, about cast your mind back to the period before the convoy protest came to Ottawa in January. I think you touched on this. City of Ottawa has a long experience with public protest.
We do, yes.
Besides, quite apart from all of the events that are held by the city, and there are many of them, as the home to the nation's capital and parliament, the city has a long tradition of respecting the democratic right to protest.
That's correct.
Including protests against mandates and restrictions that were imposed by provincial or federal government as a consequence of the pandemic.
Correct.
And in terms of the use of vehicles, or in the bringing to Ottawa, if I can put it that way, of vehicles by protesters, the city also has a long experience of facilitating vehicles to come to the city.
Yes, on occasion, there's been arrangements made where they'll park on Wellington Street, for instance. I know there was a farm protest some time ago, and that was arranged in collaboration with the police liaison, and it worked well, and they left after they had their speeches.
And in this case, as you pointed out to the commissioner, the expectation was that the protesters would arrive in vehicles, make their point, demonstrate, and pack up and leave.
I think most objective people would see that as a most likely scenario. There is no thought that this thing was going to drag on for 3 weeks. When, the first time I saw some trucks on Wellington was the Thursday before the Friday. And I think there were 2 or 3 pickup trucks with some flags, and that was it. And then obviously we received a lot more vehicles on the Friday and the Saturday, and it jammed the street. There
was no indication of which you were made aware that the protest was either expected to last as long as it did or to be conducted in the fashion that it was, correct?
I had no information that it was going to go on for 3 weeks. I think we saw early on there was a little bit of disorganization in terms of timing of speakers, which pushed their agenda back. And I thought, worst case scenario, they'll be gone back home by Sunday.
Right. And am I also right that from your perspective as the mayor of the city of Ottawa, there was no indication from your policing partners at the OPP or the RCMP that you should consider this protest to be any different than protests of a similar kind in the past?
To the best of my knowledge, I don't recall receiving any briefing of that nature. That would have been through the police to the city manager, because obviously there are implications for city services, rerouting of buses, and parking regulations and so on.
And had there been a plan to, or had there been information that suggested that the trucks should be intercepted and not permitted into the city, then obviously your city manager and the staff below him would have had to engage in a traffic plan and some operation to put the trucks somewhere other than residential neighborhoods around Parliament Hill.
Yes, and as you know, the jurisdiction for the highways and entry onto and off highways is the provincial government through the OPP, not the OPS.
Got it. 2 other quick things about this, please. Did you understand that Chief Slowly had engaged his command team and that Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson was responsible for the operations plan?
That's correct.
And the Deputy Chief Bell was responsible for intelligence?
That's my understanding, yes.
And did you also know that before the weekend protesters arrived, Chief Slowly or his delegates had already secured additional police resources from other municipal police forces under memorandums of understanding that exist?
Well, I knew he was making those calls with other chiefs. I don't know the extent of it, but my understanding over the last 25 years is that there's a reciprocal agreement when police services need help. We've often been sent to help in circumstances outside our jurisdiction and vice versa. So I just assumed that would be taking place because he has those contacts across the province.
Got it. Can I just show you a memorandum? If I hope I have the number correctly, that was a memo that I think you sent. It's can I have some assistance, just please, in dialing up OTT? I think 4 zeros, might be 5, 746, and then I have .001 afterwards, if that helps. Just bear with me, Mayor Watson. See if you recognize this document. Yeah, just maybe start there. Do you see it says draft response to demonstration emails, McKinney comments. It's dated Thursday, the 27th of January. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And you introduced the name to us earlier, I think, Robin Guest. That's a member of your staff?
Director of Policy, correct.
And then there are a couple of other people to whom that email is addressed at the top, including a witness who appeared yesterday, your Chief of Staff, Mr. Arpan.
Right.
Could we just scroll down, please, for the mayor? Just there, just stop there if we could, please. Do you recognize this as a memorandum that was prepared either at your direction or the direction of your staff for the purposes of communicating with your colleagues on council?
I think, can you scroll so I could see the whole memo, please?
Yeah, sure. Could we please? Just, I think the other
way.
direction, probably.
Yeah, this was a letter that was a draft for people writing me via email about the convoy, because the gentleman it was from, if you scroll up to the top again, Ben Poirier, he's our correspondence officer in the mayor's office, so he would have received a draft from probably Robin Guest in terms of this was the template that we would use initially when people started to write in with concerns about the convoy.
Understood. And I won't go through all of it, but you described a reference to past practice, to the right to protest in our democracy, and the plans that were in place for a safe weekend.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That's fine. Thanks very much. Along the way, a little later, you had, and again, when I say you had, the city has a solicitor, I think, David White.
Yes.
And Mr. White was requested to prepare a set of options that I think were legal options. I don't know if this came as a consequence of a direction that you gave or perhaps someone under your direction, but could I please show the mayor OTT 0029767? Just want to, while that's coming up, Mayor Watson, just to orient you, that believe that Mr. White prepared a set of options, a list of options rather, that could be considered by council in respect of the ongoing demonstration. Do you see that? It's dated February the 7th. Does this refresh your recollection that council or you directed Mr. White to prepare that list?
This is a memo to Councillor Deans. So I assume based on the wording of the first paragraph, she'd asked for this information, not my office, but it was, I remember seeing this. It was interesting to look at the different acts that were out there, but this was something that I believe Councillor Deans had asked for, and it was sent to her from Julia Keast.
And among the options that were addressed in this memorandum, of course, we see that at 3, the Federal Emergencies Act, and there are a number of others, including the final one concerning injunctive relief. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Were you engaged in any of the discussions that were ongoing about whether an injunction was available and advisable?
Well, I know that the Chief Slowly had asked can't recall the exact date, but asked for staff, legal staff at the City of Ottawa to consider an injunction, I believe on the 30th of January. Stand to be corrected on that. And then there was the city asked legal staff to draft an injunction to enforce municipal bylaws on February 11th, and they got the injunction on the 14th. But unfortunately then, well, not unfortunately, but subsequently, the Emergencies Act overrode the injunction.
Understood. And so that's fine. Thanks for the memorandum. We can take that down. As to the Emergencies Act, you've explained to the Commissioner your perspective about that. From your observation, the Emergencies Act played an important role in the peaceful resolution of these demonstrations.
It very much did, yes.
And the police services that were on the ground were provided additional powers, not just to deal with those who were occupying those spaces, but also to deal with anyone who might wish to come and participate in the future.
Correct.
Okay. Can I just ask you now, please, about resources? You explained that Chief Slowly was requested to provide a detailed list of the resources, particularized, the resources that the OPS required. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And am I right that he was asked to do that on February 5th at the police by Chair Deans and the Police Services Board?
I believe that's correct.
And then provided it the next day, February 6th?
Yes, and we had to redraft the letter and decided that both Councillor Deans and I would sign the letter that was sent to the Premier, Minister Jones, Prime Minister Trudeau, and Minister Mendicino.
And prior to February 5th, do I have it that Chief Slowly had already engaged in the process of trying to get more resources for the OPS from not just through the weekend, but right up until, well, through the whole piece?
Yeah, my understanding was that Chief Slowly was making many calls to other police agencies, municipal police services across the country, and that was taking a fair amount of time, but at the end of the day, I think it was helpful because they supplemented the resources that we got from the OPP and the RCMP. And
the detailed resources plan that the chief provided and his team provided on the 6th of February, as you told the commissioner, set out not just a raw number, 1,800, but it was broken down by uniformed police officers, non-uniformed personnel, public order units, and various other specialties.
Yes, it was quite detailed, and to my surprise, there were references to additional resources for jails and lawyers and other people, not just frontline officers. So it was quite a detailed request, and that was the basis of the letter that we sent to the two other orders of government.
Thank you. And you and Chair Deans and certainly Chief Slowly were under, I'll say pressure, but small p pressure from your council members to answer questions about not just these resources, but to identify that specific number that Chief Slowly had given and that you had conveyed in public. Is that correct?
Yes, I don't know when that number became public, but at some point we knew it was going to get out. But I think the concern on the police services part was that it was best that it not be public because that shows our hand to a certain degree in terms of the magnitude of the police operation to clean up our city.
Understood. And just you got to the question I was going to ask, but just to confirm, it wasn't Chief Slowly's idea to publish that number. It was, as you pointed out, it was inevitable that it was going to come out once there was this caught in the middle status and political requirements.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, can I just ask you quickly about then a couple of other things about the news conference where Chief Slowly made the reference, I think it was February the 2nd, that among other things, there may not be a policing solution to this problem. Did you understand, or do you now understand, that what he was getting at was the very issue about resources, that the Ottawa Police Service on its own did not have the resources to deal with this as a matter of its own police service.
Yeah, initially I didn't understand that to be the case. I just thought he might be saying we need, whether it's a mediator or, some other resource to solve this. And most people, I think, were under the impression they were scratching their head wondering, well, if it's not going to be a police operation, what other kind of operation is there? So I think given time, that makes more sense when he says it's not going to be a police operation because he doesn't have the resources. But at the time, I was surprised that he'd said it in that way and didn't really elaborate or clarify what he meant.
Right. Subsequently, of course, he was asked about it and it did provide additional clarification, I think.
I believe that is the case, correct.
Now, and as to that issue, I think you've explained this to the commissioner, but just so that I have it, there was never going to be a solution to this problem unless there were a lot more police service members than Ottawa Police Service have.
Absolutely, yeah. There's no way, I think even a layperson like myself recognize that the Ottawa Police Service was outnumbered in terms of the resources they had. Plus, as I mentioned earlier, we have a whole city to police. We can't take all of the police from rural Ottawa and suburban Ottawa. There's still calls and activities that require police services. They couldn't all go down to the Biowa Market or Centertown. That's why we needed to supplement them with the other two forces plus municipal forces.
And do you share the view that there wouldn't have been any different outcome no matter who was the chief of police if the matter was the resources?
Yes, I truly believe that. We needed those 1,800. That was the best estimate of the police service and their expertise. And in combination, we also needed the Emergency Act, or I believe truly that we would have been in a stalemate for several more weeks, which would just be intolerable for the public.
And just then final, two quick things then, if I may. Mayor Watson, the resignation, I appreciate that you've told the commissioner that you learned of it when it was announced. Did you have a chance to speak to Chief Slowly in the aftermath of the resignation?
I did. It was several weeks later. I invited him to lunch to say thank you for his service. I think when these things are done in a public fashion, it's not the kindest way to bid goodbye and to thank someone who had served their community. And so I brought him to a restaurant and we had lunch. We didn't get into a lot of the details, obviously, of what he went through, but I just thought it was my opportunity to thank him for his service.
And I think you've said previously that you regarded his resignation as a true act of leadership.
Yes, obviously there were concerns on the part of some members of the Police Services Board, and I think he did the honorable thing, and I stated that in a statement I released.
There was, with your indulgence, Mr. Commissioner, I have one, Mayor Watson, I'm on borrowed time, so that means you're on borrowed time. Could I just ask you one quick thing, please, about the negotiation to remove trucks from the residential area? I won't show you the letter that was already described that you wrote to Ms. Leach and her response and so on, but can I have it from you that in respect of Chief Slowly, that Chief Slowly was unaware of the final destination of the trucks that were moving out of the residential area. And the letter that you wrote to Ms. Leach doesn't describe the final destination of those trucks. There were some references that we've seen in other documents to renting farmland, to leasing farmland rather, or to parking on the Sir John A. Macdonald Highway. There was some flexibility or uncertainty about those matters. Is that fair?
Well, there was no reference specifically to Wellington, but it just common sense would dictate if they're coming down from where the Garden of the Provinces is into that area around this building, in fact, that it would be onto Wellington because there was space on Wellington. Whether the chief knew immediately or not, I'm not sure, but a senior officer was assigned to help with traffic management of getting those 102 vehicles out of the site.
I understand. Thank you very much. And your term as mayor is coming up, so thank you for your public service?
22 days, I think. 4 hours.
And counting. Okay. The Ottawa Coalition, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Paul Champ, Mayor Watson. I represent the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. Just have a few questions for you, Mayor, following on your testimony. One question that you just answered to previous council, you'd indicated that there was no indication that this protest was going to last. But wasn't it true, Mayor Watson, that we were aware that by the time they arrived in Ottawa, even that first weekend, that they had raised several millions of dollars on GoFundMe to, keep providing them with fuel and food and other resources? We knew about that, correct?
I don't recall exactly when we were informed about the GoFundMe. The first time I had any contact with GoFundMe was when their consultant approached my office, and as a result, we had a discussion with 3 of their senior people, asking them to do what they could to prevent the dollars from coming into the community, and they subsequently, I think a week later, agreed to freeze the account, and then ultimately my understanding was that the money was returned to the individual donors.
Another question or area I want to ask you about is your communications with the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board. Now, it's my understanding, Mayor Watson, that you and Ms. Deans, the chair, you generally speaking wouldn't communicate directly. It would be through your chief of staff, Mr. Arpan. Is that correct?
Yeah, almost all of the back and forth on this issue was dealt with by councilor Deans and Mr. Arpan, correct?
You and Ms. Deans, she doesn't have your phone number. The two of you don't talk directly. Is that correct?
I don't believe she has my phone number. Actually, very few people do have my phone number. I never keep the ringer on, so I don't rely on that very often. But she had a good rapport with Mr. Arpan, and he briefed me on any item, and we did have at least one Teams call or two during the course of the occupation.
Well, while we're on it, Dean French, he's got your phone number, correct?
I believe he does from my time at when I met with him through the Premier's office.
Okay. Throughout this protest, you've told us that you would have regular communications with Chief Slowly. Is that right?
Yes, or his deputies.
Well, yeah, and that was my next question. How much or how often would you speak with his deputies, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson and Deputy Chief Bell?
More with Deputy Chief Bell because I knew him better. It would vary. Sometimes there would be 1 or 2 calls a day. Sometimes there would be no calls if there's no information. I often got a lot of information from the police via Steve Kanalakis, which was a more appropriate route, and he would provide me updates. As you know, or as you may know, Mr. Champ, my office is right next to Mr. Kanalakis, so we see each other literally every hour during the crisis.
So you were getting some information from Chief Slowly and sometimes from his delegates, primarily Deputy Chief Bell?
Correct.
Okay. And Deputy Chief Bell had your phone number?
I don't know if he did or not. Not sure.
How would the two of you connect?
Well, usually through a Teams or a Zoom meeting, or he'd be in my boardroom.
Okay. And what about Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson? How often did you speak to her?
I don't recall I had any conversations with her. I think at some point she was, there was one point I think she was on leave, but I didn't really know her. I saw her at press conferences, for instance. When there was a press conference, she was often there with the chief and the other deputy.
Right. Now, we heard your testimony, Mayor Watson, that you were hearing from both the federal level and the provincial level that there were some concerns about the Ottawa Police Services operational plans to bring an end to the occupation, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you'd heard a little bit that because of some dispute or disagreement about the OPS operational plans, this was causing some delay in the deployment of boots on the ground?
No, I wouldn't equate that the lack of a plan with the request for boots on the ground. We needed both. We needed the plan, but we also knew that it was going to require a significant amount of time logistically to get these police officers from coast to coast to coast to arrive in Ottawa and get them set up and get them sworn in if they were RCMP or municipal police services from other jurisdictions in Canada. So the two had to go in tandem, and I think as the previous lawyer talked about, the reality is that we knew that we needed 1,800, and we had to be flexible enough to determine if we were only going to get 1,000, then the plan would have to change. So I think it was in flux, but there was no question from my briefings by Mr. Kanellakis that there was some argument in the command structure as to what the right plan was. At the end of the day, I believe they chose the right path because it solved the problem and it brought our residents back to some degree of peace and quiet.
Yeah, no injuries or anything like that when the plan finally enrolled. I think I agree with you, Mayor Watson.
Yeah, no deaths, no serious injuries, and given the fact the number of people that were involved and the anger level, I'm very grateful that the police did a very professional job.
Yeah.
And a very, and I was like most other, I think, Canadians, certainly Ottawans, glued to the television watching this take place as the officers were moving in from Rideau and Sussex, Coventry, as well as Wellington Street and the residential areas.
I think everyone in downtown Ottawa is quite grateful to those police and their service.
Yes.
Now, with respect to some of the concerns or disagreements over the OPS plans that you're hearing, there's some disagreement in the command structure or something like that? Is that what you said you were hearing?
No, my understanding was that the people who were responsible for the plan, which were the three police forces under the jurisdiction of the OPS and Chief Slowly, there were disagreements. I don't know what the magnitude of the disagreements were, and nor should I be meddling in the development of a plan. So this was information that was relayed to me from Steve Kanellakis. And as you pointed out, there was some concerns raised by both the Premier and the federal minister.
And you were aware, Mayor Watson, were you not, that there was, while Chief Slowly no doubt was doing his best to serve the people of Ottawa, that during his tenure, you were aware he was experiencing some difficulties with conflicts and friction in the ranks of the Ottawa Police?
I don't have any specific evidence of that. I think there were some rumblings and rumors, but I could not, no one came to me directly to say there were concerns. I think anytime there's a new chief that's brought in from outside, there's always some degree of animosity that people think that should be an internal candidate and so on. And Chief Slowly was brought in really as an agent of change. Right. We'd been well served by Chief Bordelot, but I think it was remarkable that we had, for the first time in our history, an African-Canadian leader who had served the people of Toronto very well for over 30 years. And I was very supportive of his hiring. As you know, I didn't sit on the police board at that time when he was hired, but when I was introduced to him, when Councilor Deans brought him around before the announcement, I was impressed with his qualifications and his way of handling himself. And in fact, I think before he moved into Ottawa, I had breakfast with him and just got to know him a little better.
Just stepping back a bit about the information you were receiving from the provincial and federal levels about concerns with the OPS plans. We've heard from Mr. Arpan that neither he nor yourself shared that information with Councilor Deans, the chair of the board. Can you tell us why you didn't share that information with Councilor Deans?
Well, these meetings with the Premier and the Prime Minister were held as confidential meetings, and I didn't think it was appropriate to breach that confidentiality.
But the Ottawa Police Services Board, you're aware, they're responsible for the direction and for directing the chief and monitoring his performance. You were aware of that?
Yeah, but not directing operational matters. And what was being discussed by the Prime Minister and the Premier and myself was resources to help him implement the plan and rid the streets of the occupied truckers.
So it was your concern with maintaining the confidentiality with the Prime Minister and the Premier. That's why you didn't want to share that information with the chair of the Ottawa Police Services Board?
That's correct.
You didn't think that that information might be helpful for the board to know when they were having their interactions with the chief?
No, because the concerns that had been raised by the Premier and Ms. Jones were general in nature. There were no specific allegations or of wrongdoing on the part of the chief. The same with the federal Minister Blair. I think Minister Blair knew Chief Slowly, obviously, as a former chief of Toronto Police himself. And he, like others at that political level in those confidential meetings, was expressing concern that the plan was not coming together as quickly as possible. And I was putting pressure on everyone to get moving on this, because on the one hand, I was being asked with the support of Councillor Deans to send a letter that we've shown the public today to the Premier and the Prime Minister. And my obsession really was to get the commitment by those two orders of government to get more police officers, because we knew full well with our contingent of OPS, we could not do the job that the public expected us to do, and that was to clean up what was a horrific experience for your clients and our citizens.
Indeed. You testified this morning, Mayor Watson, that words to the effect that from a leadership point of view, the more information you have to share with partners, the better. That it's important for everyone to be singing from the same hymn book, I think you said, or all on the same team. Following those comments, Mayor Watson, don't you think it would have been helpful for the board to know that you were hearing from different levels of government that there were concerns with the Ottawa police operational plans?
No, again, those meetings were held in confidence, and I wanted to respect the confidentiality so that we could have these frank discussions. With respect to the specifics in those meetings, there was nothing really that sent off any kind of an alarm from my perspective that Chief Slowly was not capable and competent of putting together a plan and overseeing it. With respect to internal divisions, that's something you can ask Councillor Deans, as she is the chair, but I don't have any inside or outside knowledge of what was going on behind the scenes with that command team that were putting the plan together. I can speculate that obviously once Chief Slowly left the OPS, it was literally a matter of, I believe, 2 days and the police action started. So one has to assume that the plan that he put in place by and large was the plan, and there may have been some tweaking by the new interim Chief Bell. But I certainly give credit to Chief Slowly for bringing it to that stage, and Chief Bell deserves great credit for bringing it to the actual point where the police officers moved in swiftly, carefully, and succinctly to bring an end to what was a miserable experience for the residents and the small businesses of both Centertown, downtown, as well as the Byward Market, Vanier, Lower Town, and Overbrook Forbes, where the stadium, the baseball stadium, is located.
Mm-hmm. I just want to ask you some questions about the negotiations with the convoy organizers. I believe you testified, Mayor Watson, that the first you heard about potential contact was on February the 8th, that Mr. Kanellakos approached you and indicated that a police liaison team had suggested that it might be helpful if there were some discussions between the mayor's level and the convoy organizers. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then after Mr. Kanellakos had some contact or had a meeting with some of them, he then reported back to you that the meetings had gone generally well. Is that right?
Sorry, the meetings between?
With the first meeting that Mr. Kanellakos had with the convoy organizers, their two council and Mr. Maradza.
Yeah, my understanding from Mr. Kanellakos was that it was a respectful, positive meeting.
Right.
And they would keep the lines of communications open.
And then it was approximately 2 days later, on February 10th, that you had your first conversation with Mr. French. Is that right?
I'm just checking the date here, and that's correct, yes.
Okay. And then that led to negotiations roughly over about 2 days to come up with those two letters between yourself and Ms. Leach.
That's correct.
And you had a number of conversations with Mr. French. Is that right?
No, no more than two. The first call, and I believe I had a second one, but I can't recall what the specifics was because I indicated to him at that first call that the primary contact he would be with Mr. Arpan and Mr. Kanalakis.
And then Mr. Arpan and Mr. Kanalakis, they took over the communications with Mr. French and negotiating that deal with Ms. Leach and the other organizers.
Yeah, and I had no other, when the letter was signed, no other contact with Mr. French, but, you know, I can certainly say publicly, I appreciate the fact that he stuck his neck out. There was nothing in it for him from what I could see. Lots of comments about Mr. French himself and, you know, his time with the Premier, but I found that he was acting in good faith, and that resulted in the letters, which resulted in taking some pressure, not all the pressure by any means, but some small pressure off that portion of the residential area, you know, down by the Garden of the Provinces.
In your two conversations with Mr. French, he indicated to you that he was aligned with the protesters, that he shared their point of view on many issues.
Sorry, who was that?
Mr. French? He indicated to you he was aligned?
No, he didn't indicate that he was aligned. He indicated that he had contacts with some members of the trucking industry. But he didn't offer an opinion that he supported their grievances or anything like that to me in that phone call. It was simply that he had some kind of connections. I don't know whether he made those connections through his private sector life or through his time in provincial government, but it was very much along the lines that he saw what was happening and he saw that it was getting worse, and he called me. I literally had not seen or heard from him, I think, since he left the Premier's office.
He didn't suggest to you that he saw the protesters as patriots or anything like that?
No.
Now, so then you hand over the file to Mr. Arpan to work out some kind of deal, is that right?
Yes, with Mr. Kanalakis' help, because he had met with others that were from that same orbit a couple of days or 2 days earlier.
Right. And did you give any direction to Mr. Arpan to interface or work with the Ottawa Police in his negotiations?
I didn't give any specific directions to him, but certainly the police were aware that we had this contact because the police were the ones that asked Mr. Kanalakis to engage with representatives of the protest group, because as the liaison team mentioned, they were.
I just realized his laptop says tax the rich. How rich is he? He must be pretty rich.
French issue.
Nice catch, Jonathan. I also noticed your flag.
It's right there.
We're aware
Tax the rich.
that all from Mr.
But he's
French,
wanting to make hundreds of millions of dollars.
Ultimately,
I mean, at least
they
in the effort for the
signed off on it. I think she slowly wanted to.
Are you okay for a couple of minutes? I got the dog. I'm just gonna get sorted out here and catch my breath, and I will be back. I'm
That is
listening.
a high maintenance dog.
I know. She's fast.
She's fast, eh?
Yeah.
You caught her though.
Yeah, I got her.
Get away.
She's loose right now, but I'm gonna go get her.
Okay, we'll see you soon.
Contact on February the 8th through the PLT or the police liaison team, but then the contact was with Mr. French is on the 10th, and then the letters are worked out on the 12th. I think finally exchanged on the 13th.
That's correct.
Between the 8th and the 12th, do you know when Chief Slowly and Deputy Chief Bell were informed that Mr. French was involved and you were working on negotiations?
No, I don't recall the exact date. It was obviously sometime between those two dates, but I don't recall the specific date. I remember discussing it with Chief Bell, or Deputy Chief Bell at the time, in my boardroom, and he had no problem with it. And that was, again, sometime between the 8th and the 12th. I can't recall the exact time. I don't have a record of that.
So Deputy Chief Bell was in your boardroom at City Hall and was talking about it with you?
Well, he was there for one of our regular briefings, and we raised it with him at that time. And I don't know if he knew about it at that time, but certainly he didn't express any opposition. He felt that if it helped get some of the pressure off, one of the things he pointed out was that it shrunk the footprint of the protests, which helped the police in the long term contain the situation when they finally went in that weekend.
Did Mr. Arpan have experience in hostage negotiations or anything like that?
No.
Do you know what? background experience he had to negotiate a deal like this?
Well, goodwill and common sense. You know, we were in a crisis and we needed all hands on deck. And he's been my chief of staff for 12 years. Excellent communicator, solid education, and bon francophone. And I had no hesitation in asking him to do this. He was, over 12 years, he was given a lot of different tasks, and I had full confidence that he could negotiate this. He was dealing with another former chief of staff, namely Mr. French, so they had, I suppose, some connectivity. But at the end of the day, I think what ended up happening was that we were able to get an agreement. We were able to get 40 big rigs, 60 smaller rigs out of there, total 102, 101. And it did shrink the footprint, as Deputy Chief Bell said, and it also brought a little bit of relief for those people who lived in those corridors on Kent and so on, farther south down Bay Street.
Mayor Watson, just want to ask you just a little bit about your relationship with other city councillors. You've told us that every councillor felt overwhelmed and under siege, and was getting a barrage of emails from residents and so forth. But you'd agree with me, Mayor Watson, the city councillors for Somerset and Rideau Vanier would have, really been experiencing it far more acutely than any other city councillor, correct?
Yes.
And
although in fairness, absolutely, they were the worst hit, but it had a ripple effect on the whole city because obviously residents in Orleans work downtown and people downtown work in Canada and so on, but no question it was Somerset and Rideau Vanier.
People in Orleans weren't having fireworks going off their windows and trucks outside their door.
No, but also I think we have to include Councillor King's ward as well, because the baseball stadium was there and that was turning into quite a circus as well with fires and so on.
Sure. You viewed or saw what Councillor McKenney was doing during the demonstrations, that they were out in the streets every day and getting out to seeing what's happening to their residents. You saw that?
I saw a number of tweets and video online, yes.
Yeah, and you agree with me that was quite admirable of Councillor McKenney to be out there with their residents?
Yes, I think there was, I know Councillor Deans had expressed concern about having counter protests because it took away from police resources. But I think, both Councillor Fleury and Councillor McKenney did good work representing their constituents during a very difficult time.
Is there any reason, Mayor Watson, that you didn't reach out personally to either Councillor McKenney or Councillor Fleury personally to offer them any kind of comfort or support about what they were going through during this difficult time?
I went back and reviewed that I had at least 2 calls and 1 Zoom call with Councillor McKenney. I had 2 or 3 calls during the period with Councillor Fleury. And then post the event, I invited both councillors to breakfast at a downtown restaurant to show our support for the downtown, along with Chief Bell to do our own postmortem on what went wrong and what went well. And then a few weeks later, I hosted a breakfast or a lunch in my office and invited Minister Marco Mendicini, along with Councillor McKenney and Councillor Fleury, at our first.
It's not Mendicini, it's Mendicino,
services
or Mendicino, as I like to call it.
Thank all of them for the work that they did, including the 2 councillors.
But one-on-one calls, you didn't have one-on-one calls with those councillors during the course of the demonstration,
Yeah,
correct?
I did. I had at least 2 calls with each of them, and then I think at least 1 Zoom call with both of them.
Okay, I guess they forgot that when they testified last week. You'd agree with me?
Sorry, I don't believe that's not what my notes of Councillor Fleury's evidence reflect.
Okay.
Whoa!
Mayor Watson, you would agree with me that there's some political disagreements in City Council?
Every day.
Well, more than you've been a municipal politician for a long time, Mayor Watson. You agree with me that this last term has probably been a bit more bitter and hostile than?
No, I wouldn't use those words. I think it's a lot more challenging and a lot more pressure-filled. When you take into account what this council has had to deal with, and forget just the council, the public. There were 2 tornadoes, there was a flood, there was the massive storm, Derocio, I can't remember the name of it. There was COVID-19 that was with us for 2.5 years, and there was the truck convoy occupation. So all of my colleagues on council, myself included, we're feeling the pressure of a very challenging time in the history of our city. You know, as I mentioned earlier, I was asked by some students that I spoke to at, I believe, Algonquin College the other day, last week. They said, what was the most stressful time as mayor this term? And I think a lot of them were going to say, you know, the truck convoy. And I said, well, actually, not to diminish the truck convoy, but it was COVID. 800 people died as a result of COVID. Thousands more were seriously impacted. People lost their jobs, their livelihood. And that was a project that, or a challenge that every single citizen of the world had to face. The truck convoy was a terrible experience, but it was for a set period of time, 3 weeks. It affected dramatically the people in the inner core, but it ended. We're still dealing with COVID and we're still losing people every day. So from my perspective, I think that added tremendous stress because people were calling and upset with vaccination policies and mask mandates and everything else. And all of that came to a boil, obviously, when we had to deal with the storm and then with the convoy.
And so just final question, Mayor. The city was in crisis. It was unprecedented. Residents and businesses were suffering. This was a time for the city to come together, a time to put aside political rivalries. Mayor Watson, do you think you did that? You served your city by getting over political rivalries, by bringing all city councillors together, whether it was Ms. Deans or Ms. McKenney or others who you had disagreements to lead the city through this unprecedented time?
Is it
Well,
Ms.
I think
McKenney?
it's, you know, it was Churchill, I believe, that once said, you know, Parliament
McKenney
in this
identifies
case is
as
not a tea
they.
party. You know,
So
people
what's
come
the,
to these seats
whatever you
after a
call
hard-fought
Mr. and
election.
Mrs.?
They have strong emotions, they have strong opinions on different issues.
Interesting.
And there's
I don't know
often
what
clashes.
that
That's
would
the joy, I suppose, of democracy, where you don't have everyone agreeing all the time with everyone else. What our council went through was horrific, and what I tried to do was to provide as much information, do as much work as I could do with the federal and provincial contacts that I had made over the course of my public service career, to bring realistic solutions to the problem so that we could give the city back to the people of Ottawa. And ultimately, we did do that. It was not a error-free, problem-free situation, and even council voted that we apologize to the public, which we did, because we let down an awful lot of people in Ottawa with a situation that we had never seen before, and there was no roadmap to guide us. And given the fact that no one lost their lives, no one was seriously injured, people were affected, but the police, I believe, should be commended. And secondly, I think the Prime Minister did the right thing by bringing in the Emergencies Act, because that solved our problem. It's easy to sit back and be a Monday morning quarterback, but the people who were suffering the most were the people of Ottawa, not the people of the West Coast or the East Coast. And so I thank those colleagues, all colleagues, particularly the two that were affected
the people of Ottawa were the people who were suffering the most, not the people of the East or the West Coast? What did he just say? Did he mean it that way?
I think he meant like the people of Ottawa were suffering due to the convoy, but even that would be a very specific group of loud, like 20 loud individuals.
He's saying that he's saying that people in Ottawa suffered more than other Canadians in the East and the West Coast. That's what he said. That's what he said.
Sounds kind of
That's the context of what he just said. I'm fairly certain about that. And the reason people were in Ottawa was because they were suffering. Can we establish that already? It wasn't to hurt other people. It was because they were hurting desperately. Let's understand that.
Suffering for so long unheard that there was no other choice. I mean, there would have been other choices. They took the most reasonable choice, protest, peaceful protest.
And they were peaceful. And they're really celebratory that, the police did this operation, nobody got hurt. Trust me, if there wasn't a peaceful protest, people would have been hurt. End of the story. We were peaceful. The protesters were peaceful, the vast majority.
And
if it was not a peaceful protest, there would have been a ton of injuries. There would have been a
cataclysmic result. There was a ton of injuries. Let's be very, very clear. Many people
exactly.
were
It
hurt.
would have been reciprocal.
Many people were hurt, but
It
they
would have
were
been
citizens
reciprocal.
hurt by police at the order of the government.
And they stayed peaceful in that. As they
Exactly.
were getting their heads punched in,
Yeah.
they were held on the ground by 5 or 6 or 7 tactical officers,
Yeah,
getting
rifle
flying knee kicks into the ribs,
Rifle
getting their
butts.
kidneys so damaged that they're passing blood.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real about what happened here and what the police did to peaceful people, and that it's not because of the police conduct that people were peaceful. People were peaceful because people were peaceful.
People
They
were
were peaceful because they were peaceful.
in spite of the police conduct.
In
we
spite
remained
of it,
peaceful.
even when they were getting beaten, they were peaceful.
Yes.
So-
Okay, let's get back to it.
This board came before council for a fairly contentious debate, and ultimately council did approve of the 2% increase.
Yes, there were some members of council that wished to be engaged with this defund the police process, but the majority of council, myself included, did not support that, and we felt it was important to support the chief's request, and also, the increase also included assessment growth, which I'll have to check back, but I think it was another 2% on top of that.
And in fact, Chief Slowly had requested more from the Ottawa Police Services Board, but they had not given him what he had been asking for. Is that your memory?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And I believe Chief Slowly was on record telling council that there would be significant risks to policing. Do you recall that?
In fairness, I'm not trying to be glib with this, but almost every chief says that when they don't get 100% of their budget. So I think that's probably what he said. And, our job as city council is to basically vote up or down the budget. We don't get into the micromanagement because the act says that we can't do that. I've been proud of the fact that we've been able to provide annual increases to the police for a number of reasons, including the fact that our population is bigger. We have 2,600 kilometers of road to cover and patrol. It's a big task. And we felt, those of us who supported the police budget felt that it was an appropriate amount, and it was accepted.
And several councillors at the time, in fact, voted against the 2% increase, saying it was too much, correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
And ultimately, what it took to resolve the protest in Ottawa was a massive amount of resources.
So are you now talking about
The Freedom Convoy.
Yeah, it did take a lot of resources, and as I pointed out, we have every intention of recouping those dollars based on the conversations I've had with other orders of government, because it should not come out of the base budget of the Ottawa Police Service, which is always hovering around surplus or deficit every year.
And it took a massive, not only civilian members, but it took a massive number of police officers on the ground, correct?
Yes, under very difficult circumstances. You recall back, I recall very well, the weather was miserable. The roads down in that area could not get plowed, so they were almost impassable. It was, some officers were working 12, 13 days in a row. One of the reasons why the chief was going out getting supplemental municipal services was to give his officers a day off to recharge their batteries.
A much needed day off,
Yes.
given what was going on the ground, correct?
Absolutely. It was very stressful for them. I saw a lot of news footage over the course of the time where the officers were spat upon and they were yelled at and screamed, and they kept their cool. For that, we're grateful. There were some incidents where
I've never seen that footage, but the protesters kept their cool. That's who kept the cool.
appropriate.
Spat on.
and,
If spitting on a police officer is assault, there would be a record of that. People would have been charged if that happened.
Oh, for sure they would have.
And when they did their job, they did an excellent job. And I have no problem defending the Ottawa Police Service and the actions that they took to bring this crisis to an end.
And ultimately, you have no problem, I take it, in agreeing with me as well, that it was brought to a successful resolution under Interim Chief Bell.
That's correct, yes. And I think, as I mentioned, that was, the funny thing was, it was that the Olympics were on, and I think more people were watching this activity than the Olympics because it was so gut-wrenching to see what was happening to our city for 3 weeks. And it was such a relief for everyone to see that this was coming to an end. And it was wrapped up roughly in 3 weeks. There were, scattered groups here and there that lingered on. I remember walking up a couple of days after just to go to the Rideau Center and, a number of people yelling at me, effing fag. And I knew these were still people that were from the protests. They had upside down.
Come on, Jim. That's
So
just not appropriate. That's just complete hearsay to add that kind of fire in such an uncontested forum. With come on, man. Come on.
Also, the mayor hasn't. I mean, for a long time, we all know his sexual orientation or whatever, but nobody cared. He never talks about it, and he's never come out publicly really talking about it. And now he's using it. He's using it to lie.
Yeah, it's dirty.
Yeah, since this morning, we begin to have a lot of stuff like saying, "Oh, that's a lie. Oh, that's a lie. Oh, that's a lie." At the end, how's it gonna turn on? That's the thing I'm wondering. Like, at the end, we begin to have a lot of proof, guys. Like,
yeah, exactly. And now he's saying this, talking about the lingering groups, trying to associate that behavior, that theoretical, hypothetical, unproven behavior, with the lingering protesters like Freedom Fighters Canada and us, who were here the whole time because we live in Ottawa, we live in the NCR.
And
so, I mean, get over yourself, Mr. Mayor. Why are you even my mayor? I've never voted for him, thank
And the police
goodness.
obviously took those seriously and took appropriate action.
They did, and our corporate security the same, because, people had been outside my house, not necessarily associated with the convoy, but other groups protesting, so they installed a security system.
Thank you very much. I have no additional questions. Thank you.
Oh, geez, don't remind me about yesterday. Please, Brad, don't bring that up.
Government of Canada.
My goodness.
Trigger warning, John.
Trigger warning, sleep alert.
I'll tell you about the musical ride next.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Mayor Watson. My name is Brendan Vinny, and I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada.
Hello.
I wanted to start by asking you about some of your concerns that were expressed in your conversation of February the 3rd.
It's our old friend, the government
Ministers
lawyer.
Blair and Mendocino. Do you recall that first conversation with that group?
Let me just get my
I don't
chronology
want to
here.
say anything.
Sure.
But I really have to.
Yeah, so that was
I
with
mean,
the deputy minister.
I'm not
or
trying to
was
be
it,
mean, but
There's no indication in the City of Ottawa or the documents that have been produced to date that, and council may have information, but we haven't seen any indication that
it's not just today. It's like every time he shows up, he's stressed. I'll give him that.
That's probably why, council.
It's
And
the
Mr. Commissioner,
February
thank
3rd
you.
call, Mayor, and I'm sorry if I've
sorry.
misspoken.
Yeah, you said February 2nd, I think. So February 3rd, yes, the mayor and the tripartite meeting at 5:15. Is that the one you're referring to?
I believe so. It isn't too material at any rate. My point really is that as early as the conversations you are having with federal partners on February the 3rd, you are already understandably growing extremely anxious to secure more resources for the city of Ottawa, right?
That's correct, yes.
And you were getting engagement certainly at the political level from the ministers initially and later from the prime minister, right?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were getting engagement on these issues
Yes.
initially from those ministers and ultimately from the prime minister as well, right?
Okay, guys, we got the hair
Yes, no,
jabs
we
out.
had no difficulty
Let's let it go.
having calls returned by federal officials. It was quite a cooperative relationship.
And at the political level, at any rate, you were getting the commitment to do what they could to assist you in getting boots on the ground, right?
Well, in theory, yes, but before we could celebrate, we wanted to see the boots on the ground. So that took a longer period of time. But at the very beginning, they understood clearly, both Minister Blair and Minister Mendocino, they understood that we needed help, and they offered that assistance. We just wanted it faster.
Yes, sure. And you certainly took them to be serious in their desire to get you that assistance to the best of their ability at the political level, right?
That's correct, yes.
And the purpose of getting those boots on the ground, and when we say boots on the ground, what we mean in those conversations is RCMP officers working on Ottawa streets, right?
Absolutely, yes.
The purpose of getting those officers working on the city's street.
I just want to correct the Government of Canada Council here. To quote the RCMP, they're going to make us hear their jackboots on the ground. That's a quote from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police musical ride private chat that was leaked in the height of the protest there. So they don't want to hear us. They don't want to make us hear their boots. They want to make us hear their jackboots. That's their own words.
Yeah, I outlined to the Prime Minister that while we had a very positive relationship, his ministers were doing good work. I have to say thank you to the local MPs, Mona Fortier and Yasser Naqvi in particular, because their two ridings were the two ridings most affected by the convoy. Minister Fortier, Ottawa Vanier, including obviously Vanier, the Market, Lower Town, Sandy Hill, and Member of Parliament Naqvi, Centretown, and the Glebe. So the Prime Minister was empathetic and sympathetic to the fact that we needed help sooner than later. And, I think
blah,
we
blah,
finally
blah.
did get
I
the
want
help.
you to be in
It
front
was
of
exactly
this
what we
commission,
asked.
my friend. Please, we need to find a way to bring this guy that's in front of you, right there with the red hat, right? This beautiful guy here, this guy needs to be in front of them.
Feeling a great deal of urgency, and you weren't
Let's
sure
see how
you
they
were
do
seeing,
first.
Enough urgency in terms of the implementation of these efforts. Is that fair?
Yeah, the interesting thing is, of course, being the nation's capital, the Prime Minister lives here, the MPs are here for their House sittings and so on, and the senators are. So they were living and breathing what a lot of our residents were, although they had the luxury of leaving and not having to stay in the red zone. But there was, at the initial stages, there didn't seem to be the sense of urgency on the part of the provincial or federal government. But I think when the Prime Minister got engaged and then the ministers suggested the tripartite table, they set up a structure that we could actually start making decisions and start seeing results. So I think the more calls we had, quite frankly, the better it was, because I think they were tired of listening to me hound them for more resources more quickly.
Sure. And at the same time, there's matters going on behind the scenes that that you may not be able to be aware of in detail, and that they may not be able to be aware of in all of the detail, because they are operational in nature, right?
Yes, and both the Premier and the Prime Minister indicated that I should continue to work with respective ministers, which we did, and also our Chief Slowly at the time, obviously was working the phones to ensure that Commissioner Leckie knew exactly what he needed. We followed that up with the letter by Councilor Deans and myself to the Premier and the Prime Minister and their respective ministers. And we started to see some action. We saw slowly more RCMP officers coming in, more OPP. And then when the plan was finalized and ready to go, we had the necessary resources of the 1,800 in the city to bring an end to this terrible situation.
You, I think very fairly earlier this morning, acknowledged that some of the delays are simply practical delays, particularly when you're dealing with the National Police First, the RCMP. For example, you told us that you understood these officers might in many cases need to travel some distance to get to Ottawa, right?
Yes, and there was a little bit of confusion in terms of, at one point I was told that there was quite a backlog in getting RCMP Mounties sworn in as peace officers, I guess, for Ontario. That may have been a situation early on, but apparently they started to do in bulk and 2 sessions a day, so it sped up, because my understanding is that they would not have authority on City of Ottawa property if they weren't sworn in.
Sure, and I'll come to that in a moment. But just first on some of the practical, there's an element of that's just practical delay, right? Where you're looking at travel, the need to check into the hotel, the need to eat. These things take a bit of time depending upon where an officer is coming from, right?
Yes, I think that's a legitimate issue. My point was, though, that if we'd started the process earlier and we didn't have this lag time, we may have been able to go in on the second week instead of the third week, but
Sure,
that's
it's just common
hindsight.
sense, right? If you start something earlier, you finish earlier, but the question is,
Right.
What's done as matters unfold. So, and one of the things that would take a bit of time too, then, once you're checked in, once you've had a meal, maybe gotten sleep and so forth, is to receive shifts and operational orders and be equipped to go out and start policing, right?
That's right, because the vast majority of these officers, maybe not so much for the RCMP, who may have been stationed over the years in Ottawa, but most of those officers would not know where the police station was, for instance, for the Ottawa Police. So they had to go through some kind of an orientation to ensure that they knew what their instructions were. And, lining up frequency on radios and all sorts of other things that professionals told me had to be done in order for the person to hit the ground running.
Sure, and you need then to also ensure familiarity. You need to ensure, as you say, familiarity with the place that is being policed, and also that's part of the need to do things in a safe fashion, right?
That's correct.
And you need a sufficient number of officers with clear roles and responsibilities to proceed with a significant public order crisis in an environment like this, right?
That's correct.
And particularly in a place like Rideau in Sussex, for example, where you'd been told about a real concern about a more dangerous element having taken hold, correct?
Yes.
And that was also a top priority for the same reason in terms of the order of enforcement that you understood was likely to occur, right?
So I don't quite understand your question.
Rideau in Sussex was a priority for enforcement as the week of February 7th, for example, proceeded.
My understanding is from the documentation that Chief Slowly felt that was a higher priority because of the criminal element within that group of trucks and bikers and so on.
Yes.
And that was taken care of, I believe, earlier than Wellington Street. But it was a relatively small group compared to the large number of trucks and people that were in the red zone.
Sure, but because of that more dangerous element, at least as it was being reported to you, that's an area where you would need, again, to really assure officer and protester safety.
That's correct. And also the protection of private and public property. As you know, the Rideau Center had been closed for something like 2 weeks, losing $2.1, I believe, million a day. So it was
again,
stand
you
corrected
closed.
on that number,
Sorry
but it was
to
a
say,
significant
this
loss.
guy has
The
closed
restaurants
the
across the
route
way and the
because of
Chateau
the
Laurier
little
all were
mass.
being
At
impacted
the
where
end,
no
we
one could
understand
even go
when
near
they-
the Byward
it's not
Market.
us.
So those
The
businesses were
50%
suffering
could have
greatly,
made a
along with
ton
the
of
people who live
money
in that area.
with all the people going there.
Okay, now
That
just
was-
coming back, you
that
indicated
wanted to buy clothes,
the
that wanted to do this. Sorry to say, you closed these businesses, not us.
go back first of all to just reconfirm. I mean, the purpose of having these resources in place was to enforce the laws here, right?
That's right.
And in order to do that, you need the law enforcement professionals, the peace officers who are going to be doing that job. They need to be here lawfully themselves, right?
That's correct.
They need to have the proper legal authority to be able to enforce before you can get underway with a very significant law enforcement operation, right?
Yes, we estimated that to be 1,800.
And if they did not have that legal authority, you might be in a situation where the operation itself might be called into question in terms of its lawfulness, as well as any charges that might result.
That's very true.
There might be a possibility of liability accruing to the city or indeed the RCMP or the individual officer if an officer wasn't lawfully in place at that point in time.
That's right, and our police service was well aware of that, and that's why obviously we followed the strict rules to have them properly sworn in. And as I said, initially I was told that was slowing down the process, but then something happened, whether they added extra shifts or extra staff or did it in larger gatherings or groups, that was covered off, and they were now legal to operate in Ottawa.
Now, that process of swearing in officers to be able to enforce laws within the local jurisdiction, that was also true of other municipal police officers too, right? Such as those that came from London and Belleville and otherwise?
I stand to be corrected, but I don't believe they needed to be sworn in because they were sworn in as officers in all of Ontario.
With respect to municipal bylaws, though?
Well, yeah, I'm not an expert on that, so you'll have to ask someone who is, but my understanding was that they did not need to swear in.
Okay, and at any rate, it is not something that needed to be done, whichever of us is right about that, and you may be. It was not something that needed to be done in the case of the Ontario Provincial Police, right? The swearing in
That's
process?
correct, it was just the Mounties.
Now, can I ask if we could pull up
So,
OTT 406610?
with veterans on motorcycles, not a group of criminal bikers. It was an organization of veterans on motorcycles.
Emergency council meeting?
Yeah, it was the Rolling
Again, I think
Thunder.
they're talking about
Rolling
Farafada.
Thunder.
They're talking about the group at Rideau and Sussex during the protest. They're
Yeah,
talking
but they
about
were
the-
not bikers. They were Farfada. That's okay. That I can talk about a little.
Let's
bit.
not talk about that right now, though.
Yeah, but
We'll do it after.
Farfada was not bikers.
We'll do it after.
It's just an organization
We'll do it after.
of people that
Well,
wear
thank you, though.
patches.
I know. And thank you, though, Matt. But
This is a motion that your colleague, Councillor Deans, excuse me, it's the motion at the bottom of the page. It's a motion that we asked your colleagues, Councillor McKenney and Councillor Fleury, about last week, but it is a motion, if you go over to the top of page 11, you'll see that it's carried. And what it asks is that the council formally petition the Government of Canada to assume responsibility for public safety and security within the precinct, and to commit to an immediate and increased level of support to the Ottawa Police as the police force of jurisdiction, subject to the resolution of any jurisdictional discussions between the Ottawa Police Service and the RCMP, right?
Yes.
And that motion's carried, of course, unanimously, I take it?
One dissent by Councillor Shirelli.
Oh, excuse me, I missed that. It's right there in front of me. With the exception of Councillor Shirelli, that was passed.
That's correct.
I want to turn now, if we can, to a comment that Chief Slowly sent to you the next morning, and that's at, if we can pull up, please, OTT 405837. You see, this is an email from Chief Slowly to yourself and Chair Deans, Councillor Deans, copying a number of others from the Ottawa Police and the city manager, et cetera. Do you see that?
Yeah, I think if you can push it up so I can see the full email, that would be helpful.
Of course. Do you mind pulling that down? And we'll take a moment to look at that, Mayor, but my question is going to be, first of all, is this in reference to the motion we just looked at?
Yes, it is.
And I'm just going to direct you to the second paragraph there where Chief Slowly is indicating to you, an Ontario policing is governed by the Police Services Act. In accordance with Section 5 of that act, the city has discharged its responsibility to provide police services by establishing its own police force, the Ottawa Police Service, right?
Yes.
And he indicates that therefore Ottawa is the sole police service of jurisdiction. But then he continues, says it's also important to note that the Police Services Act defines police force as either the OPP or a municipal police force. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's consistent with your understanding of that's the reason why OPP, for example, need not be sworn in?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you compare the situation as you did this morning in Ottawa to the situations that were in place both in terms of enforcement efforts down the road, that were in place both in Windsor and in Coots, you saw that those operations were able to move more quickly than you perceived they were in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes, granted the magnitude of protesters and occupiers was significantly larger in Ottawa than it was in Coots or in Windsor. So I think we had a much more difficult situation. If you just saw aerial shots or drone shots of the crowds around Parliament Hill and the Byward Market and the Cenotaph and so on, it was significantly larger than, I looked like, in Coots there might have been, 50 vehicles. Now, for a small town and a small crossing, that's a big deal. I'm not diminishing that, but certainly just in sheer volume. And I think if I could just comment on this, I think what Councillor McKenney's motion was trying to get at was that there was a level of frustration that Ottawa police were on Wellington Street trying to keep the peace and deal with issues of jerry cans coming and so on. And it then stretched our officers and didn't give them the ability to go in and patrol the residential neighborhoods, which was Councillor McKenney's true, Councillor McKenney's desire to represent her constituents and protect those constituents. And similar to Councillor Fleury, we had, the tail end of the parliamentary precinct is in his riding by just the other side of the cenotaph. So, I think it was an attempt at the motion to ensure that we had some ability to have the Mounties come in and take jurisdiction on Wellington Street, and then it would free up those Ottawa police officers to go deeper into the community neighborhoods. So the chief came back and obviously pointed out that this was not legally possible to do. And then there was the other issue that we really haven't talked about. I think we talked about, one of the lawyers asked me about, was the issue of what do we do with Wellington Street on a go-forward basis in terms of access and so on. So that's one discussion, and this is another discussion. But it's clear that Chief Slowly was not consulted on this, or otherwise I think he would have told the mover of the motion that what they are proposing is not legal.
Well, I think, and the point he's making, to your point, I think really is that there's both legal obstacles and there's practical obstacles to getting this to move forward as quickly as everyone wanted, right?
Yeah, I think, there was the sense that, well, why don't we just take the Mounties and maybe PPS and put them on the street and then move everyone south? And I think, Chief Slowly was trying to be respectful and not embarrass the councillor, but I think he felt an obligation to inform them of the law.
Surely. This is not a situation like it was in Coots, where the RCMP was already the police force of local jurisdiction and didn't have to worry about any of those legal obstacles.
Yeah, and certainly I knew the desire to get greater presence in the Centretown residential communities. And as a result, I certainly raised it with Chief Slowly on at least 2 occasions that you needed to see a large presence. If we keep announcing we're protecting the Central Core, you needed to see a large presence, not 1 or 2 officers walking down Kent Street or O'Connor. It had to be visible. And, again, we couldn't always do that until we had more police officers to share the burden.
Now, you told us this morning, I believe, that before the 14th of February, when the Emergencies Act was invoked, that you, in fact, were not familiar with the particular authority that existed under that act. Is that right?
Yeah, just the one memo that we showed earlier that showed that that was one of the options. I think they listed 5 or 6 options. It was very brief. It didn't give any details. But when it was introduced by the federal government, and to be very clear, I've been consistent on this since day one, we needed that act. And it's fine for someone out, west or down east to say, well, it was overkill. No, we needed that act. We needed to give our police resources the tools they could use, such as tow trucks and so on, to actually solve the problem, or this thing would have gone on for many, many more days, if not weeks. So I was not familiar with it, but when it was introduced, our legal staff provided me with a copy of it and highlighted the points that we felt we could use to our advantage to clear up this terrible situation.
And one of the points that you've raised in that regard is the important point of the towing issue. And I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner, just have to finish this one question.
Okay.
But the second aspect of it, Mayor, am I right, was that the regulations passed under that act permitted RCMP officers, regardless of the niceties of being sworn in, to enforce provincial and municipal laws in the streets of Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes, that was something that was brought to my attention. I'd heard a contrary view to that, but I stand to be corrected. But my understanding was that it would allow them, without going through the whole swearing-in process, to be automatically, in essence, deputized to enforce Ottawa bylaws and Ontario laws.
And that enabled the clearing operation to occur later the week of February 14th.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for your indulgence. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Okay, next we
Saying-
have the
So who's coming up next?
While they talk a little bit, though, this is our round, guys. Sorry to say, but today
Anyway, who's this
it
for?
got so much. No, it ain't over.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
You know what?
Yes, we can.
No, I mean,
Go
who's
ahead.
this, Matt?
A batch of bucks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Slowly. My name is Alan Honor.
Okay,
I'm
I
appearing
wanna see who
remotely
this is.
today.
One
I'm a
second,
lawyer
Matt.
with the Democracy Fund.
I'm Jim Watson. I'm not the chief.
Oh, okay, this is one of ours.
Pardon me.
I think you said Mayor.
Oh, I apologize,
Sorry.
Mayor Watson.
No problem.
You told us today that Toronto Mayor John Tory gave you some phone numbers for some tow trucks.
Names and phone numbers, correct.
Okay, and you passed those on to Steve Kanalakis and city staff?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up with anyone after sharing those phone numbers?
No, because once the Emergency Act was proclaimed or introduced, I actually saw the tow trucks on Laurier Avenue lined up for quite some distance. So there's no need to follow up because they'd obviously done the work that we had asked them to do, was to find trucks.
Do you recall when you gave those phone numbers to Steve Kanalakis and city staff?
Well, you'd have to go back and check my text messages, which I believe are on public record, and the phone numbers and the names and the text from John Tory were on that. And it was basically, I would think, an hour or so after receiving them, I would have walked next door, or had someone walk next door and give them to Steve Kanalakis. I don't know if...
Let me interrupt you. I'm just asking you if you recall when you shared those phone numbers. What is the date? Do you know?
I can't remember. It was probably the day of or the day after I received the information from Mayor Tory.
And how many days was that before the invocation of the Emergency Act?
Well, as I said, I don't recall the actual date I met with or I received from Mr. Tory. So if you can get me that date, then I can work my way back.
Okay, so you didn't follow up and you don't know how many days passed between those messages being passed on and the invocation of the Emergency Act. Thank you.
Well, no, you asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. If I had the date, which I have back in my office, I can tell you the date that John Tory sent me the text with the names and numbers of the towing companies. And then I would have referred those either that day or the next day to Mr. Kanalakis.
But you don't have the dates?
Well, I have them back at my office. I was told I couldn't bring anything other than the chronology.
You can't tell us now. Mayor.
Well, if I can, I don't think I'm going to be allowed to leave and go and get my document at my office, but I can certainly email it to you if you'd like to know, but.
That's fine. I'll move on, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, you did not speak to Premier Ford or to Sylvia Jones about the tow trucks.
I'm sorry?
You never spoke to Premier Ford or Sylvia Jones about tow trucks. Is that right?
No, I would have had, in my first call with Premier Ford, I indicated to him that we were at a disadvantage because we just didn't have, we had two OC Transpo tow trucks and we couldn't even guarantee that they would cooperate. So that was a problem we had. And I can't recall if I told him I was contacting John Tory, but certainly the reason I contacted John Tory was because I saw the number of tow trucks that he was able to mobilize in Toronto after learning from our example a week or so after. And I wanted to know if he had any TTC or city.
And just a quick comment, they were able to mobilize those tow trucks in Toronto without the Emergencies Act. Isn't that interesting?
Text message.
You had 2 telephone calls with Premier Ford?
2 or 3.
Mayor Watson, do you know, you would agree with me that one of the biggest issues for the city was the lack of ability to move trucks?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
One of the biggest issues for the city was the lack of the ability to move these trucks.
That's correct.
The trucks, either they had to be towed or they had to be moved by somebody with keys. Is that right?
Well, they had, yeah, someone would have to drive them out or they would have to be hooked up to a tow truck and lifted out. And that's what happened with those that refused to leave and they were brought to a compound. Similar to what...
And do you know if...
Sorry.
That's fine.
Similar to.
Go ahead.
Similar to, if someone's parking in a no stopping zone, we have the ability with city tow trucks to tow them, but those are for cars, not 18-wheelers.
Do you know if financial incentives were offered to reluctant tow truck drivers?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
If those incentives were to be made, who would make them? The city or the police?
Good question. I don't know legally or logistically who would make it, but the pot of money comes from the same. It's the taxpayers. So whether it's the city budget or the police budget, it's one and the same. I was asked the question with respect to the procurement. And again, I don't know whether it was the police, OPS, or City of Ottawa that procured. Mr. Kanalakis could certainly clarify that.
I'm going to just switch topics, Mayor. I understand that someone made a death threat against you, and I'm sorry to hear that.
If I
The
can
person was
interrupt,
arrested.
can I just interrupt briefly? You're going to have to wrap up quickly.
That is
through
fine.
him, we're gonna make
thank
it go
you, Commissioner.
fast though, but the rest could have as much time as they want.
In that case, Mayor Watson, let me just ask you,
Yeah, that's true. They get as much time as they want, but these guys got to be finished in a minute or so. They don't get time.
they were nasty, they were hateful, and they were vulgar. Is that right?
Yes.
And you said that you saw, or you said that they had ripped masks off of people.
Yes.
Did you actually see that?
No, I saw it reported in the media.
Okay. And I think you also said that certain people were attacked. Is that right?
I didn't say that, no. I said that I had death threats, but I wasn't physically attacked.
No, I didn't say that you were attacked, but you said that these protesters were attacking people. Did you not say that?
No. They were disrupting people's lives, that's for sure, and they refused on at least 3 occasions that I'm aware of that they refused to adhere to the provincial mandate of wearing a mask when going into a shop or a restaurant.
Not wearing a mask doesn't
So you're not
justify
aware of any
emergency act.
incidents of physical violence from the protesters?
Well, you'd have to ask the police. I know they arrested a couple hundred people and charged a couple hundred people. I don't know what the charges were, so I'm not privy to that information.
According to your knowledge.
That was all during the police
You don't know
act,
of any?
not the 3 weeks.
So I don't know any.
Of any physical attacks?
There was no
Not to
arrestation,
my own
no
personal
violence,
knowledge, no.
nothing. It's not
All right,
true.
thank you. Those are my
Things
questions.
about that, it's after
Thank
the
you.
police
Next,
came in. And that's it.
call on the CCF.
Thank you. Mayor Watson, can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Sujit Chaudhry. I'm counsel for the CCF. We just have a few minutes, and I know it's been a long day for you, so I have a number of quick factual questions I hope you can answer.
Sure.
So did you ever request Prime Minister Trudeau to invoke the Emergencies Act?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever request Minister Mendocino to invoke the Emergencies Act?
No.
Did you request Minister Blair to invoke the Emergencies Act?
No, I can save you. I didn't ask anyone to invoke the Emergencies Act because at the time I did not know what was contained in the Emergencies Act.
At the time, were you familiar with what was contained in Ontario's Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
I was given a copy of it and I read it, but I can't recall the specifics of it at this point, but I was certainly shown it and was a copy of the documentation was sent to my office from the provincial government.
Did you ever discuss the act? Pardon me, sir.
Yeah, no, with the Premier?
Yeah, or with the Solicitor General?
No.
So you never requested that the Premier declare an emergency under that act?
No, my preoccupation with the Premier was getting resources, namely police resources and compensation for businesses and individuals that were affected negatively as a result of the occupation. Those were the 2 areas that I spent most of my time with the Premier, and to his credit, he delivered, along with the Prime Minister, funding for compensation for the small businesses in those zones that were adversely affected.
So, Mayor Watson, are you aware that under that law, once the Premier declares an emergency, the Premier can issue an order to regulate or prohibit travel to, or movement to, from, or within any specified area?
Well, I'm at a disadvantage because I don't have a copy of it, but if you're telling me that's in the Act, I have no reason to not believe you.
Or that the Premier can issue an order to evacuate individuals or remove personal property from any specified area?
Again, I'm going to take you at your word that that is the case, but I don't have a copy of the Act or the proclamation in front of me, but I did read it when it did come in several months ago.
Okay, good. Mayor Watson, those conclude my questions. Commissioner, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to call on now the City of Ottawa.
This appears to be the inherent risk in going last, but we have no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Watson, if I could just ask you on one subject. You mentioned at one point that when you were having discussions with respect to the federal government, and I think you mentioned something about you couldn't go to the provincial government and berate them unless the federal government came across first. And you also said at one point the feds needed to do their duty. And that was with respect to policing.
Right.
How do you see the federal role? Do they have an equal obligation, in your view, for the policing with the province? They're equally responsible, or do you see it differently? I'm just trying to understand, let's just say, because you were in the province before and you're now with the city. So trying to understand that relationship.
I think that's a good point, Commissioner, in the sense that Ottawa, I'm not trying to be a braggart about Ottawa. I love the city I live in, but we are a little different than most other cities because we're the nation's capital, in addition to being a municipal entity under the Municipal Act of the Province of Ontario. And we have a large presence of government buildings and significant, important buildings, whether it's the Supreme Court or the Parliament buildings. And there is the mandate objectors were primarily focusing on, as I understand it, the federal mandate to cross borders and wear masks in planes and so on. And we were caught a little bit in the middle. So I was equally frustrated by both orders of government, and I ended up, as you saw during the number of meetings and Zoom calls and so on, of my constant prodding to get them to take this situation to a more urgent level. And so, well, if we were another city that didn't have the large federal government presence, everything from the National Cenotaph to the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier to the Ambassador Corps, I think your point would be, well, you're no different than a regular city under the Municipal Act. I think we have that special responsibility as the nation's capital to ensure that when people come here, they come here feeling safe and secure and proud of their nation's capital. And I just wanted to get across to both orders of government that we could not do this on our own. We were literally, our back was against the wall. It was a very frustrating experience, but, you know, and I've been critical of both orders of government, but I do have to say, if you'll allow me, I appreciate, yesterday I was with the Prime Minister and the Premier at an announcement, and the Premier was asked if he supported the Emergencies Act, and he said he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister. There was that unanimity. Myself as Mayor, the Premier, and the Prime Minister all were at wit's end as to how to end this peacefully without any harm to citizens or protesters. And the end result, notwithstanding a very miserable experience for people who lived here during that 3 weeks of hell, the police did an excellent job getting the situation resolved. But we now have to remain vigilant because this thing can pop up at any time.
Yeah, I guess my question was, you said the feds need to do their duty, and my question is really, do you see the federal government and the province having equal responsibility for policing in this area. Do you see,
Yes.
that?
Yes, for a number of reasons, but I think it was a joint responsibility because we needed all hands on deck, and we went farther than just the provincial police and the federal police. We went and reached out to municipal police forces across the country that brought resources into the city to help us as well. So the answer to your question is yes.
Thank you, and thank you for the time you took to come here, and good luck on your last stage in a very distinguished career.
Thank you very much, sir.
So now, while Mayor Watson leaves, I believe we're going to be filing some documents.
Sorry, before we do that.
Sorry. Oh, I forgot. Mayor Watson, there is a possibility of re-examination. I'm sorry.
It's not actual re-examination, but I have been asked to just reference the document that Mayor Watson has in front of me by Doc ID, so that it can be clear for the record. And the document is the timeline of events submitted by the City of Ottawa in its institutional report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the reference for that is OTT.IR.502, maybe 6 zeros, but 2 is the last number. So that's just for the record. Thank you.
Would you like, should I give this to someone?
No, you can keep that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Mayor Watson.
Thank you, sir.
So now we're going to, just before we go to the next witness, we're going to file some documents, which is going to be a weekly event.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Mather. I'm one of the Commission Counsel. As the Commissioner indicated, we are now going to enter into evidence a number of documents, and this is something that we expect that Commission Counsel will do every week.
This commission has a lot of councilors.
Context to the public. The Commission has received more than 60,000 documents as part of its investigative process. Commission Counsel have identified and continue to identify documents that are relevant to the Commission's mandate. Many of these documents will be entered into evidence, as you've already seen, through the examination of witnesses. They may also be entered into evidence through reports that are filed by the Commission or by institutions that have an interest in the Commission's proceedings. Given the Commission's timelines, however, we are not able to introduce all the relevant and material documents in these manners. And some of these documents then will just be entered through this process. These are documents such as affidavits the Commission has received, meeting minutes, situational reports, other standard records and correspondence. On a weekly basis, Commission Counsel advise the parties about the documents that they intend to admit into evidence the next week. These are documents that the Commissioner may refer to or rely on in his final report, and for this reason, the parties are given an opportunity to object to the admission of any of the documents before they are admitted. Today, we are entering the first batch of these documents. There are 447 documents in total. They include, by way of example, city bylaws for the City of Ottawa, City Council motions, minutes of the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Services Board, and letters of request for assistance relating to the city. As noted, these are documents that the parties have had the opportunity to review and advise whether or not they have an objection, and we are admitting those documents over which there was no objection. These documents will be posted to the Commission's website in the coming days, and again, as I noted, this will become a regular part of these proceedings. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Thank you. Now, next, we have a further witness, Ms. Rodriguez. And perhaps what we can do is start that evidence and maybe take a break in, say, about somewhere around 4 o'clock, if that's agreeable.
Yes, of course. For the record, Natalia Rodriguez, Senior Commission Counsel, and the Commission would like to call its next witness, Kim Ayut.
Kim Ayut?
City of Ottawa.
Okay. Thank you. Packed house, eh?
Will you swear on a
Done.
religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I prefer to swear on the Bible, please.
Please take the Bible in your right hand.
What are the other options? Communist Manifesto or
You can affirm
Ayott,
I know.
First name Kim,
the
K-I.
Quran, I think, and
Swear that
maybe
the
the
evidence
Torah.
given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
I was saying that tongue and cheek. I like your flag, Jonathan. Did you cause a controversy with your last one or what?
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again.
Very nice to see you. Thank you.
You had an interview with Commission Council on August 8, 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And have you had a chance to review the interview summary that was generated from that interview?
Yes, I have.
And at this time, do you have any corrections to make to that summary?
I do not.
Okay, so we will now proceed to enter that into evidence. It's WTS 20. And I'm just going to pull it up. And this is your witness summary, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I want to cover a few short areas with you just to maybe clarify a few issues that have come up in the last few days. You were not originally intended to testify, and some issues have come up that we think you might be able to clarify for us. The first area is with respect to the issuance of permits. Can you confirm whether any permits were ever sought or issued for this protest?
I'm not aware of any permits being sought, and I know that none were issued.
Okay. Now, there was some suggestion, I believe, that that a permit was granted for some porta potties. Do you know anything about that?
There were no permits granted for porta potties for the City of Ottawa. I personally authorized the use of some porta potties at the early stages of the protest.
Okay, but that was not in response to a permit request, was it?
That's correct. It was not in response to a permit request.
Okay, and this was just your own incentive?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk a little bit about bylaw and fire services and your role as you're the general manager of the Emergency and Protective Services, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so bylaw services reports into you, is that right?
Yes, they do, through a director, Roger Chapman.
Right, and is that the same for fire services?
Yes, through the fire chief, Paul Hutt.
Okay. And so I want to understand a little bit more the relationship between bylaw and fire on the one hand, and fire services, and OPS over the course of these events. And these events, obviously, we're talking about the convoy protest in Ottawa in January and February of this year. I want to take you, just to refresh your memory and provide some context, to OTT 2120. So 2120. And the document is entitled Media Availability, January 31st, 2022. And you're the custodian of this document. It was brought to us by the City of Ottawa, was produced by the City of Ottawa, and you were listed as the custodian. Did you author this document?
I did not. This was authored by our Public Information and Media Relations Department. However, we do provide input into it, and this is a document that's prepared for me for media releases or for media events where I may get asked questions in certain areas, and these are the key messages and responses to some of those areas.
Okay, and you would have reviewed this document before any key messages were delivered to the public based on this, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so if we look at the fifth bullet point, so there's a few questions there. Yes. So it says, what was bylaw's role this weekend? And by this weekend, it means the first weekend of the convoy, since this is dated January 31st. And it says, how did they support Ottawa Police and what kind of infractions were incurred? And then it says bylaw and regulatory services role is to support the lead enforcement agency, Ottawa Police, to keep demonstrators peaceful by assisting with parking control and other issues as requested by the City of Ottawa.
Yes, demonstrations peaceful, yes.
Demonstrations, yes, thank you. So can you explain what bylaw's role was in that weekend? Meaning, did it have the role of enforcing as requested, or could it enforce on its own initiative?
So in Ottawa, we work under an incident management system, which is a document also recognized by the province of Ontario with regards to any type of incident or any type of event that we participate in. Through that system, we identify incident commanders or agencies that have jurisdiction and agencies that play support roles. And in this particular case, as it was a protest or demonstration, it fell under the authority, the sole authority, quite frankly, of the Ottawa Police Service, and we were playing a support role. So we would assist or we would attend and do bylaw enforcement. However, we would always report to police with regards to what we were seeing and if there were any potential threats towards our officers with regards to, violence or anything of that nature. Then we would certainly back off and ask for police support to go in. So initially that was the mode of operation. We would report to police and we would allow bylaw officers to issue tickets. Our primary purpose was to maintain the emergency routes on the first weekend to ensure that vehicles, emergency vehicles such as fire trucks and paramedic vehicles, et cetera, police vehicles, can actually make their way around the city, as all of those things were pre-planned prior to the demonstration to look at every risk in every building to identify how we would respond should there be an incident at any one particular building.
Now, did you participate in the update that Chief Slowly gave, the briefing on January 26th with respect to what to expect when the convoy arrived? I believe the mayor was involved and Steve Kanalakis. Were you there as well?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in that briefing or any time before or after, was it suggested to you that bylaw would not be issuing tickets and towing on that first weekend?
No, what happened is on the 29th, which I believe is Saturday, we received information through the EOC, through our Emergency Operations Center, that bylaw had encountered some difficulties in the field, and that now the police have established a red zone, and bylaw was to not issue tickets in that red zone unless it was approved or through the NCRCC, the National Capital Regional Command Center, and that bylaw was escorted into that zone, and that was on Saturday the 29th.
So prior to the 29th, was bylaw exercising its authority to issue tickets and to tow independently?
Yes, it was, with the understanding that any single point of contact could cause a potential serious incident or riot. And that was something we heard regularly from the police. So we were very cautious on that front, and we advised our officers to be very careful not to be that point of contact that could initiate a riot. And as a result of that, we were asking them to be very careful, and if they were fearful for their safety, that they should, back off and seek police support before issuing any infractions.
Okay, so on Friday the 27th, when they started to arrive, Saturday the 28th, bylaw was functioning as it would normally at any regular day, issuing tickets and enforcing as it normally would.
Sorry, Council, just for clarity, Saturday is the 29th. I just don't want the witness to be confused.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, my apologies. I keep thinking that Saturday was the 20, okay, gotcha. Sorry, so Friday the 28th and Saturday the 29th. So up until that point on the Saturday, on the 28th, everything was bylaw was acting as it normally would, and on the 29th, something occurred for that to change.
Yes. What we mean by bylaw acting as it normally would, again, is a support function to the police. It's tantamount to if we have a major house fire, fire is in charge and they're incident command, and then the police come up and they don't tell police what to do, but the police support the fire operation. Actually, a better example would be if there was a shooting and there was a victim inside of the house and our paramedic service was to respond. They wouldn't just run into the house after the victim without first clearing with police who are in charge of the incident because of the severity of it, clearing with them that it's safe for them to go in and do so and actually take care of the patient. So there are agencies that have jurisdiction based on the severity or the incident they're dealing with. And in this particular case, a protest was a police jurisdiction. So we would take, bylaw would not report to police, but they would certainly take their direction from police if required, because the police were the agency having jurisdiction.
Okay, so that was decided at the outset that that's the way it was going to work prior to the arrival of the convoy, right?
That's how it always works for protests in the city of Ottawa.
Okay. And so on Saturday, you're saying that something changed on Saturday, is that right?
I received notification from the EOC through regular briefings, and we receive a lot of them, that yes, there was bylaw encountered some difficulties. I wasn't given all the specifics with regards to what had happened, but I was told that as a result of that, the stance has changed and that a red zone has been established, which is probably concurrent with the red zone that was established for traffic management, et cetera, and that bylaw should not go into the red zone unless a directed or approved, I can't remember the exact words used, but there is documentation on this and supported by protection of the Ottawa Police.
Okay, and when you say the red zone, what did you understand that zone to be?
So the red zone would fluctuate throughout the protest based on the amount of vehicles coming in. So originally the red zone was, primarily the downtown core, and then it expanded to include Rideau and Sussex because of the activity there. It also included Coventry eventually, and then it expanded up south of Wellington based on the vehicle locations. So again, where the protesters were generally where the red zone would expand and contract based on police activity. And so it was fluid, quite fluid.
And so what was bylaw's role outside of the red zone?
Bylaw's role outside of the red zone was to continue to enforce city bylaws, recognizing that if they encountered any vehicles with protest paraphernalia or any type of suggestion that vehicles were involved in the protest, which happened in certain hotspots throughout the city, whether it was the Vanier Church or Bronson Avenue, that if it was related to the protest,
There we go again,
it still
mentioning the
required some
biker
sort of
church.
police either support or notification that you're going in and enforcing your laws.
And when you're saying that there was an integration then with NCRCC, does that mean that calls to bylaw to 311 were being redirected to NCRCC?
Yeah, it depends on the call, because some of them were, whether it was anti-masking pandemic type calls or whether it was, parking calls or noise.
Anti-masking pandemic type calls. Did you hear that, Daisy?
Et cetera. So in the hot zone following the 29th, yes, those calls would go to Ottawa Police to.
So calls to Ottawa
That
Police.
they were getting anti-masking pandemic type calls.
What does that even mean? I don't even know what that
They
means,
have
really.
people without masks coming in or something?
No,
or
it's people,
businesses
'cause
not
for
enforcing
them,
the rules. Got to come and issue
having
some
a mask,
tickets.
Is a criminal act. Don't forget about this. At that
Yeah.
point, if you don't have a mask on, you're gonna kill the society completely.
Yeah, it's violent.
Oh my God!
Not wearing a mask is
At
violent.
that point, don't forget.
Yo, I can't forget that. I can never forget it.
January 29th.
Yes, that's a paraphrasing of what I had been advised of through the EOC.
Okay, so this was told to you through the EOC. Beth
That's
Gooding would have been the one to inform you of that?
That's correct.
Okay. And so that stance from January 29th about the red zone and that bylaw was not to ticket and tow without police approval, that didn't change throughout the protest, did it?
Well, in the enforcement stance changed, and I believe it was in approximately February 4th, where police wanted to take a more aggressive enforcement posture, and they established a special team where bylaw and police would work together and just go out and start ticketing in full force. And so that was called a quick response team, I believe is what it was called at the time.
Right, but the stance that bylaw could not ticket or tow without police approval, that was maintained throughout the entire protest.
In the red zone, yes.
In the red zone. And as you said, outside of the red zone, if there was some sort of indication that the vehicle in question was related to the protest, then the police would make the decision as to whether or not to ticket or tow. Is that right?
That's correct. And if I didn't say so earlier, it was primarily as a result of officer safety. Our officers are not trained to the level that police officers are, not equipped with the same type of tools that police officers are equipped. They are trained to deal with conflict, but mostly verbal. So, I mean, we're very concerned about what we didn't know. Right? I was not informed of all of the intelligence that the police had with regards to the element of the crowd. And what I was basing a lot of my decisions on was based on what I was seeing south of the border when, buildings are burning and riots are happening and people are dying. And when we were preparing for a worst case scenario for this event, that's the image I was trying to, avoid, but to
it's a
prepare
protest,
for an
not
event
an
that we
event.
got to that point.
Right. And Mr. Kanalakis testified yesterday that sometime in the second week,
So
there
there
was an
were,
integration between OPS
prejudging
and
people
bylaw
as soon
to
as you
ensure
had a flag
bylaw
or something,
safety.
right,
Do
freedom
you
on
have a
your
sense for
car-
when
on
that
your car,
was?
they
Do
stopped
you know?
and they
In
told
my
you,
head, I believe it was
that's
around
the,
February 4th where they established those quick response teams, and that's where they would work together.
And you're saying that was primarily for bylaw officer safety, correct?
It was for everybody's safety, right? Our concern is not just for the bylaw officers. That's my primary concern because they're not my officers. They work with me. But I'm also concerned for the protesters' safety, for police officer safety. There were a lot of people in the protests who weren't angry, but there were a lot of people in the protests who were angry. So, we have to protect everyone.
At least she's not calling it an occupation.
When 311 calls were being redirected to NCRCC, was that within the entire
Let's protect
municipality of Ottawa? How did that work
except
exactly?
nobody was in
I
danger.
can't speak
in
to
our
how
side.
the 311 triaged the call at that point in time. I know that bylaw would have worked with them directly to say, here are the, standard, questions you would ask. And based on the information you receive, it would either go to the police or it would go to bylaw.
And are you aware of any instances in which bylaw wanted to act and wanted to enforce some bylaw violation and they were prevented from doing so?
For most part, throughout the incident, not enforcing what they do for a living was a morale hit for bylaw officers. They were frustrated that in the media they were being criticized for not doing their job when in fact they were told not to do their job. For the senior leadership, we understood why that was there. We tried to relay that to our bylaw officers, but yeah, there was a morale issue and a want to go out and do their job. And they certainly proved that in the follow-up protests that came to town, whether it was Rolling Thunder or even on Canada Day. They enforced a lot of their activities then.
So if a
they shut down
vehicle
IC
don't appear to be
Exactly.
related
That
to
day
the
was the worst
convoy,
thing ever.
that vehicle could be ticketed or towed.
There had to be some discretion. So if it was in a no stopping zone, it was towed no matter what, even if it was related to the convoy, because we needed to keep the emergency routes open. And they did an excellent job keeping the emergency routes open. We did ask our officers to use some discretion because, the perception of us ticketing our citizens of a vehicle and then not ticketing one because next door it's a convoy was just not proper and it wasn't appropriate. So we did ask them to use discretion and to be careful on when they ticketed citizens that were mixed up in with the convoys. It just looked like we were taking sides, and that's not appropriate, and that's not what we were trying to do.
Right. And quickly, it appears based on the evidence we've received so far that there were numerous fire code violations and other infractions that would involve fire services, such as open fires in barrels, stockpiles of fuel, illegal fireworks, etc. Not just in the red zone, but in residential areas as well. So I want to ask about how fire services, which is also under your direction, was able to exercise its function within this system that you've now described, where bylaw is essentially integrated with the police.
Exactly as bylaw did. It would go through the NCRCC. There was a fire representative in the NCRCC. In the event that there was a major incident that would occur, they were able to provide very quick situational awareness on what the incident is and how they were going to deal with it from a fire perspective. But with regards to enforcement of the fire code and open air burning, it was the exact same thing. We would either receive a complaint through 311 and we would advise the NCRCC and they would say, we know we have a fire. They go, yeah, we know it is. We know there's a fire there. And the police would actually make the decision, do we go in or don't we go in? Some of it was based on their resources. Other it was based on the criminal element that was holding the fire. But for the most part, the fire took not their authority, but certainly direction from the police with regards to, and they did it on several occasions where they did go in and put out fires.
But that was with OPS support, correct?
Exactly, always with OPS support.
And so if fire services saw a potentially dangerous situation and wanted to act to remove that hazard, they had to have OPS support in order to do that. Is that right?
That's correct. And that was seen with regards to the removal of the flammable liquids at two of the sites where there was an accumulation, a quantity of flammable liquids.
Okay, and so fire services never acted on its own authority, like independently from the police?
Fire services would go out and do inspections on their own, whether it was undercover or whether they were, just to see what they can observe. They would report back through their chain of command, and they would get direction from the police on when can we go in and deal with this issue. Report the risk, and then let the police identify when the police had the resources to deal with the risk.
Okay, and we're going to take our afternoon break now, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
So
thank
we'll
goodness.
take,
What do you think, Daisy?
15
What do you
minutes
think, everybody?
and come back
15
at
minutes.
4:15.
4:15.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think, Daisy?
Recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
I think we need to go back and clip that part where the mayor made the only important statement of the day. Lied all day. And then he said the truth, like for about 10 seconds there. We need to clip that. We need to go back and clip that at some point. But
Where did he say? Sorry.
hold on, I can't hear it. Criminal element. Yeah. Proof of these criminal elements.
They're talking about the people that you like.
Again, if we would have did things way differently, guys, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here, guys. Because what happened, look, the streets were empty. They're all talking about what happened to the people. Oh, and the people and the people. But at the end, they're all the people to blame at the end. They could have bring everything on Wellington and nearby. And believe me, it would have affected all the society completely. That was the problem, and nobody put the finger on it, saying, you didn't try to resolve anything. You blocked everything. You put the trucks in everybody's front yard. You're the cause of blame.
It's interesting that the mayor came out and made all kinds of accusations about violence, about being called a derogatory term. About 15 people in the messages here said that they had no idea about the mayor's sexual orientation. I mean, I know just more recently, but like no one cared. No one cares. Most people don't know. No one cares who he sleeps with.
I don't care. At least, no matter what's your color, what's your genes, who you sleep with, I'm not the one sleeping there. I'm not the one. Like I say, it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Whatever.
Yeah, irrelevant. I got you, my man.
You can all laugh at the French guy. Go ahead.
Oui, c'est beau. En français, si vous préférez.
Yeah, irrelevant. That's called whatever. It's a freaking word I have problems pronouncing.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Yeah.
like I say, we just
Danny
don't
Boucher says he's going to sleep with all three of us. Oh,
Yeah,
man, I
Danny.
believe him too.
Come on.
No, that's what he's going to say, isn't it? That's how he's going to say. He's going to come on.
Let's go. What?
No.
He's willing. He's like, let's go.
Danny Boucher, ladies and gentlemen, he's the only one whose occupation is occupation. He will not leave.
Oh my
Was that a fly? Was that a bee that just came by your head? Is that a bee back there?
My goodness. So what do we got? Another 2 hours of this, boys?
Hey,
3.
hey, I
if
sent
we're
you
unlucky.
the clip.
And you were in here for at least an hour or two. You were gone.
I was running through the woods chasing the dog.
Hey, go see on your.
Oh, the spooky woods?
No. I got a good video for you. No music.
Oh, parfait.
I send it to you on whatever the messenger. Yeah.
You send it to me?
No, to Patriot.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can't produce that. Send it to Daisy.
No. You guys,
Make him do some work.
Whoever wants to produce it, there's no noise, and it's just me walking and showing on the 5th day what was the reality.
So send that to Daisy and he'll produce that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll send
You
it.
seen my office, Jonathan?
Thanks.
So,
You can check it out first.
I'm
if
still
you
trying to
want,
figure out this
but at
garbage.
least you'll see that it's honest and
yeah, I got some
surely
video.
how I could freaking do it by my own self. I take the blame for myself, but at the end, just look at it. There's no music, there's no nothing, there's no vulgar, there's no nothing. So,
John, can you screen share? You like if you go in TikTok, can you screen share?
What?
If can you screen share your screen if like you open up TikTok or whatever?
Yeah.
You're trying to figure something out? Yes, you can.
Well, there's a lot of interesting videos of the closed down area too after the police moved through and everyone was out.
Yeah.
Because I was one of the only ones left on the ground there, and I got video of all the different barricades and all that
yeah,
crap
but
too. Would be interesting.
we're not there
Okay.
yet, man. We're at
But
the
you can't
beginning
share your
of the
screen
convoy, not
from
at the
TikTok
end.
to here.
No,
can't do
but
that.
you could do it on your browser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Open a browser window and use YouTube or
Send it to
or
me.
TikTok.
Should I put
Yeah,
it
now
on
I understand what you're
Facebook and
saying.
then you'll be able to share it?
No.
Okay, Matt Vitt, we're gonna share your video here now.
Here, Jonathan's
Give
on
me
it.
a second.
No, wait, you'll see it's good.
Stand by, everyone.
Regardez ça, là. You yelled because there's tons of trucks in your street, but on his streets in front of the parliament, no trucks. No trucks, Mr. Trudeau. But you're gonna piss people off in their street while your street has nothing in it, idiot.
This is gold, man.
Look. I'll show you.
Send me this, Matt.
Isn't that nice? Look, isn't that nice? Barricades to block the trucks. Because
That's
we
cool.
don't have enough heart to liberate the streets of Ottawa and bring the trucks here. Look, it's empty, Mr. Trudeau. Freaking empty. But your society are fucking not sleeping right now for the past 5 days. What are they? Look, it's nothing. Nothing, guys.
What's the date on that, Matt?
February 3rd. What a bunch of idiots. Idiots.
Hey, look, there's Caesar.
You're jamming all your streets all over Ottawa while you could park cars right here, trucks right here, you idiot.
That's gold, my man.
Do you understand
That's
how
pure
idiot
gold.
this is? Do you
Send me your video
understand
quick,
how
Daisy.
stupid this is?
I don't have any
The
video.
streets are fucking empty,
Oh,
but
shaky. Watch out.
you're gonna go jam the streets of little old lady that's 80 years old, okay, who can't sleep for 5 days in a row. But your streets, Mr. Trudeau, your streets right here are fucking empty, you idiot.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's such an idiot.
This is perfect.
Look, streets are empty.
This is evidence.
But people,
Yeah, this is
little
gold.
old lady, 80 years old, didn't sleep for 5 days because the truck's in front of her house. You freaking idiot. The streets are empty. But little old lady, no, we're going to jam a truck in the front of her front yard. Good idea. Really good idea.
You tell him, brother.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. No trucks. No trucks, Mr. Trudeau. But little old lady, she's got one in front of her house. She didn't sleep for 5 days. You've got parking all over, but you don't use it.
Man,
What
this is
kind of
gold.
idiot is this? Oh, the PM, you're an idiot. There's no trucks, but people are freaking out because they can't sleep. But you've got parking all over. No, you don't do nothing. You leave these trucks in little neighborhood and disturbing everybody. Good idea, Mr. Trudeau. Really freaking good idea.
It shows your sentiment
Hey, the
too.
streets,
You
look.
were thinking about them.
How many
Yeah, that's-
trucks can I
that's
fit
fantastic.
here? How many trucks can I fit there? You idiot. You idiot.
So what date? What was the date on that, Matt?
See
Third?
the upload date. This was
But I just posted today, là, because
Regardez ça, là.
I want
you
you
just posted
guys to
today.
have it. I
Well,
just posted it. But if
okay,
I go
you go on the
my,
video and tell us
John,
what
just
date
a
it's
sec.
from.
Sure, look, I'll show you guys. Give me 1 second. Where's my phone? My phone is here.
Okay.
I'll tell you the date exactly.
Yeah, I
Show
appreciate
us.
it.
Show the camera.
There you go.
Boom.
Look, wait a second. Okay, I'm still on this. Wait a second. February. I'll put stop on it. Where are you? Do you see it? Quite
Yeah,
quickly?
ça va. Third.
Yeah.
Third. Yeah.
February 3rd,
February 3rd.
at 6:34 p.m. That's where it was.
Yeah, I mean, you were considerate to their thoughts, and so were other
We
people.
were so considerate. We knew we were flipping people off. We knew it was causing that, and it was not their problem at the end. That's the thing you must understand. The people we were here to bother was the PM, was the Parliament, was the Supreme Court to say, hey, listen, after a while, the human rights are getting stepped on. And at the end, maybe you should intervene. Maybe you should think about us. Maybe you should see us. And at the end, Wellington had if you go to the War Museum, to the Sussex and Rideau, okay? If you take all of this and you jam this out of all the trucks that were here, we would have enough of place with all of this. We wouldn't have bothered nobody, and believe me, nobody would have been almost disturbed at this point.
A very good video, Matt.
But
I think that just about uses up our.
I said a little bit of bad things, but at the end, I was fed up. Hey, when you arrive, you don't see trucks. You're like, why are all the trucks gone from the weekend? And you're like, what the hell's happening? And we really thought that they didn't bring the trucks in because it was too dangerous, because of the population that was there, because of everybody that was there. They didn't want to move around the people with trucks, I said, okay, they're waiting till Monday or Tuesday to bring all the trucks in, but they never did. And that's what we thought was going to happen after the weekend. I said, okay, let's bring them in. But again, they say they didn't know if it was more than a weekend, guys. Okay, that's the thing the mayor said.
We all knew it was.
I said, you ever thought about truckers that spend all that gas that come from BC to here? It takes, 3-4 days at least?
Yeah, nonstop.
Nonstop. And you think he's going to arrive here, say, okay, Saturday, Sunday, okay, off we go, and go back to his place? Sorry to say, my friends, but it was not about this, and you know it.
Yeah. And like I said, they were moving trucks and trying to get trucks in, working with police right up on the 14th, February 14th on Valentine's Day.
Lawyer wants your video, but so Carrie, this video here, legally speaking, shows that Matt Venn has concern about the layouts of the trucks in Ottawa. It's not a video from Tamara Leach or somebody of that nature. The original plan, to my knowledge, that they had agreed to with the city was that they were going to take Wellington, and I hope at some point that they were going to park on Wellington and only Wellington, and I hope at some point that enters into the evidence. But Matt's video, what it does is it shows that there were individuals protesting who have consideration, which they did, and they always did. Because we're not heartless, and we're there because we're hurt. We're not there to hurt other people. Legally speaking, the impact is minimal, unfortunately, to the commission. So they know about the.
Maybe to the commission, but to public perception and to the truth, it's important.
We just
Guys,
aired it.
if this video goes wild and it gets published wildly, there's a good chance, that people's going to end up with it. Do you understand what I'm saying? It only takes this for them to just receive it into their email and Sunday, let's look at it in the commission, and boom. Hey, we got 3 weeks of this? There's a lot of things that can change, guys.
Yeah, 6. Buckle up.
6 years, 6 weeks. We're here to Christmas, guys. Come on, no, really?
No, Christmas is canceled in Quebec again. There is a
You know.
Actually,
People are about
I'm
to
not
get-
sure how long. I think we're 4 weeks on this. 6 is a little much. We're going till November. I know we're going
staying till end of November, possibly.
Yeah, it is.
I
late
got enough
November,
coffee,
man.
don't worry. I'm jammed out of coffee. I'm going to get myself a big bag. I'm all good.
So I guess Matt's permanently invited himself. That's okay, I guess. I have to just because he called me his brother.
Our best.
So
I'm just here for the grift, John. I'm just here for the grift.
Yeah, you are. Where's my $25?
Send it when we're done. Don't tell anybody how much. They'll know we're rich.
Oh, yeah. Come take everything I got. Go ahead.
Yeah. Tried to get blood from a stone.
Yeah, me
I can
having
offer you that
I'm in the
15-year-old television behind me. Hold on, and that these track things for driving your car on and changing oil. I don't know how much those are worth. I think those are actually like worth $100 or something bucks. These curtains.
Okay, this is turning into a swap meet. Let's see what we got.
I've got this
Roll of
unknown
tape.
sustenance bar.
Roll of tape.
This remote power device.
Okay.
This,
We're off to a good start.
Okay, did
How
I
long
miss
does it break?
Got this dead power bank here. You know what? That's probably pretty valuable.
Oh.
Some lotion.
Oh man, these are long days,
That would be
guys.
such
Long
a
days.
suggestive position.
Hey, I got
for
something
lotion.
priceless, me. Look at this.
Oh, yeah! Let's go! No, that's Freedom Fighters Canada, man.
I know. I
That's
can't.
the
This is a
OG.
freedom fighter.
That's
Dude, I
the
can't
OG.
afford their flag.
Shirt from the
I
beginning.
know, but it's nice.
Somebody
Where did we
tell
stand?
Jerome O'Sullivan I still need a hat.
Somebody tell Jerome O'Sullivan, woo!
Jerome,
Or tell him,
we're talking
Freedom
about
Fighters Canada's
send
coming
us
for you in
some,
Montreal.
merchandise.
Can you hear us now, Trudeau?
Can you hear us now?
And what about the time when Jerome O'Sullivan went to the Shepherds of Good Hope and donated all that stuff?
Yeah,
That was in his video. When he was-
You know who would be a really good person to?
That's not an awesome person at the end. It can be Jerome, it can be Pat, it can be Tamara, it can
They're kind of coming back
be you,
now.
it can be you, it can
No,
be
none of those people can't come on.
You
They have
know?
legal restrictions. They cannot.
Yeah,
go
I
on.
know that. But
on
again, it
fees.
doesn't mean that we can't say good things about them, even
Yeah, of
if
course.
whatever they
You know who we should try to talk to? I hope he's doing well. He was a little having some under the weather there, but Ottawa Scotty has volunteered at Shepherds for years, as far as I know. We had to talk about that about a month ago, maybe a bit longer, and he mentioned that he had a lot of first-hand information about Shepherds of Good Hope.
Yeah,
So
but hey, isn't Freedom George able to speak him?
Wait.
We could have Freedom George, though. We could
Probably.
just email
His
him
own
and
lives do
he
way
could,
better than this one,
join
so
us
he
in
would
our life
probably
and
not want to
we'd
come
be
on
proud
here.
of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure he
His
would
own
be
lives
proud of us.
do
He
much
would
more.
look at us and we'd say, let's go, guys. I'm sure of this.
Oh man! Stand by for Freedom George.
Nope.
Not now. Stand by for a while.
No, but I'm
Stand by
sure
for
he
Christmas.
would be
Okay, so the
happy.
lawyer just came out of the curtains. That was scared. That was scary. That was really scary, actually.
Let us watch, John.
I don't know. Should I?
What's under your flag?
I don't know. What do you mean? What's under my flag? It's a flag. There's nothing under it.
No, there's
Pretty
a
something.
half a TV, you can see.
What do you mean half a TV?
But we can see the TV in the back of your shoulder right
Yeah,
there.
there's a TV right there.
Yeah,
And then
but
there's-
you can see it.
And then there's this. Yeah. And
I
what do you
still
mean what's
see your
under
other
my
flag.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I can see the stripe and the circle of stars.
Oh, that's probably
Um,
even worse.
At least it's not. At least it's not a Galveston flag.
It's not the It's not the most expensive flag, so I guess it was a bit transparent. But I've got flags sitting around.
Good.
Flags. and
Flags are my thing, my man.
Well,
A
not as
dozen
much as
red
you, now that I
flags.
think
There you
about it.
go.
Because you're a vexologist, right? You're
Full
into
of red
vexology.
flags, me.
You're vexology. Yeah, you are, really. You're a walking red flag.
No, I know. Oh man, I'm overheating. This caffeine's getting to me. Okay, let's go.
Mike,
Let's
I
go.
don't want to sell a hat and some pictures of Chris Sky, but thank you, though. If Matt was offering us to auction out a picture of Chris Sky, that's okay. Thank you, though. We can auction to the
I just text him just to see if he wants to come with us on our live, okay? Just so we
on
can,
our live?
just so we can see. Can you imagine he would be there? No,
No one in my
We can have
Rolodex
10
would want to come on here.
We can have 10 people in here. Can you
I'm gonna
imagine?
save it for one of the big days.
We should get 10 people in here. We should. And create a circus on either side of this. And everybody's just talking over everyone. And it's completely appropriate.
Yeah, it should be good. We'll try that, see how it works out.
Oh, it's not going to work out very well. Oh, those look not very lawyerly.
I like the guy in the plaid there. That's a nice outfit.
I thought it was Don Cherry.
Oh,
for a
I
second.
like
Is that a plaid suit jacket?
Yeah, I thought that was Don Cherry for a while, but he's not allowed out in public.
Let's see who else we can see here.
Order à l'autre.
Where's the guy with the hair? I mean,
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
I don't see him.
Welcome back.
Oh.
Mr.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
If
Let's
I
go,
can
let's go.
take you to OTT 9778.
We're back with Kim Ayotte, the senior.
Just barely got through that
sorry,
break.
And before we do it, I have been asked if you can please slow down your answers a little bit. I am also guilty of this for the purposes of the translation, so I think we will both try to speak a little bit slower, if that's okay.
Agreed.
Great, thank you.
We're gonna be going till 12:30 now.
Oh, no.
Okay, and this is not the document I wanted. 9778. Yeah, okay. Well, it may be that I have it wrong here in my notes. But in any event, if we can actually go down, this is, I did want to take you to this one for something else. So we can go to this document, that's fine. So this, my understanding, is a letter that you wrote to Mr. Paradis, who is the Director of Real Property Services at Public Services and Procurement Canada. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what was the purpose of this letter?
We were trying to get security around the cenotaph in that it had been desecrated. Several instances have
Interject.
occurred overnight.
Interject,
and we wanted
Daisy.
it protected.
Yeah, it was not
And, so I put the
desecrated.
request in through
How many
the
times do I need to
EOC
go over this? We can get
services and
we
or
could probably line
fencing.
up with quite a few veterans. Good. Right away the next day I was there. I mean, somebody may have stood on it, maybe. Nobody was urinating and defecating on it. Nobody was being crazy. It was also a weekend, and there was a bunch of drunk people coming out of the market, unrelated to the convoy. Oh,
That's an excellent
Put that
point.
fencing up.
Yes, they did.
Okay. And did this request come from OPS, meaning did OPS ask you to reach
that
out?
fencing didn't go up
to
till
procure
quite a
this
bit later.
fencing, or was that something the city did on its own accord?
It came through me through the EOC, which has an OPS sergeant in the EOC. So I believe it came through the OPS in that they did not have the resources to secure and protect the site. And they're asking.
It was being protected by Canadian Armed Forces
So
veterans.
OPS through the EOC.
It's their
is
site.
Asking the city to ask.
It's not your site.
SPC to provide this fencing.
That's correct.
Okay.
The veterans on scene too debated whether or not to remove that fencing
I wanted to
immediately and
ask you
decided
about
to wait.
towing and
They
towing
took it down a little bit later.
My understanding is that, and I had a document ready for that, but it's the wrong one, in any event, that there were about 28 vehicles that were towed that first weekend. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. And my understanding is that most of this towing was directed at ensuring that the emergency lanes were cleared. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And were any heavy trucks ever towed by the city?
No.
At any point?
No.
Okay, so any towing and any towing numbers refers to pickup trucks and passenger trucks, essentially, passenger vehicles, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we see later on, and I think you'll agree with me, that minimal towing happened subsequent to that first weekend. There was sometimes there would be no days where, sorry, there'd be days where there'd be no towing, and there'd be days where there'd be one or two vehicles towed. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And so we heard that towing companies were not willing to participate in towing for various reasons. And that was the reason why towing wasn't more aggressively pursued. Is that right?
Well, there are two issues there. One is towing of small vehicles. We are still accomplishing that, but we had to work within the red zone, and the emergency routes were staying clear. So I think the protesters got the message early on that we were going to have zero tolerance in the emergency routes for the protection of the citizens and themselves and the buildings.
He
of the
needed
city of
4
Ottawa.
lanes on one side, 4 lanes on the
And,
other
but the
one.
secondly is the larger vehicle towing was the real challenge for obtaining those tow services. And so we reached out, well, the EOC again reached out looking for resources. We were getting it from all different directions. The police asked the EOC to see if they can make some contacts. The police were also making contact with various tow companies. They were asking if we had any contact with the province. So through the EOC, again, we were contacting the province to see if they had resources. The mayor suggested that, Mayor Tory in Toronto had contacts. We did receive those from the mayor. And again, we would inquire with regards to the availability of towing. And for the most part, it was no. They didn't want to participate, and initially they were sympathizers for the most part. The other thing was that it was their client group, and their reputational risk down the road with regards to losing those clients. I didn't hear damage to trucks much, but then they came out and said it was a driver safety issue, and that's what they kept bringing forward all the time, following other discussions with them. Any leads we had or any possibilities of towed were passed down to the EOC, the work was being done by the EOC to make these contacts. They were provided to the police, and police ultimately made the contacts and got the appropriate tows to end the protest.
But the towing that was being procured or was being looked at was heavy towing capacity, is that right?
That's correct.
And so in terms of the other towing capacity for passenger vehicles, the city had that, right?
Yes, we had those contracts. They were still willing to do the smaller vehicles. There were delays in obtaining tows at times, and that caused some issues. But for the most part, we were able to tow if we needed to tow smaller vehicles.
Right, and passenger vehicles or smaller vehicles include pickup trucks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the reason there were 28 tows in the first weekend and very minimal towing after that, there was no other day where there were double-digit towing. It was 1, 2, sometimes 0 vehicles being towed. And there is a chart that will be entered into evidence that shows the number of vehicles that were being towed every day. Is that because the towing companies that had been towing that first weekend refused to continue towing, or is it because bylaw was not requesting additional towing of passenger vehicles after that first weekend?
It's not the first thing you mentioned. It wasn't because we couldn't get the tow trucks. It was primarily because the emergency routes were being maintained and they were open. And that's what we normally find with a major event is the first few hours you get a lot of people who aren't familiar with the closure of the emergency lanes or keeping the no tow zones. And then, they get towed. And then the word gets out quite quickly that those are no tow zones or tow zones, sorry. And then, things self-correct to a certain degree.
So the purpose of towing was exclusively to maintain emergency lanes. Is that right?
That was our priority of towing, yes.
Okay, so if the emergency lanes were maintained, then no towing would take place generally.
That's correct.
Okay. So let me ask about emergency lanes then. I want to understand a little bit about how they worked. So the question is whether there was an emergency lane maintained on all streets, or whether certain designated routes were ensured that they had an emergency lane north, south, and east, west. Can you shed some light on that?
Yes, only certain routes had emergency lanes. Again, these were all pre-planned. So part of our planning cycle, and we do this for all events and demonstrations, is we have a city department, transportation department that actually has experts that look at traffic flows and how to best manage the traffic and the incident. And it's called TIMG, the Traffic Incident Management Group. And they work closely with police to identify, how are we going to manage the incident that's being proposed or coming forward. and they would close certain lanes. For example, Kent Street was closed completely. There was no emergency lane on Kent Street. And there were a few other streets like that. But for the most part, we had the emergency routes that we had identified through the TING group were maintained throughout the protests. Sorry.
So if an emergency occurred on Kent Street, a street that you've indicated was completely blocked off.
East-west, it was open.
So a building in the middle of Kent Street, there is a fire or some emergency, how would the emergency vehicles get to that street?
We were able to access it through other streets. So,
Yeah.
you know, the
East-west
streets that
arteries.
are running perpendicular or parallel to it,
Yeah.
the buildings were
Exactly.
accessible by other means.
Okay, so.
It's not an ideal situation, but it was the best situation that we could come up with based on the planning.
And that was
Okay,
pre-planned, he
and-
said.
And I assume then that there would be some areas that would not be completely accessible. If a lot of streets were closed off completely, or there were several streets that were closed off,
No,
then
one
there
street
would be
can.
at least some buildings
Not
that
a
would have
lot.
been inaccessible to emergency vehicles.
Every building was pre-planned in that they would, you know, fire and paramedic service would look at their CAD and look at what they were dealing with in the preparation for all of this. And they do it for other city events such as Canada Day, et cetera. And they go, okay, so how are we going to get there if there's an incident? And what's the biggest risk incident that we have in this building? So let's say for fire, it would be a fire, you know, a major fire. And then how would we access it? And we ensure that we have multiple access to every building. Even so one street could be closed, but you might still have 3 other streets that actually, you know, encapsulate or surround that building. So those buildings were all, we were sure that we can attend all of those buildings. It wouldn't be an ideal response because sometimes you'd want to put your ladder truck, let's say, on Kent Street to actually bring the ladder or tower up to access certain floors, and that wouldn't be available. But there was always a plan to how do we actually assess and manage these types of situations when we're faced with them. So we were comfortable from an emergency service that we could access the buildings that we needed to access given any emergency.
Okay, and when you said the CAD, they would look at their own CAD, what did you mean by that?
Yeah, so fire services has a computer-aided dispatch system. So it's a
Sorry, can you repeat that?
computer-aided dispatch system.
Yeah.
So it identifies, you know, the streets, where the hydrants are, the buildings, the height of the buildings, you know, what the risk is for the building. So, you know, a hotel would have a much higher risk
So
level
that was
than
incredibly
a
important.
government building
What did
that's
Kim Ayotte
unoccupied.
just say?
Okay,
you know,
so,
a
we were
government
comfortable from an
building that's,
emergency
not
service
occupied in the
perspective
evenings
that
or
we
on the
could
weekends.
access any place? What did he say?
So based
That
on the risk
exactly?
level, will
Yeah,
dictate how
that's
many
more or less.
resources we
Yeah.
actually have going
I need
to
the
those
exact quote.
calls. So it's
Yeah, we'll
not
have to go
always
back.
just one fire truck
didn't
going
get it
to
all.
an incident. In fact, sometimes people will say, oh my God, that must have been a big fire. There was like 6 trucks going to it. Yeah, it might have been a false alarm. The reality is those 6 trucks were required in the event that it was a real incident. They needed to set up. There are so many different tasks that need to take place in the initial.
And I like how the
minutes to be
commission lawyer
successful,
keeps
that
digging
those
for
resources
something
need to be there.
damning here.
Okay,
You
and in
notice
this case,
that?
were there any delays from EMS or fire, ambulance to be able to access any points within the areas that were occupied with trucks?
There were no substantial delays. We did get some complaints with regards to paramedics not being able to access, or a paramedic trying to get through a street and it was taking a little longer. But we investigated every one of those complaints to look at it with regards to our response standards to see whether or not they still fell within our response standards. And if they didn't, was it an acceptable risk? You know, was it reasonable? And we didn't have any high-level risks that we were concerned with regards to any response.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask about the relocation of the trucks as part of the negotiation between the protest group and the City of Ottawa. I want to take you to OTT 30057. Is this a text message from your phone?
Yes, it is.
And it says Chris Protester in brackets. Is that the name that you entered for that phone number?
That's correct.
Okay, and who's Chris Protester?
It's Chris Barber.
Okay.
Wasn't green.
And so in green, this would be
Big
you
red.
speaking, and the gray would be Mr. Barber, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I can just take you to page 4 of those exchanges. So you say, are you continuing to try to move trucks today, or has that effort stalled? And if we just go up a little bit more, we'll see. I just want to look at the date that was sent if we go up.
That was hugely important.
Yeah, so it's on Tuesday, February 15. Okay, thank you. We can go back down. Are you continuing to try to move trucks today, or has that effort stalled? And he says, we moved maybe 40 yesterday. I wore myself out yesterday with that, rested up now and preparing to get at it again. And then you say, thanks, Chris.
He's hugely cooperative, cooperative.
Yeah.
We have heard that there were about 40 heavy trucks that were relocated as a result. Is that your understanding as well? Is that what Mr. Barber was telling you?
Yes, I concur with him that was my approximation as well at the time.
Okay, and there were an additional passenger vehicles that were towed as well?
Yes, because there were trucks and cars and pickup trucks, and to move the trucks, they had to move the smaller vehicles as well, and they were relocated. Not necessarily all on Wellington, but they were relocated.
Okay, so this 40 number refers to the heavy trucks only, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we know that shortly after this message, the effort to relocate trucks stopped or was ended. You also had discussions with Superintendent Drummond, who I understand was the OPS liaison to this relocation effort. Did he explain to you why there were no more trucks being relocated to Wellington at a certain point?
No, he simply indicated that the police were no longer allowing trucks on Wellington.
Okay, and he didn't give you an explanation for why?
No.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for you, Mr. Ayot. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Council.
Yeah, better stop asking him questions as he
First
continues
up
to bury the
is,
government.
the Ottawa Police Service.
Good morning, good afternoon, Mr. Ayot. It'll soon be good evening. Thank you. I am David Michikowski. I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. I just want to get some clarification with respect to the relationship between bylaw and regulatory services and the police. And you mentioned Roger Chapman. Is that the name?
Yes, he's the Director of Bylaw Services, correct.
And so if you could please turn up OTT 0359.
John, sending you a video now of that earlier clip thing.
And if we scroll down to the bottom of the chain, there is a draft. Yeah, so if we just stop there, thank you very much, in which it indicates, or perhaps you could just go up a little bit more so we could just see. Yeah, it's from Peggy Starrett to Ghislaine Lamotte. And you'll see that what has been sent is I guess, a draft release to Ottawa business partners that has been drafted and is being sent to you ultimately for review, correct?
I believe I'm in the review process, yeah, further up into the exchange.
And so you'll see, if we look at the the sentence that begins, the OPS will always be available to respond to any issues of safety you may encounter by dialing 911. If you are experiencing issues relating to COVID-19 and masking, please call City Bylaw at 311 first. Correct?
I see that's what they were suggesting.
And so if you then could scroll up to the next email, just this is the date of Thursday, the 27th, correct? So it's the day before the protesters started arriving. And so just above that, you'll see there's a response from a Michel Lalonde, I think, at 11:06 a.m. And so Mr. Lalonde says, bylaw has one area of concern. The OPS will be available to respond And sorry, so it's the same email, and he has highlighted the sentence that says, if you're experiencing issues relating to COVID-19 and masking, please call city bylaw at 311, correct? And then you'll see underneath, he writes his comment about, I guess he has concerns about that phrase. And he says, since this relates to a protest demonstration, COVID-19 complaints are to be directed to OPS for response. Responding to COVID-19 complaints during a protest demonstration is a safety issue for our officers by being subject to violence. We have made our position clear over the year that bylaw services does not respond to protest demonstrations, including the activities surrounding it. Can we change what is highlighted in yellow? And then if we scroll up above that, you'll see there's a request for a revised text. And then if you scroll up to the, continue scrolling up, please. And then you'll see that somebody named Tanya McCumber has said on January 27th, below is the email chain regarding the calls within the demonstration. Roger advised myself that Kim made the police aware yesterday at a meeting, and Roger will reiterate again tomorrow at the meeting with the police. And I take it you did reiterate that position?
Yes, I reiterated the position that we would not be putting bylaw officers in dangerous situations that could affect their health or the safety of anyone around them.
And that had been, I guess, the consistent position of bylaw for about a year prior to that, it sounds like.
As I indicated earlier, yeah, it was the position for all protests and demonstrations. I want to say it's always been that way, but it's been that way for a long time, as far as I can remember it.
You mentioned that there were occasions where bylaw went in with police in these QR teams. These are quick response teams, correct?
Yes.
And so they would issue tickets for parking, noise bylaw complaints, and that would be in the demonstration zone, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, there were several hundred tickets issued by those quick response teams for those type of complaints, were there not?
Yes, that's correct.
We can also see, if you could be good enough, please, to turn to 10463 OTT. And if we could just look at the first page, those are your notes, Mr. Ayotte, is that correct?
Embarrassingly, yes.
They're pretty legible. So if I could
You
just
caught me
ask,
on a good day for these, because some of my other notes are not that good.
I could just ask to look at number 3. Sorry, I wonder if we could just see the date of your notes.
February 2nd.
February 2nd. Okay,
Hang in there,
perfect.
Smoothie.
And
The
number
sanity
3,
break is coming.
the market was in the red zone, but that zone has been shrinking as a result of police demobilizing the
I was just taking
demonstration.
a
So
lot
you
of
were able
notes
then
about the
to provide
groundbreaking testimony
some
here, which is going to
enforcement,
serve a lot of legal
in
purposes.
bylaw enforcement in that area as well.
That's correct. Kind of like what I was explaining earlier, the red zone would contract and expand based on how the protesters, they would expand on the weekend and contract during the week because of the amount of additional people that would come in on the weekends.
I understand that on the first
Those additional people will be
weekend,
citizens
so that'd
of
be the
Ottawa.
weekend of starting Friday, the 28th, 29th, 30th, there were, is it fair to say, thousands of trucks in Ottawa?
I think our estimation was, 500 to 1,000. Like it was difficult to tell because of all the small vehicles as well. If you included all of the small vehicles, yes, it would be over 1,000.
My understanding was after the weekend, after
normally
the first weekend, we've heard somewhere in the vicinity of 70% of those big trucks left. Is that consistent with your understanding?
The consistent number throughout the following weeks was around 400 to 500 that actually stayed behind, and those were big trucks. Those were the tractor trailers. That number would fluctuate as well, as it would expand and contract, but mostly it stayed consistent because the trucks moved into the area and stayed there. They chained themselves together. They made themselves difficult to move. And as a result of that, they were there for the long haul.
So that'd be about 400 or so, I think.
Correct, yeah.
And you'd agree with me, I assume you were following some of this on social media while it was going on?
I have people send me social media links. I'm not the social media guru that others are, but I was following some of it on social media.
And
yes.
you would agree with me that there was a lot of misinformation about what was going on, what the demonstrators were doing, what they might do.
I'm not sure that that I can corroborate whether the information I was seeing on social media was misinformation or accurate information. I did report to my office every day, which is City Hall. I was exposed to the honking every day. I did go out for a walk and observe certain things. So unless you can give me some specific information with regards to what the misinformation might be, I'm sorry. I'd rather not speculate.
Fair enough. We'll be hearing it from others.
Sure.
So, that's okay. We did not have in Ottawa 15,000 hotel rooms occupied by convoy members for 30-day periods, to your knowledge, did we?
I don't think we have 15,000 hotel rooms in the city of Ottawa, but I don't think that they were all occupied for the entire duration. That's
right.
correct.
Because basically the core was those 400 trucks, correct?
Yes.
I wonder if you'd be good enough, please, to look at document OTT
Wouldn't that be a boon for business to have our hotels filled with tourists? One would think. How do we decide what business is good?
If we can
Hotels bad.
start at the top, I guess. This is some iMessages, I assume, between yourself and Beth Gooding.
Correct.
And Beth Gooding is the Director of Public Safety. Have I got that right?
That's correct. And she was the incident commander of the EOC.
And this is on February 15th. So that's the Tuesday.
Correct.
And the movement of trucks, as I understand, pursuant to the mayor's agreement, was on February 14th. Is that right?
Correct. That's when it started, yes, to move the trucks.
And on the 15th, as I understood your evidence, the police had stopped assisting in the moving of trucks and were encouraging the truckers to go home. Is that right?
Yes.
Threatening them.
And on the 15th, then, you were discussing what happened in that agreement, what the effect of it was, correct? With Ms. Gooding? And so
I was trying to obtain numbers of trucks that had moved.
Sure.
Because that was the key question that I was being asked from the city manager and the mayor's office.
And so if you'd be good enough, please, to look at Beth Gooding's message at 1:24 p.m.
Correct.
And so you'll see you're asking her about the number that are still there. And she says, I think there's about 337. 357, but that Chief Slowly had been saying 400, so that there's a delta of 43, correct?
Yeah, so what I read from that is that the 400 was the original number, and now the police are saying there's 357, so what had moved is 43.
Right, and then we see at 1:26, you tell her that what you're interested in the numbers is the big trucks and whether they move. That's what you want the information.
That's correct.
And so you tell her at 1:56, if you could please scroll down. You tell her that according to the protesters, I think they moved about 40 the previous day. Is that right?
Yes.
And she said that that basically aligns with what the NCRCC has said, correct?
Correct.
And at you continue then to discuss how many and how it's difficult to count them. And if you could please look at 4:19 p.m. You have to scroll down a bit. Yeah, so at 419, Ms. Gooding says, also confirming again that there was some weirdness yesterday. When trucks left spaces, other vehicles got into the empty places left as the hardcore protesters are jockeying for position.
That's what she says.
And the agreement, as I understand it, with the mayor was that the truckers said that if vehicles move, they would not be replaced, correct?
Correct.
And so that seems not to have occurred.
Yeah, my understanding is, as I indicated earlier, that while they were moving some of the big trucks, they had to move some of the smaller pickup trucks that were, wedged in between them or beside them, and that those were probably the ones jockeying for spots after the fact.
And so if we then look at 457, that same chain, you indicate you're going to report approximately 175 trucks remain south of Wellington and 120 north of Wellington, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's after I actually walked it and counted them.
And if you could look at 425, please, if you just go up a bit. You're talking about, I guess Ms. Gooding is giving you the count as best as they're able to on the 15th of the number of trucks remaining, correct? At the various locations.
Yes.
And so what we see is Metcalfe, 70 trucks. Correct?
Yes, that's what she says.
And so yesterday we saw a picture from the mayor's office of Metcalfe, and we saw no trucks on it, but I assume that we were only seeing a one block portion because there were about 70 trucks still on Metcalfe, it looks like. Is that what you're understanding from Ms. Gooding?
Yeah, I don't know if these were the numbers that she was giving me before the movement or after. Like these, I'm asking her for the numbers, so I don't know if we can scroll up a bit so I can just get the context of the conversation before that.
Sure.
I see this today. They're using the cameras to try and identify, what trucks are where.
Right. And so you would agree with me that on the 15th, there were trucks still on Metcalfe, correct?
Yeah, I actually walked it, and a good portion of Metcalfe was cleared.
Right. And there were a number of trucks still on Metcalfe, though, correct?
Yep, perhaps south, yes.
And those are all my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayat.
Thank you.
Okay, next.
What I want to
I'd
say
like
is
to
that
call-
Mr. Ayat's testimony has destroyed the government's narrative of a blockade. To quote Mr. Ayat, he was comfortable that the city could reach any place it needed to reach from an emergency response perspective. That's a loose quote, but he did use the word comfortable, that they could respond to any place that they needed to respond to. That destroys the notion of a blockade, that destroys the notion of an occupation. The emergency routes were maintained and everybody had emergency service throughout the continuation of this. And they said there was no substantial delay to emergency service throughout the entire Freedom Convoy. Hugely important.
Was there only 400
Okay,
trucks?
watch out. We got Brendan Miller back on. We'll come to you next time, Matt. Go ahead. Write that down there.
2022. So just first off, I want to talk to you sort of in your capacity as being the director of safety and that sort of things, or overseeing that department. Can you agree with me that between January 27th and February 14th, there were over 3,000 tickets issued for provincial and municipal infractions?
That sounds correct. I'd have to actually look at the numbers, but we did provide all of those documents through the disclosure process.
Right. And were some of those tickets issued by the bylaw office?
Most of them were issued by the bylaw office.
Right. And I take it that during the issuing of those over 3,000 tickets, none of your bylaw officers were assaulted?
There were some contentious times, and so I can't say that none of them were assaulted. Not that I know of.
Not
You
to be
can't say
correct.
that
So
they
you
were,
never,
is what you mean.
Had reported to you and no charges were laid against any protester, issued a ticket with respect to physically assaulting a bylaw officer.
No, I just know that a couple of them got swarmed, but that they didn't get physically assaulted.
Okay, so.
Then they didn't get
3,000
swarmed.
tickets is a lot. That's a lot of interactions.
Usually
with a lot of
insulted.
protesters. And
A
not a
swarming
single
is a group assault.
assaulting a peace officer charge was laid in relation to your bylaw officers.
That's correct.
Now, the numbers I understand is that between January 27th and February 14th, there were a total of 31 arrests made. Is that correct, of the protesters?
You'd have to ask the police that. I don't capture those numbers.
Okay. You don't keep those sort of numbers? You don't capture those sort of numbers?
I don't manage the police. I manage all other emergency services in the city of Ottawa.
Okay. To your knowledge, is it not true, again, you don't have to, if you don't have the information, please just advise. To your knowledge, is it not true that only 16 people of the protesters between that same time period, January 27th and February 14th, were charged?
I can't speak to that.
Thank you. Now, dealing with some of the stuff with respect to the cooperation of the leaders of the protest, as well as dealing with the safety lanes and that sort of thing, is it not true that the protest leaders were actually concerned about maintaining the safety lanes and raised that with you?
They did.
Right. And they wanted to ensure that the lanes were open so that emergency vehicles could always get through?
Correct.
Right. And the protest leaders cooperated with you and the city in maintaining those safety lanes, right?
Yes.
Right. And they maintained them?
For the most part, yes.
Yeah. And when new trucks would even arrive, they even organized to talk with what they refer to as block captains. Did they relay that to you?
No.
All right. But when new vehicles had arrived, to your knowledge, you agree that they always organized to make sure that those safety lanes were open?
Yes.
And you did have, I believe, your fire chief even do an inspection of the Coventry Street or Coventry?
Yeah. Just for clarity, the fire chief wouldn't have done the inspection, but one of his chief officers would have. So there are many different chief levels within the fire service.
Right. And when that fire chief did the inspection, he asked them not to have any open, he did not, or he asked them not to have any open fire pits. Isn't that right?
I can't speak to that. I don't know the contents of that.
Right. I understand that you attended a logistics meeting at City Hall on Sunday evening of February 13th to discuss the truck's moves.
Yeah, that's the only time I ever met with the organizers of the protest.
Is it not true that at that meeting, the protesters explained that two removed camps outside of the city had already been established outside of the city where they would go to?
From my recollection, the discussion was around how are we going to move the trucks out of the residential areas, and that there was limited spots on Wellington Street. So I wasn't 100% sure we could move all 400 trucks onto Wellington. Actually, I knew we couldn't move all 400 trucks onto Wellington Street, and that the agreement, from as far as I was concerned, meant that they had to make sure that those other vehicles left town and left the city of Ottawa. And they said yes, that they had secured ground or
so and that's
farmers' properties outside of the city.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to clarify, because I'm just trying to be fair to you, because there's going to be evidence about that. So they told you that they had set up two camps in properties they were allowed to be at outside of the city, and that they were looking to move there.
Yeah, they told me that, but I was also aware of that through other intelligence reports as well.
And then the plan was that other vehicles would go there, and then there would be some other vehicles that would go to Wellington. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And the city agreed to that?
Yes.
Right. Now, if the protesters were able to move the vehicles on Tuesday and Wednesday which is February 15th and 16th, as had been agreed, can you agree that the result would have been most, if not all, of the vehicles would have been cleared out of downtown except for Wellington?
I can't agree with that only because I didn't see a lot of vehicles moved except for the ones we allowed onto Wellington. So there seemed to be some movement onto Wellington, but no movement out of the city as was agreed to. So if there would have been a good faith movement on both parts, then I could maybe agree to that, but I can't today.
Right, but isn't it true, and the commission's heard evidence, that the move on to Wellington eventually got blocked?
It got stopped by police, yes.
Right, so it got stopped by the police, so the deal didn't go through because of the police.
Yes.
Right, and so if the deal went through and it was followed, the only vehicles and trucks of the protesters would have been on Wellington.
I am not confident that would have happened.
Right, but there was no reneging on the deal on behalf of the protesters at the time, and that's the evidence the commission's heard today, or to date. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but
Thank you.
But the delta was they didn't control all the people in that block. They said they wanted to control all of them, and they hoped that they would have all of their buy-in, but they didn't. They had difficulty moving the 40 to Wellington Street because people didn't want to move.
Okay, but the difficulty in moving
wanted to be on
individuals
Wellington,
to
I spoke
Wellington
to.
Street after the agreement was announced,
The most primary.
put to you, was only stopped because the police wouldn't let them on to Wellington, and because the police then also stopped them from leaving the streets they were parked on. Isn't that correct?
No, I can't speak to that. You'll have to ask Staff Sergeant Drummond about that.
Those are my questions.
Thank you.
This guy's fantastic.
Thank you. Next, it's former Chief Slowly's counsel.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have no questions for Mr. Ayotte.
Okay, next would be the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ayotte. My name is Rob Kittredge, and I represent the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, and we have 5 exciting minutes here together today. So I'm going to plow through a number of questions. Parking tickets serve as a deterrent to illegal parking, don't they?
They do.
When people know that parking illegally will get them a ticket and a fine, that deters at least some people from parking illegally, doesn't it?
Yes, of course.
I'd like to understand a little more about how often Ottawa parking enforcement people can ticket an illegally parked vehicle in the ordinary course of business. So let's say, just to pick a totally random hypothetical example, that I parked my car this morning in the middle of Wellington Street, obstructing traffic, and I left it there for 2.5 weeks. Assuming that for some incomprehensible reason my car didn't get towed, how many parking tickets could I possibly find on my windshield at the end of that period of time?
That's a very good question, and I don't have that answer for you. I don't know the minutia of the regulations. My background is the fire chief, and now I'm managing all of this, but I don't have that knowledge.
Could a parking ticket be issued daily to an illegally parked vehicle?
I would have to get that information for you.
Would you assume that probably a parking ticket could be issued daily?
I believe it could, because the parking infractions, the signs would say you can't park between a certain time period, and then once that time period lapsed, the next day, the time period would start up again. But
So it'd be reasonable to say that at least 1 ticket per day could be.
that would be reasonable,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
Leaving aside the instruction from OPS to stop bylaw enforcement without police instructions and accompaniment, it's true that illegally parked vehicles weren't ticketed anywhere near that frequently during the process, were they?
I believe I understood the question, but I'm going to kindly ask you to repeat it.
And then can I just ask you to go a little slower? I'll even give you an extra minute or two.
Deal.
Oh, how generous.
All right.
How
I'm trying to
generous.
plow through
No,
slightly
I know,
more than
but
5
it's-
minutes worth of questions. So
But it's
I
with the
get it.
interpreters.
the time is tight. So tickets weren't issued daily to illegally parked trucks during the protests, were they?
That's correct.
If the city had ticketed illegally parked vehicles much more aggressively, don't you think that mounting fines might have persuaded some drivers to move their vehicles?
I do not.
You don't think any drivers would have moved if more tickets were issued?
I do not believe that the protesters were feared getting tickets or fines.
And not a single driver would have moved in the face of mounting ticketing?
I can't say that 100%, but certainly, in my opinion, very few would have left.
All right. You said on the 29th you were instructed by OPS not to ticket in the red zone without their okay and accompaniment. On the 28th, approximately how many bylaw or parking enforcement officers were working in the downtown area?
Yeah, I believe that information is in the disclosed material. I don't have that, but it was in the, 10, 15 officers generally work an area, and we would have had that many out that day.
All right. So if those officers were out, they might have needed 10 or 15 police officers accompanying them to do their work in the red zone.
Yes, but on the 28th, that wasn't necessary. Like, it would have been normal practice.
Sure, but going forward, if
Yes.
they needed police accompaniment, that might have meant 15 officers.
It might have. I can't speak to the police operation. They may feel that because of the threat that they would require more than one officer and one bylaw officer to attend those situations.
Sure. I understand that in 2019, the city of Ottawa issued about 350,000 parking tickets. Does that sound about right to you?
That sounds right.
And 250,000 in 2020 due to COVID, I guess, which breaks down to about 20,000 parking tickets per month, or about 10,000
Chris, I need you
parking
to take
tickets every 2
notes on this
weeks.
part. I'm going to start my
You
summary
did the
video for
math.
today.
I'll agree with
please
your
take
math.
all the notes.
Close-ish. Underestimated.
Okay, you got this?
But we've heard that only 1,700 parking tickets or so were issued in downtown during that period of time, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
No, sorry, over 3,000 were issued.
Over 3,000. Still, that's quite a bit less than the normal
Yes.
10,000 or so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ottawa bylaw and parking enforcement officers are trained in dispute resolution and conflict de-escalation, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
And they receive that training because in the ordinary course of business, it's not unusual for ticket recipients to behave in a less than civil manner, isn't it?
Correct.
Right. And on any given day, protest or no protest, it's not unheard of for ticket recipients to get aggressive with enforcement officers, is it?
True.
But no bylaw or parking enforcement officers were attacked or injured by freedom movement protesters, were they?
As I indicated earlier, not that I'm aware of,
Right.
except for the swarming.
And when talking to Commission Council earlier, you discussed the difficulties that the city had obtaining towing services from its standing offer towing contractors and others, and the efforts made to procure towing services. Did the city consider offering increased compensation to towing services to encourage them to provide?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Did the city consider buying or leasing heavy tow trucks?
We were looking at all options. You still need to train the drivers, and this was still being viewed as a specific time frame, right? By the time we bought a tow truck and we trained an appropriate driver, that would be one truck, and we needed a lot more than one to execute the final plan.
Right. The city never used its two OC Transpo heavy towing rigs during that period of time, did they?
It did not. Initially, they considered it, but they needed it for their daily operations. The bus system was still running, and the buses were still breaking down and required towing. So, and there were also from the union concerns about safety issues.
All right. You mentioned that heavy towing operators were concerned about driver safety, and that was a big reason why services could not be procured. Light towing operators apparently didn't share those concerns, though, since the city's light towing providers continued to tow vehicles in emergency lanes, didn't they?
Correct.
And there were no incidents of assaults, violence, or injuries to towing operators during the protests, were there?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I've gone about 1 minute and 20 seconds over, but those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next, it's the Government of Canada.
So quick summary, 3,000 tickets as opposed to the usual 10,000.
Mr. Ayat, my name is Andrew Gibbs, and I'm counsel for the Government of Canada.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. I have about 4 documents and about 5 minutes, so if this seems rushed, it is. The first document I would ask to call up is OTT 301305. And while it's coming up, this is the application record from the City of Ottawa with respect to the injunction on February 13th, 14th. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And you provided an affidavit in support of this application?
Yes, I did.
And, excuse me, in your affidavit, you detail that the demonstrators were breaching city bylaws, correct?
I did, yes.
And that it was stretching city resources. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also state in the affidavit, I believe it's at paragraph 10, that you'd visited various sites, observed personally, and were advised by operational staff, both bylaw and regulatory services and fire services, to gather the information for the purposes of the affidavit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you swore this affidavit on February 13th? Sorry, if we could maybe go to it. It should be on about page 4, I believe.
I thought it was the 11th, but
Down 2 more pages. And 2 more to the actual affidavit starts. Right here. And it's sworn February 13th, 2022. Do you see that?
yes, I do. Thank you.
And do you adopt the information in this affidavit as true?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Now, at paragraph, excuse me, paragraph 10 of the affidavit, you state that you're monitoring using CCTV cameras, and you were doing this out of concern for public safety and the ability of first responders and other city services to provide emergency and other services to downtown and across the city. Do you see that in paragraph 10?
Yes. Yes.
And so if we turn to, would you, based on the information that's in this affidavit, would you agree that the situation in downtown Ottawa at that time was fluid?
Very fluid, yes.
And volatile?
Yes.
And unpredictable?
Correct.
If you turn to page 37, please. This is a series of photographs of Exhibit A. Unfortunately, it's on its side. This is one of the photographs taken from the CCTV cameras, is that correct?
Correct.
And in the bottom left-hand corner, it states the location.
Yes, Wellington, Metcalfe and Wellington.
Metcalfe and Wellington, and the top left-hand corner, the date.
Correct, February 5th.
February 5th, and it's, I believe, 2 p.m.?
Correct.
What is the white bar that we see in the middle of the photograph?
That's a boom or it's a crane.
That's a large crane. Is that an industrial crane?
That's an industrial crane, yes.
And are all those trucks in the background, is that the lineup of trucks on Wellington?
That's correct.
And did you know what was in those trucks?
No.
Now, if we go to page 2, I'll just move off of this document, but I would like to go to page 2, where the list of exhibits are included, and I would commend this to the commission, this entire affidavit with the exhibits. There are a series of photographs of fuel depots at Coventry Road, the RCGT Park. You'll see Exhibit D, photographs of fires and fuel stockpiles at Confederation Park. Exhibit E, the bylaw call logs and fire complaints dated February 4th to 12th, 2022. Exhibit F, CCTV images of fireworks on February 5th, 2022. And Exhibit G, and so forth, are the details with respect to call logs. Is that where the various complaints are registered for open fires?
Correct.
And parking violations?
Yes.
Thank you. So in the interest of time, I would now like to move to 3 quick documents. If we can bring up OTT 404061. You had mentioned earlier that your officers were directed not to ticket in the red zone. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you'd mentioned that that really came into play on February 4th?
No, the 29th of January.
29th of January? Okay. This email is from February 4th. Roger Chapman, he reports to you?
Yes, he does.
And he states specifically, if you look at the second paragraph, first and foremost, our top priority and responsibility is ensuring the safety of staff As you have no doubt gathered, this is a potentially volatile situation, and there is a significant difference between ticketing illegally parked vehicles and ticketing a person for a violation, where the latter presents a much greater risk of confrontation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you agree with those statements?
Yes, I do.
And in response to the questions you just received from my friend, Mr. Miller, with respect to the lack of tickets or the number of tickets and very little charges laid for assault, would you agree that where the directions to the officers were to ticket vehicles and not people, that is one possible explanation for that discrepancy?
Correct.
Thank you. Skipping right to the bottom, again, officer safety is our first priority, and therefore we will not be enforcing other bylaw violations in the demonstration zone at this time. Demonstration zone, that's the red zone?
Correct.
Thank you. Next document, OTT 406781, please. These are listed as updates. E0CCG update 15 from yourself.
Correct.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And would you agree that the purpose of this document was to provide accurate and timely information to your city colleagues?
Yes, to my city leadership team.
Your city leadership team. Thank you. The date of this email is Friday, February 11th, 2022 at 7:53 p.m.
Yes.
And in the third paragraph, we see evidence of external influence persists. The Ottawa Hospital has received some disturbing calls, mostly from the United States, which have been reported to police. PIMR, what does that stand for?
Public Information and Media Relations.
Thank you. Has paused public comments on the City of Ottawa's corporate Facebook and Instagram accounts for the duration of the city's state of emergency due to an apparent coordinated effort to spam the city's feed with hateful or toxic comments, including racist comments or misinformation and rumors. Was that accurate information?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Last, very quickly, document OTT 408754. This is the operational update 24 on February 22nd. Can we have that document, please? It's 8740. And it references on the third paragraph. This is again from you. You recognize this?
Yes.
Thank you. CHEO received a false bomb threat yesterday evening. Can you remind the commissioner what CHEO stands for?
It's the Children's Hospital here in Ottawa.
So the Children's Hospital received a bomb threat. While false calls to 911 have been reduced, there are indications that outside interference persists. Is that correct? There was a bomb threat to the Children's Hospital on February 22nd?
Yes, there was.
Now, Mr. Ayotte, do you have any evidence that that bomb threat was connected to the convoy?
No.
But would you agree that that was part of the challenge in these events?
Correct. We received a tremendous amount of increased 911 calls that were also false during this time, higher than normal amounts of 911 calls. So we suspected that it was related.
And the mayor had testified earlier today to what he referred to as whack-a-mole. Is it not correct and fair to say that you couldn't tell what was coming next?
I think for the most part, yeah, we didn't know where they were going to go. We were trying to be strategic, but it was a difficult time.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the coalition.
So there was a bomb threat
no
to
questions,
CHEO,
thank you,
but no evidence
Thank you.
that it was connected.
Next is the
Foreign influence. So when they say
CCDL and
foreign
CLA.
influence, they're talking about spamming. They're
Good
using
afternoon, or almost
racist
good
comments.
evening. Mr. Ayotte, my
Well,
name is
that was
Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council for Criminal Defense Lawyers. These are two organizations comprised of criminal defense lawyers. Many of the questions I have for you have already been canvassed, so I've been trying to tailor them as we've gone along. If I could just pick up on some questioning you got earlier about sort of the number of tickets overall over the course of a year. My friend said perhaps it was 300,000 or 250,000, and you said You didn't have the numbers in front of you, but that was sort of about right. Is that right?
Yes.
And he gave you an estimate that could mean something like 20,000 tickets being issued monthly. Is that right?
Yes.
And my understanding, not having seen these figures myself, but this would be for across the whole city.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
But is it still your view then that the 3,000 tickets that were issued over the course of the demonstration in the demonstration zone or related to the demonstration, that this would be a sort of a smaller fraction of tickets that bylaw services would have had the capacity to issue?
Yes, but there were a lot more infractions in that zone that could have been ticketed.
Right. So there were many more infractions, and this is a smaller number than the tickets that might have been issued, but for the safety concerns you've already described.
Correct.
And I understand that that bylaw and regulatory services received an approval for an increase to the set fines for various bylaw infractions on February 8th. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And I know you've already adopted the contents of the affidavit you swore as part of the city's injunction application in the course of questioning by another council. So I'll just draw your attention that you said in that affidavit that you didn't think that these increased fines had any impact on the ongoing bylaw violations. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was the affidavit you swore on February 14th. And I take it that your opinion didn't change after you swore the affidavit, that there wasn't some change after that fact.
My opinion hasn't changed, and the affidavit was sworn on February 13th.
Right. And yes, and after February 13th, there wasn't those changes from February 8th. You didn't change your opinion of whether they had an impact.
No, my opinion remains the same.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now to City of Ottawa.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alyssa Tompkins, Council for the City of Ottawa. Mr. Ayotte, I just have a few questions today. You had mentioned in your evidence that there was a document that reflected the direction to bylaw or to the EOC through the EOC on January 29th. I'm just going to take you to that for the record.
Yes.
So if we could turn up document OTT 00001270. And if we could just scroll next page, please. Okay. Under number 3, under section updates, there's a comment from a Jay Gravel. Who's Jay Gravel? Do you know?
Jay Gravel is one of our commanders in the incident management system. So he used to work for bylaw services, and now he works for roads.
Okay, and it says here, BLRS, we're experiencing issues. A perimeter red zone has been established. If BLRS are required to enter that zone as directed by the NCRCC, they'll be provided police escort. And then we have a comment from Kay Cochran. Can you remind the Commissioner who's Kay Cochran?
Kelly Cochran, she's part of our EOC staff.
And she states, police advising BLRS to withdraw services if they are encountering concerns will provide escorts on an as-needed basis. Is this the direction to which you were referring earlier?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. There was a couple incidents discussed last week in the evidence involving the Chateau Laurier and the Rideau Center. And I was just hoping you could provide the Commissioner with additional information on that. So starting with the Chateau Laurier, are you familiar with the concern that was raised?
Yes, it was raised directly to me, and we had it investigated.
Can you explain to the Commissioner what happened and what the city's follow-up was?
Certainly. Basically, there was an alarm for a water leak or a sprinkler head that had been knocked off, and so it was an alarm call for the fire service. The fire service responded with 4 different trucks from different directions, from different fire stations, which is normal from a deployment of our resources perspective. We don't respond with just one truck. We respond with multiple, especially for a high-risk setting like a hotel. On arrival, one of the trucks, got close enough but didn't get very close, and that's what was observed by the hotel. And I thought, oh my God, if there's an emergency, they can't get in here. The reality is there was 3 other trucks responding. The responders were already in the hotel dealing with the incident. There was no delay in response. So, this was a time where people were very aware of all kinds of different issues, and it was being raised through the BIAs and Hotel Association that these types of concerns needed to be addressed because of public safety, their liability insurance, et cetera. So while I understand their fear, the risk of this call was very low, and we had pre-planned that facility daily, and we've had conversations with the managers since. So really, from a risk perspective, it was a relatively low risk event, but it did highlight that, if there was a fire, we may not get all 4 trucks there immediately, and there would be some need for movement of the protest vehicles. So while it was an incident that was looked at, it wasn't deemed as high risk as it was being first explained to us.
Thank you, Mr. Ayotte. And in relation to the Rideau Centre incident, it might be helpful if we bring up the email correspondence. If someone could turn up document OTT 408284. So this is an email exchange between you and Councillor Fleury. Do you recall this exchange?
Yes, I do.
And we had seen your response or the draft response prepared last week, but if
That's the City
we
of
could
Ottawa
scroll
lawyer,
down and you could just explain the response to the Commissioner.
Yes, can you just go up a bit so I can see where that's from Jennifer Turl. Okay, now you can go back down. So in this particular case, it's a private property, so they could request that by law come and remove illegal vehicles. It was a truck, a construction type truck that had a legal diesel container in it. So the fear of it, as Councillor Fleury indicated last week, we should have evacuated the Rideau Centre. Well, that's not accurate because the risk was still very low. So in this particular case, the police attended initially, looked at the truck, spoke to the owner, told him he'd have to move it or he'd be getting a ticket. Bylaw eventually went out and gave them a ticket. Rideau Centre wanted it removed. It was one of those times when getting a tow for a small vehicle was more difficult, more challenging for us. And as a result of that, it took some time for us to secure the tow vehicle to come and actually remove it from the Rideau Centre. And when when the tow truck was finally en route, the owner moved it himself. So the Rideau Centre was frustrated that it took, a day and a half to actually deal with this issue. But again, when we're dealing with the whole protest, we're looking at risk, and we're looking at risk-based responses as well. So yes, there are, the councillor was concerned about the amount of layers with regards to us having to get the police involved and the police coming back, and then the police saying they can't escort by law because they don't have the resources. And I could understand that frustration, and I could understand the Rideau Centre's frustration. They have valid concerns. From a risk perspective, this was also a very low risk incident.
Thank you, Mr. Ayotte. The last thing I was hoping you could assist the Commissioner with is the movement of trucks subsequent to the mayor's deal. You mentioned during your evidence that you went for a walk and observed the movement. If you could just explain to the Commissioner what you observed on your walk on the various streets. Yeah, so yes, certainly. I went down to Wellington just to see, how much trucks had been moved, and I noticed that they hadn't just been moved, but they've been placed in a row where they can park a lot more of the trucks. And I think that they were doing that to try and get as many of the trucks on Wellington as possible. And so there was still quite a bit of room from, Wellington, from let's say Kent Street right down to SGM with regards to, the ability to park more trucks. Metcalfe was cleared for the most part. Again, there may have been a few stragglers here and there, south of Laurier.
but Kent was still packed. So when Councillor McKinney was walking down Kent Street, she was right. There was no movement of any trucks on Kent Street. In fact, Kent didn't clear out until the police started their action to actually, with the public order teams, to move out. And then the trucks moved out quite quickly. But yeah, so my walk was to I try and identify, has any progress been made, and is there still room? And are the protesters actually moving out as well, or are they just trying to move everything to Wellington Street? And it was my perception, I guess, that I didn't see a lot of trucks leaving town. I just saw a lot trying to get on Wellington Street. And again, I can't speak for Officer Drummond and the reasons for stopping it, but I suspect that it might have something to do with that as well, and the negotiation and the ability of both sides to be able to, the give and take factor. So.
Excellent. Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Ayat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayat. I just want to make sure I understood what you said about the fire issue with the Chateau Laurier. And you said they dispatched 4 fire trucks.
Yes.
That would be the appropriate number of trucks, or was that more trucks than what the appropriate response is?
That is our deployment for an alarm call.
Okay.
So in this particular case, it was an alarm call, general alarm.
So just so I understand, so that when you say it wasn't a high risk, it's because it was a broken fire plug, if you like, or
Yeah, sprinkler.
sprinkler. But if there had been a real fire, that would be a real problem, having not all of the trucks that were dispatched, and presumably there would be more trucks dispatched if it were a real fire.
Correct. How it unfolds is depending on the information that the 911 or that the dispatch center, the Ottawa Fire Dispatch Center, receives. If it's just a general alarm, then we proceed with our staffing for a general alarm, and that's enough to get things started. And then if there is a fire, other rigs would be coming in, and they would continue to come in. So that's a general alarm assignment. If it was a fire, if the information came in that we actually have a fire in one of the rooms, there would have been several more vehicles responding because it's a high risk. We would have had 25 firefighters in total responding. So you're looking at 8 or 9 rigs responding.
And I guess all I'm trying to understand is the inability of some rigs to get there would have been a bigger problem if there had been a real fire. Because I think what I'm trying to understand is whether, when you said it wasn't serious,
the rigs could not get there
because it wasn't a real fire, but access would have been limited if there had been a real fire.
Of course, yes.
And that would have been a big problem.
And that was the concern of the Chateau Laurier. But they
Not
were,
true. Look at the video
they
I
were
sent you.
portraying
It was all empty.
as oh my God, they couldn't get in at all. Well, that was one of the 4 trucks. The other 3.
But you're not saying it wasn't a problem.
No, I'm saying it's a problem. It was a problem everywhere with the congestion. Ideally, there's a reason why we have large roads so that we can get the trucks.
That would be a problem
And
in
the
rush
same thing
hour.
for Kent Street. If there'd been, because we saw, I think yesterday, apartment buildings on Kent Street that were
We're
inaccessible.
We've already answered this.
Because Kent was blocked. That would have been a serious problem if there'd been a serious fire.
No doubt. And we
Commissioner
planned
is,
for those,
taking a
but
very-
again,
trying to get
we were lucky. there were
specific
no serious
testimony,
fires.
but we already got what we
Okay,
needed from today.
I thank you for coming. There's
Why
just
is
one
the
more. You
commissioner
may have
doing
some
this at all?
re-examination. No, there is no re-examination. So we're done for the day, and we want to thank you for coming
We're done for the day. Thanks for coming.
today.
Well, you just contradicted his
Thank you
previous
all for,
testimony, John.
ending it a little earlier than I thought, and.
Yeah, they
we,
did that as
are back
emergency
tomorrow
damage
at,
control because
9:30.
he could see on his screen how bad the testimony went there. Too late. It's already
The
been
commission is
sworn
adjourned.
in.
La
We
commission
already
est
have your
adjournée.
sworn testimony verbatim. Thank you. You
Yeah.
said that the lanes were open. You said, and I loosely quote, that you were comfortable accessing any emergency lanes in the city.
Yeah, that it was the routes were pre-planned. There was access to all areas via perpendicular and parallel streets. I've got it. Hold on, I got it down here somewhere in my notes too.
So, okay, what could you give me your notes from between from after the from now until the JCCF Rob Kittredge came in? Guys, we're going to open up the phone lines here. You can come in and share if we can figure out a way. to do that.
Yeah, so emergency lanes were open, right? They were maintained, and all the routes were pre-planned. So that's a big deal. I mean, he stated very clearly that emergency lanes were open, that they were maintained throughout, and that all routes were planned. He also said that in the few areas like Kent Street where there was vehicles across all the streets, the cross streets, so Kent runs north-south towards Parliament, so from the highway to Parliament, the east-west arteries were open, and so were adjacent parallel and perpendicular streets. So between those areas, they could have gotten to everywhere. He stated that very, very clearly in his earlier testimony. So there's a lot of bylaw talk too. So they were talking quite a bit about tickets, number of tickets issued, and I guess the number they had for during the convoy time was about 3,000. In that time, the normal number would be 10,000. So they were ticketing less, it would seem. I guess that's partially, that it seemed like from the way they were talking, that's partially because there was people around. So, if there's a vehicle sitting unattended, it's a lot easier to ticket that vehicle than if there's people everywhere and around it. And I mean, that's, I guess, because they're concerned that people could get into altercations perhaps. But that's, again, what if? What else we touch on here?
Plus, they said there was a ton of place on Wellington down at the bottom. They say they could have fit a lot of trucks down there. That's another point he said. So, again, all the little convoy place were all around the city. They could have been all put there, and at the end, you wouldn't affect nobody.
Yeah, when they backed in all those trucks on Wellington tight, man, they got a lot in there on the 14th or 15th. Like they took up about as much space, a little more space than a pickup.
Yeah, they should have bring all of them on the 3rd, not on the 15th, 16th. It's on the 3rd. They should have bring everybody there, and they would have make.
So can you summarize? I was making a video, and I kind of zoned out. But what happened there at the end there with the commissioner? What did he do? I want to summarize that.
The commissioner at the end there? Yeah. So the commissioner, the commissioner was following up on the testimony about the incident at the Chateau Laurier that's been used numerous times as an example of fire services or emergency services not being able to attend.
Okay.
So what happened was there was an alarm that went off, a general alarm at the Chateau Laurier. 4 trucks were dispatched. The alarm was not a fire. It was a general alarm, and it was for a water leak or a broken sprinkler. So that's a general alarm. Just one second. That's a general alarm. So the standard for that is to send 4 fire rigs, 4 fire trucks. So 4 fire trucks were sent. One was kind of getting delayed as it came in. He didn't say all 4 were delayed or couldn't get in.
Okay, and was the delay over the acceptable limit that the
threshold
that we were talking about earlier that the city has for response times?
No. And it was just that people saw that it was stopped close by. It wasn't even actually there was a delay. So 3 other trucks were also dispatched besides that one. And there were fire personnel on scene at that time already.
I'll add that to my summary.
3 other trucks were responding to fire. Yeah, so exactly. So that's what the commissioner at the end was trying to get that testimony.
Kim's testimony.
That was already made. He was trying to get him.
It's too late because Kim Ayot's testimony, chat, is into the record. It's sworn. It's into the record. It is detailed. He has been evaluated by multiple lawyers, given the same story to multiple people. So just for the final soundbite at the end, just for this final for the final soundbite at the end, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make a difference.
What is it the place of the commissioner to do that?
The sworn testimony that we've just gotten over the last hour or whatever, between the 4 or 5 different lawyers that interviewed him, where he's consistently said that he was comfortable that emergency services could respond to any emergency in the city of Ottawa, including in the Freedom Convoy area.
So, Patriot, were you on? Did you hear about the talk about the threat at Chio?
No, I didn't hear that. Was that with the JCCF? Who was that?
Yes. Okay. So they were going. So what they were saying was here. Hold on. There's a little more stuff.
What did Rob Kittredge have to say? The lawyer
so
for the JCCF?
there was multiple things there in that short 5
Was it
minutes.
with the woman with the eyes? Was it
with
the woman?
The woman.
So that was when that happened. Okay. So
yeah.
what was
So there was multiple things brought up there. So hospitals in Ottawa, they said we're getting called and spammed, and from foreign numbers. So they're trying to make a link to foreign influence because they were getting calls from out of Ottawa. No, that's a separate issue. So this is, first off, they talked about hospitals in Ottawa getting a lot of calls and getting spammed from outside of Canada, which, I mean, that could be anybody, and I can spoof my number to make myself look anyway.
And that was after the Emergencies Act, was it not? When was that?
Yeah,
February 22nd?
yeah, the bomb threat
What
was.
the date?
So that's a separate issue. They said that they were using racist language and misinformation, apparently, sending messages, spamming, and calling. And then separately, there was another issue. There was an alleged bomb threat, or I guess a bomb threat, called into to CHEO. But there's no evidence that was at all related to the convoy. And I think there's going to be, there'll be more stuff coming about that soon. We just lost all our viewers, John.
Oh, no.
We must have got taken down, I think.
No.
They just disappeared. So anyways, so there's no evidence that was connected. I think there'll be more details about that coming out. So there was a bomb threat after the convoy to CHEO.